Air 2296 LA Tower, 925 right on a point. 2296.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone watching all around the world. Welcome back to a beautiful day here in Los Angeles for the big Sunday show here on Airline Videos Live. March 9th, 2025 is the date. We are the Plane Jockeys here back at Imperial Hill. Boy, it is a beautiful day for plane spotting. Hopefully you guys all are having a great weekend. Thanks for tuning in. Sit back, relax. We got you covered. Isn't that right, Rudy?
Oh, yeah. We are springing forward today.
Oh, that's right.
Welcome, everybody. Yeah.
We're recovering from 1 hour less of sleep, at least here in Los Angeles. All right, let's get to the action. I just saw Cayman Airways. We haven't seen that take off here in a while.
No, delayed here today. This is American Airlines 2546 taking off to Mexico City on the MAX 8.
Of course, we have our two A380s already there at Tom Bradley, as well as Cathay Pacific, the flight coming from Hong Kong, the 777-300ER, just pulling into the gates there on the southwest side of Tom Bradley. Also, EVA Air, of course. Will we have those 777s take off here on the south side today? Of course, those A380 Supers will always take off there on the north side, unless they're a little too heavy. And of course, all the talk this morning, Rudy, is about, have you seen the leaked, well, are they leaked photos? I guess they're not really leaked when the airplane was actually landing somewhere. Have you seen the new Korean Air?
Yes.
Not the logo, but the actual livery on the Dreamliner. Have you seen that?
Oh, yeah. Something different.
Yeah.
Lacking color now.
It's lacking a lot of things.
Trying to stir the pot.
If you guys haven't seen it, I'm sure you can Google it. It was all over my feed on Facebook and Instagram. Of course, everyone's talking about everyone's calling it the KLM livery.
Well then. This is American Airlines 2012 coming in from Chicago on the 737-800.
A lot of planes crossing over 25 right, heading to their gates. Those include American Airlines Flight 880 coming in from Orlando, Florida, an A321. Air Canada Flight 75 coming from Toronto, 737 MAX 8. We also have a JetBlue A321 also going to be crossing over. Coming in from JFK Flight 123. It's a 3-year-old A321 Neo.
Welcome on in, everybody. Thanks for tuning into the big Sunday show.
We have a lot to talk about this week.
Yeah?
Well, we kind of had fun on Thursday.
What was Thursday? Seems like forever ago.
I know, doesn't it? All right, we do have a plane on the downwind leg. If I can find, there we go.
This is Kaleta Air 613 coming in from Anchorage.
Of course, we're taking the show to Phoenix next week. 3 shows, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday there in the Valley of the Sun.
I'm surprised it's not crossing over. It's a very clear morning.
Very clear. Boy, oh boy. And there was one more thing I was going to talk about. Hopefully it comes back into my mind. What was it?
No, there was no show on... We were going to have... Well, Kevin was going to have a show on Wednesday. No show Wednesday, no show Thursday, no show Friday.
Yeah, and I'll explain why there was no show on Friday. Legend Shane with a $550 super chat through PayPal. Thank you so much, Shane. Shane says, happy Sunday. Kevin and Rudy, have a great show. Well, thank you so much, Shane. We appreciate that awesome support. Hope you're having a great weekend. tell you, the weather here today is absolutely amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Wish you were here with us. Thank you so much, Shane.
Thank you. Gorgeous morning indeed.
Boy, what was the one thing I was going to talk about? The one other thing.
Thursday? Thursday
No,
night?
Thursday was one. Boy, I can't remember what it was.
Runway 25 right, full length, clear for takeoff.
Does it have to do with...
Cayman 481 LA runway 25 right.
Gosh, I don't know.
Does it have to do with our AI camera setup?
Well, okay, so why don't we just start with that? So the reason why there was no Friday show, though I said possibly there was going to be a Friday show, we had to do some heavy maintenance on both the north and the south side AI cameras on Friday, and I didn't know how long that was going to take, and I had to be there that whole time. We started about 10 a.m. that morning and went to about 5 p.m. So there's no way for me to break away from it, and by that point, I was drained because I was dragged to Disneyland the night before, and by 5 o'clock, I was pretty much done.
That's a long day of maintenance.
Yes.
Cayman 481, wind 906, turn up doctor, runway 25 right, full length, clear for takeoff.
Turn up the doctor, turn right, Cayman 481.
Skyler 6433, runway 25 right, on the way.
This is American Airlines 2010 taking off to Phoenix on the A321 Neo.
All right, Cayman up next for takeoff.
Ultra, the front line, Juliet, American 1090.
American 721, contact with departure. Departure today, American 721.
Is Allison modding? Are you modding? Are you modding today? Are you modding? No, you're not. Okay. I had a question. I thought I could get an answer up close.
Turn up doctor, 25 right, clear for takeoff, Delta 6433.
Skyler 6229, runway 25 right, on the way.
25 right, line on the way, 29.
Cayman 481, contact hotel departure.
Static Cayman 41.
Air Mexico 640, 670, turn right at Hotel Mountain.
That was Cayman Airways 481 taking off to Georgetown on the MAX 8.
So the question I had, I think we had a super chat from Amelia, and it's not showing up on my end now. There it is. Amelia with a $10 super chat. Apparently, I can't put it on the screen. I'm sorry, Amelia. It says, Rudy dancing. What a treat.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Amelia.
Just trying to get in the groove of things here.
And Christopher Cotton, Mr. Alpha Echo, with a $2 super chat says, hope everyone remember to move forward 1 hour. Thank you, Christopher. I don't think that's what I was going to talk about either.
25 right, line away, American 307.
Good Aero Mexico Dreamliner coming in from Mexico City. Speaking of Dreamliners, Hawaiian Flight 3 heading to Honolulu, making its way.
Right on Quebec, and hold
No.
close to
That's not it. Okay.
Nope.
I'm trying to think.
It'll come to me. I don't know why.
78, LA Tower, wind 280 at 4, runway 25 left clear to land, caution like turbulence, pursued by Heavy 747.
Network with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Network says, good morning, Kevin. How did the new time change affect you? Well, it kind of affected me this morning. I didn't want to get out of bed. But I think the problem was that at 6 o'clock-ish, it's usually light out, or has been. And now at 6 o'clock in the morning, it's completely dark. And that just, you just want to stay in bed.
Let's see, we have Flyer KG in the chat. Hello, and hello to Kev Miller, Bev A. We have Soul Searching Emily. Welcome on in.
Hey, guys.
Connor Clark, 14. Hello. Renee, good to see you. Crazy Llama, 771. Melanie Elrod, hello. Linda Kavinsky, good to see ya. We have our mod Armand V as well.
Hello, you guys. Thanks for tuning in here today. We do have a Coletta Air Queen, the one that we just saw fly over the downwind leg. I was going to say fly over us, but it didn't. Next arrival on the 25 left.
We have Game Boy Lyric Aviation, Matthew, Breckshot, good to see you. Mr. Sunjib from Montreal. Dan La Fontaine, Iceman 1775, Brandon Rabbit, hello. Ryan McCall, hello. The Neverland Pixel, good to see you.
Oh, I know what it was. Are we talking about, you know who? Later? Is that completely confirmed?
Not really.
Okay. Then we'll save it as a surprise then.
Can, but
I don't know. You're the one talking to him.
I'm all about the surprises. Stick
all right,
around.
We'll surprise you guys. Stick around all day. I know most of you guys do. All right, will the Queen go all the way to Lima? More than likely we'll make that left-hand turn in the Alpha 8.
613 Heavy, 2 up turns on Alpha, contact ground on 1.
There's the confirmation, Alpha 8. Oh.
Is that just the phone? Because I'm seeing that too.
It's like, oh. Got the all snap.
No, snap.
Could be a YouTube thing. Do me a favor, move that modem just to the left, to the right. All right, Alpha 8 turn off for the Coletta Air. It's converted at 747 passenger plane.
Alaska 1317-1310-4 on F Doctor, running 25 right, quick for takeoff.
And the Netherlands Pixel. Jerry with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Jerry. Says good morning, Kevin Rudy, mods, AVL family. What a beautiful morning and a day to have a great show. Well, I agree there, Jerry.
Thank you, Jerry.
Tim Wilder with a $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Tim. Says thanks for giving me a nice distraction as I work through tax season as an accountant. Oh boy, only a few weeks left. The first stop, LAX in May. Tim, are you accepting new customers? Boy, oh boy, Tim, I can't even think about the taxes. I'm a procrastinator to the last second.
Yeah?
I like the challenge, I think.
That sounds more stressful.
Alaska 1098 at Juliet, from 25 right now, flight 75. American 1098.
This is All Nippon Airways Flight 6 coming in from Tokyo Narita on the 787-9 Dreamliner.
25 right now, flight 75.
Cross 25 right, and ground 75 runway 12.
Alaska 1317, contact Spoke on departure, good day.
Hotel Alaska 1317, good day.
It's American A321 and now cross it over 25 right.
Runway 25 right now, flight 75.
American 2978, cross 25 right, Juliet 175.
Ron and Linda back with a $10 super chat through PayPal. Thanks so much, Ron and Linda. This is a picture of Korean Air's new livery. It may be on the internet. Have a great show, boys. Yeah, we were just talking about that, Ron and Linda. What do you guys think? I'm all about for simple liveries, but I don't know. I don't know. I mean, not that the Korean Air logo or the whole livery is like, it's more about the blue, which they've I think it's the same color blue. I don't know. It's hard to tell in that photo if it's a different shade of blue.
Looks a little darker to me.
It does.
I feel like it's missing.
Shot at night. I don't know.
Yeah, it's missing something.
So the yin and yang, the logo, they still have that. It just doesn't have the color fill. What we saw online, it looks like just blue with it's the same logo, just not without the color. So I guess we'll see.
Yeah, interesting change there.
All right, well, we're having all kinds of issues here this morning. Stand by 1 second here.
United 2650 LA Tower, runway 25 right at the full length, line up and wait.
Donuts, anybody?
Line up and wait. United.
Let it go.
You like my new car? Hi, look at my new car behind
Let
us.
it go.
Oh, there we go.
Frozen?
All right, I think we're good. Matthew with a $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Matthew. Says hi, Kevin Rudy. Hello from Honolulu. Hello there, Matthew.
Hello.
I'll be out there in just a few weeks.
Oh, yeah, coming up soon.
Terry M with the $2 super chat. Thanks so much, Terry. So good morning, boys, from a sunny, warm West Michigan. There you go. Spring is right around the corner for you. Gina M with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Gina. This is our Lufthansa friends, Yankee Lima and Mike will be hanging out at the beach today. Strikes in Munich and Frankfurt tomorrow. No flights out. Thanks for the update there, Gina. Yeah, we saw I saw Rudy and I were having Starbucks this morning, and I said, oh, Rudy, the flight back to Frankfurt is canceled. I didn't know about the strike in Munich as well. Good to know.
Yeah, when I checked this morning, the Munich flight was still scheduled to head back to Munich 6 p.m. or so. But I don't know, maybe that changed now.
ANA making its way over here to the south side.
Tim says he can help you with your taxes.
Oh, thanks, Tim. Actually, I don't mind doing it. I don't know why I wait till the last second.
Right.
Oh, because I owe a lot of money.
Let's go.
Why am I going to throw the money to the government early? Might as well wait till the last second, right? Matthew Ruiz with the $10 super chat. Thank you so much. Matthew says, hi, Kevin and Rudy. Hello from Honolulu. I'll be traveling to Japan and the Philippines on my 21st birthday this September. I'll be looking forward to the ride on the A380 in Hawaii, and it is nice to meet you. Boy, oh boy, lucky you get to fly in those ANA Honu A380s.
Yeah, that sounds nice.
And we'll be heading out to Honolulu at the end of this month, which is basically just a few weeks away, right?
16 days or something like that?
Just over 2 weeks.
Yeah.
1621 winds.
This is Japan Airlines Flight 16 coming in from Tokyo, Haneda on the 777-300ER.
That is 2650, contact Hotel Departure.
Hotel Cali, 2650.
Dynasty 5382 Heavy, runway 25 left, line up and wait.
Runway 25 left, line up and wait. Flying 3
Sarah, the real deal. Oh boy, what is going on here?
Contact Hotel Departure. Dynasty 5382 Heavy, 13105, Arnab Piper, runway 25 left, cleared for takeoff.
Arnab Piper, runway 25 left, cleared for takeoff, Dynasty flying 3.
Sarah, the real deal with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Sarah.
No, I think it's still down.
Then 2150 LA Tower, runway 25 right at the full length, line up and wait, crosswind turbulence.
Still down?
777 departing the outboard.
Alright, 25 right up and wait, 2150.
Like, internet is down?
It's
Oh, it is
So
internet.
express runway 25 right at Foxtrot for departure for your float.
I think Verizon's not having a good day.
Southwest 1484, traffic will hold in position. Expect cross runway 25 right, ground point 75.
I give that cross 25 right, and I would ground cross.
November 9 Charlie Echo, caution jump fast at Foxtrot, cross runway 25 left and hold short of runway 25 right.
Cross 25 left, 25 right, Foxtrot for
All right, A-Day, looking like it's heading to the southeast corner of Tom Bradley.
We have a takeoff now rolling on 25 left, China Airlines cargo 777 freighter. It's flight 5382 taking off to Miami.
All right, is everything stable now?
I think so.
Nova Queen lighting up. Air China Cargo, flight 8442. It's a 747-400 freighter. Should be heading down to the 25s here shortly.
Horizon 2150-13005, Arnav Docker, runway 25 right, full length, for takeoff.
Japan Airlines Flight 62, the flight coming from Tokyo to Narita, 787-9 Dreamliner, just 15 minutes away, followed by United Airlines Flight 33, coming in from Tokyo to Narita to 787-9 Dreamliner here today. Wayno with the $10.11 super chat through PayPal. Thank you so much, Wayno. Says thanks for the great coverage as always. Lost a best buddy today. Oh my gosh, condolences. So sorry to hear that. But hanging with Kevin Rudy with your chill vibes and conversations really help. So sorry to hear that, Wayne.
Sorry about that. It's always tough.
It is. It's very tough.
Horizon 2150, contact Total departure.
That was Alaska Horizon 2150 taking off to San Francisco on the E175.
Looking out there to the east, that is an Air China 747-400 freighter. That should be heading down to the 25s.
United 1395, LA runway 25 right, on the way.
Snake, the super chat. Appreciate that. Let's see, who else is in the chat here today? Renee. Hello, Renee. They're in Chicago. Did we shout out all our great mods in the chat here today? Bebe, Soul Search, Gina, Amelie, Armin V, Jerry, the Netherlands Pixel.
Hello again.
Oh, did you already do it?
Yeah.
Oh, don't mind me. I'm not paying attention to my own show.
Always a pleasure.
Thanks, you guys. And of course, Allison, one of our great mods, is here in person. Of course, we had a little dance party going on in the AVL headquarters last night. I'm sure a lot of you guys saw the post on Instagram. By the way, that was Allison's post. I just reposted it.
Nice, yeah. Good times. It was a blast.
I was telling Allison, I was like, if you look at that photo closely, you can actually see the studio behind us. That's not anything that's ever been shown before. You can see the lights, you can see the backdrop.
Studio after dark.
We turned it into a dance studio. No.
Good times.
American 2343, wind 3005, run up Docker, runway 25 right.
This is the Japan Airlines 777-300ER coming in from Tokyo Haneda, heading to the gates now. Looks like more than likely we'll probably head to the southeast corner of the terminal.
This is United Airlines 1395 taking off to Austin on the 737-800.
Guys, all excited. We're going to Phoenix next week for 3 days. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Back there at Sky Harbor International Airport. Should be some beautiful weather for the most part. There's a chance of rain a couple of the days, but I think those chances are pretty much gone now. So
you're
it should be
escaping
beautiful.
the rain yet again. It's going to be very wet next week here in LA.
Well, I'll check in on our 24-hour live cameras next week and see what the rain looks like here.
Drizzle.
So if you're in Phoenix, around Phoenix, you want to come out to Sky Harbor, I think our schedule is pretty much going to do what we did a few weeks ago, actually almost a month ago, can you believe it? Morning, start around about 9 at 10 o'clock in the morning. We'll be at Terminal 4 parking garage on Tuesday. We'll do a repeat of Terminal 4 parking garage north side, a later afternoon, early evening live stream. And then we'll do a morning rush again on Thursday morning back at Terminal 3. I really like that Terminal 3 location. We'll save that for Thursday. So Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday back there in the Phoenix area. We were going to head back to SFO, but rain here in the Southland, rain up there in San Francisco as well. So we'll make other plans to head up to SFO.
127, 13104, and I'm Docker, runway 25 right, quick for takeoff.
Now Docker, 25 right, quick for takeoff, United 2127.
This is American Airlines 764 taking off to Puerto Vallarta on the A321.
Japan Airlines 777 heading to the southeast corner. The Air China 747-400 making its way over to 25 left, maybe. Our legend Jane gifting 50 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Jane. Awesome support. 50 gifted memberships. 50 emails being sent out right now.
Oh, yeah.
To 50 lucky people. Thank you so much, Jane.
Thank you, Jane. Awesome. Awesome.
And Matthew back with the $2 super chat says, when will Kevin Rudy go to Manila? I don't know. It's not on our short list. I don't even think it's on our long list.
Air 442, have you taxi up to and hold short of runway 25 left?
This is United Airlines 2127 taking off to Newark on the 757-200.
Lieutenant for 8442 at Foxtrot, cross runway 25 left, runway 25 right at Foxtrot, line up the lane.
All right, so 25 right for that Queen. Going to be taking off here shortly. We do have China Cargo Airline Flight 221 coming in from Shanghai and 777 Freighter 7 minutes away, followed by China Airlines Cargo Flight 5382. I'm sorry, that's the one that went to Miami. Taking the southern route. Here I thought it was on our way in. Air Tahiti Nui Flight 8 coming in from Papeete, 787-9 Dreamliner, 24 minutes away. Should be heading here to the south side. Korean Air Cargo Flight 8207 coming in from Seoul, 777 Freighter, 19 minutes away.
Short 25 right, ready to go.
Sky 6008 Rogers in a couple minutes.
All right, so the Queen now crossing over 25 left, heading to 25 right there on Foxtrot. I'm sure you guys are all just waiting to hear, well, Kevin Rudy, how was Disneyland? How was that 90s night at Disneyland? Rudy's over there eating a donut. You know, as Allison and Victoria brought those donuts this morning, and I thought the first thing that popped in my mind was, I hope my mom's not watching. Because I'm going to see her next week. She's going to go, see, you guys are eating donuts again. That's why you gotten so fat. You're eating donuts. Yeah, Allison, I'm blaming you. Every time she's watching, you guys are always eating donuts. All right, the Queen lined up. 25 right. We don't eat donuts all the time. Only when they're delivered to us, right? But the Queen, I thought, was rolling. It's hanging out there behind the DHL 777 tail as well as the Coletta Air tail. Once this Queen takes off, we'll fill you in on the 90s night at Disneyland that we attended on Thursday. I will say, you know, Rudy's a bigger Disney fan than I am, and he left the park the other night, and he said it was missing something. We'll get some clarification on what was missing on Thursday here in a second.
This is Air China Cargo 8442 taking off to Shenyang on the 747-400 freighter.
Alaska 1306, hold short, runway 25 right at Juliet.
25 right at Juliet.
Friend Joe is about to push back. He's on JetBlue Flight 2010.
Oh, yeah. All right. So, Rudy, what was missing? What was missing at Disneyland the other night for the 90s night? I want to get some clarification. Inquiring minds want to know.
For anybody who doesn't know, we went to an after-hours, after-dark events that Disneyland has. So they closed the park early to the general public. I want to say they closed at 8 p.m. And so the event ran from 9 p.m. to 1 a.m. And the theme was 90s night. I left feeling like something was missing.
We want to know what that is. What was missing?
I don't know. Disney has to...
Oh, you don't know?
No, I don't. I'm just saying, I felt like there was something lacking.
What was lacking? Oh my gosh.
Upon arrival, we were given a fanny pack. It was themed Disney, 90s night, so that was kind of cool. We went to the Carnation Cafe and had dinner there. It was absolutely delicious. It was so good. The nice part about these after-hour events is the lines are very, very short. I'm talking 5-minute waits.
Well, it was raining that night. I don't know if that had anything to do with it.
And that as well.
Yeah.
So that was really nice. Yeah, it was raining, but we got to do a lot of rides, which was really cool. The music, Kevin was really in tune with the music, and I was hoping for more 90s selection, but a lot of it was like early 2000s.
Yeah, I'm sorry, they got the wrong decade. Wrong decade.
So it was a lot of kind of bleed over into the 2000s, but the music was fun. But even then, the dance parties, I felt like it was missing something.
It was missing something.
I don't know what it is.
Missing something up. We don't know what it is, but it was missing that thing. Whatever
Star
that thing
Wars
may
Land
be.
was closed pretty much almost entirely.
Yeah. That was weird.
really interesting. They did have, for the pass holders, kind of a special button that they gave away, which is kind of cool. And they had the Max collectible popcorn bucket.
I bought one of those.
Yeah.
So did Rudy.
Those are cool.
Well, they told me, you guys told me, well, you can only get this at 90s night. I said, oh, collectible. And we went on, I searched yesterday. Those things are going for like $125 now.
Yeah,
$125.
We didn't pay that though.
No, 36 bucks plus the popcorn, which was pretty good. But it was missing something.
The night went by really fast, I will say. When it was time to go, I'm like, oh, yeah, it's time to go. This is Alaska Airlines 1412 taking off to Liberia on the MAX 9.
You know, I think I know what you're talking about in terms of missing something. They closed down all the restaurants on Main Street. They pretty much closed down a lot of the park, and I think that's what it's like when you close down half the park, you're missing ambiance.
I will say, in all fairness, we didn't spend the entire night, you know, doing the dance party, so that they might have played 90s music and we just missed it. And they had a bunch of different, I don't know how we missed out on this. Jerry, we hung out with Jerry as well.
Netherland Pixel, yes.
He mobile ordered, is it peanut butter filled beignets?
Yes.
And somehow we missed his window period.
Yeah,
and
he wasn't very happy.
Failed on that. So
in fact, Jerry was really upset that we missed that.
I was really bummed as well, because I was looking forward to that. But I'm like, how did we miss that? We were spending some time in Star Wars Land at the Oga's Cantina, and
that was the only thing that was basically open in Star Wars Land.
We got distracted there. So I'm like, how did we miss that? I was looking forward to that. They had a bunch of different types of desserts and drinks that you could order, but I think that's where everybody was lined up for. It was all the desserts and snacks. And
oh, awesome. Thank you. Always love lemon. Would you like a lemon? Rudy, you want a lemon?
Sure.
Oh, you're giving us the whole bag? You done with them? Here you go. Make some lemonade.
Thank you. Vitamin C.
Thanks, Steve.
This is American Airlines 1899 taking off to Indianapolis on the 737-800. I know what we forgot to do too. The whole point of taking Kevin is it was an early birthday present, and I was going to make it a point to get you one of those birthday buttons.
A birthday button.
And I forgot.
And if I would have had the birthday button, I would have got free cake at the restaurant.
Do they give? I don't think so.
Oh, yeah. At the Blue Bayou, if you have your birthday button on, they give you free cake.
Well, we didn't go to the Blue Bayou.
Well,
we missed that. Oh, but it was closed. It was closed.
Yeah, everything was closed. See, I think that's what you're talking about. The missing thing at Disney on this theme night was you closed half the park.
Yeah.
And to me, I hate to say this, it felt like another opportunity for Disney just to double down on money for that day. You've got all these people going to the regular park that were kicked out at about 6, 7 o'clock at night, 8 o'clock at the latest, and then you bring in a whole new group of people. What was the ticket cost on that?
I want to say it was about $150.
$150, which is actually the same cost as going to the park on a normal day, and you're only limited to basically from 9 to 1 a.m. in the morning.
So Kevin wasn't a fan.
I won't be rushing back to another theme night anytime soon.
Yeah.
Of course, I wasn't wearing any 90s theme anything. And I told Rudy, I said, I actually pulled up my public access TV show from 1992.
Oh, yeah.
And I said, look, I haven't changed a bit. I haven't changed a bit.
Yeah.
I'm 90s still. I'm stuck in the 90s. But there was one woman who was in the Star Wars land, and she got it perfectly.
Yes, she did.
She looked like she was on the show 90210. Not wearing pink and teal and all those other things that everyone was wearing. She had it down perfectly. And I kept on saying, she wins the award. She wins the award. So Rudy goes over there and tells her, that guy over there, he thinks she won the award for being the best dressed 90s.
Yeah. And she said, cheers to that.
Cheers.
We became really good friends all of a sudden.
There you go. She had it down.
Yeah, and I asked her, where did you get your outfit? She's like, it was in my closet. I'm like, oh, well, that's even better. That is Delta 951 taking off to JFK on the 767-300ER.
Runway 25 right,
E-Jet coming in from San Diego. That's right, California. E175LL. United Express, SkyWest, flight 6249. We also have a Queen lighting up. Asiana Cargo, flight 286, will be heading to SFO at a 747-400. CKW with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, CKW. Green Air just revealed the new corporate logo, new livery and uniform to come. New logo is already on one of its 787s.
That's Joe.
Registration HL8515. Yeah, we've seen the new logo and we've seen the new livery on a Dreamliner. There is a photo out there. We've been talking about it. I don't know. I'd like to see a better photo, but pretty basic from what we've seen so far.
Yeah. This is United Airlines Flight 33 coming in from Tokyo, Narita on the 787-9 Dreamliner.
It's usually a north side arrival. Of course, landing here on the south side takes you to Terminal 7 a little quicker.
Spirit 448 LA Tower with 0203, runway 25 left to land.
Visual 25 left.
Spirit 448 LA Tower, wind 0203, runway 25 left to land.
Runway 25 left to land, Spirit 448.
So anyway, that was our night on Thursday. There was also a parade, a 90s parade. Didn't last very long.
Yeah, it was very short.
It was fun. Very 90s. Highlighting some of the 90s films, I guess. Lion King and Aladdin and whatnot.
Yeah, they had two showings. We were going to try to do the first one, and that's, again, we got distracted. We went to the second one, so I'm wondering if the second one was maybe shorter, abbreviated.
There was a delay on the second one.
Yeah. There was no fireworks because of the rain.
It's the Dreamliner with Japan coming in from Tokyo to Narita. Should be heading to the southeast corner of Tom Bradley. E-Jet taking off on 25 right.
This is Alaska SkyWest 3451 taking off to Monterey on the E175.
LA spotter with the $5 super chat. This is a beautiful day for spotting. Beautiful day for fly out as well, Joe. We'll see you take off here shortly. 90s Soul, 80s Mind with the $5 super chat. Appreciate that. Heading from Tampa to Amsterdam tomorrow and a Delta A330-300. Or even got the crew a gift card to celebrate their 100th birthday. Hope they like it. Oh, how cool is that? I'm sure they'll love it.
Yeah.
have a great flight. Speaking of Delta A330-300s, we actually have one. Is it coming in from New York here today?
I think it's taking off.
Taking off? I think it came in yesterday then.
We have an Asiana cargo, Queen, now lining up for takeoff to San Francisco.
Is this Joe right here?
Yeah, that's him.
What's up, Joe? Is he flying Mint?
No, he's over the wing.
On the right or left
I
side?
believe on the left side. He'll be waving.
He'll be waving. All right.
Spirit 448, hold short of runway 25 right at Juliet.
Hold short 25 right at Juliet, Spirit 448.
Spirit 448, clear, do still occupied, taxi westbound on Hotel and one short of Quebec.
West on Hotel, short of Quebec, Spirit 448.
Of course, if you guys haven't yet, make sure to hit that like button, feed the bees, subscribe if you're new, and make sure your notifications are all set. Next week, we will be heading to the Valley of the Sun, Phoenix, Arizona, for 3 days, 3 straight days. Live streaming there at Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport. Amazing views, amazing sounds. A lot of aircraft we don't see here at LAX. Should be a lot of fun. Hopefully you join me. Who else we have in the chat here today? Travel Guy Canada, hello. Cheryl Reinhardt, good to see it. GT241, Christina there in Australia.
The right turn at Lima and hold short of runway 25 right.
Kenneth Murray, hello.
Short 25 right, Spirit 448.
RJ Luke, fellow Michigander. Melanie Elrod, you know, every time I see your last name, Melanie, I think of the Elrods in Halloween 2. Has anybody ever said that to you before? All right, we got the Queen on the roll. 25 right. Of course, heading to SFO. This will be an early takeoff here, early rotation.
Spirit 448, traffic hold in position at Lima, runway 25 right, runway 8 heavy LA tower with 3104, runway 25 left for land.
Nice.
Not bad. 2 Queens. The first hour of today's broadcast.
88 heavy LA tower, good morning, 13104, runway 25 left to the land.
Simi Valley Pad, hello.
Looks like ABX Air 410 will be pushing back. 767 converted freighter taking off to Cincinnati.
David Jolly.
Roger 13-14-13-004 on Doctor, runway 25 right.
Scrambled Egg 81, Ken Stowe.
Takeoff 25 right, United 1314.
Richard Flair with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Richard. Hello from Chicago here, Chicago Midway. Kevin Rudy. There is talk of a major spring storm this week. Blizzards, tornadoes, hail, fires, damaging winds, and the polar vortex coming back. You're going to have it all, aren't you?
Wow.
Well, that just sounds like an airline disaster waiting to happen in terms of cancellations and delays that affect pretty much the whole country, as Chicago is a big hub for United and American.
That was United 1314 taking off to San Francisco on the 737-900ER.
Air Tahiti Nui, Flight 8 coming from Papa Ete, 787-9 Dreamliner. Next arrival here on the south side, 25 left. There's a Carlux Queen here that landed about in the 8 o'clock hour. Should be seeing that take off at some point here today.
ABX now pushing back. Has the big A on the tail.
The Avengers livery, as everyone calls it. Zip Air 787-8 Dreamliner also pushing back, more than likely heading to the north side as it's got its tail to the south.
Heavy at Lima, cross runway 25 right, taxi straight ahead, and hold short of Kilo 1 and contact the city ramp.
What's that?
Joe's flight pulled off.
Joe,
What's happening?
Are you being good on the flight, Joe?
Yeah. Did you get in trouble already?
You being disruptive, Joe?
Someone get up to use the restroom.
Maybe they poured a little too much gasoline. Maybe needed to burn some off.
LA Tower, American 1995, 25 left.
American 1995, number 2, wind 3404, runway 25 left, clear to land.
So land 25 left, American 1995.
What's so funny?
Oh, man. Well, just, you know.
Well, now, Rudy, you can't be over there laughing and not tell us what you're laughing about. Everyone at home is going to be like, what is Rudy laughing about?
Just someone's doing their exercises at the park, and it caught me off guard.
Oh.
I mean, it is a park. Just do your scuba.
John Zoller with a $20 super chat. Good to see you, John. Hello, KNR, back in Philadelphia for 20-day round-the-world adventure. Sent pictures through email wearing an AVL hat. Hamid and Doha and Shanghai in Singapore are unbelievable. Greetings to the mods, friends, and Kave and Maria. This sounds like an awesome trip. Are you tired?
Yeah, that sounds exhausting.
That does sound exhausting. Well, sit back, relax, John. Thank you so much for representing AVL around the world. Did anybody ever come up to you, John, and say, hey, we love AVL?
This arrival is United Airlines 2445 coming in from Newark on the 787-10 Dreamliner.
Korean 8207 Heavy LA Tower number 2, 13303.
That Korean Air Cargo 777 freighter heading here to the south side. Air Tahiti Nui heading into the gates there at the west gates. Michael with the $2 super chat. Thanks so much. Michael says, what up, people? What up?
What is up? What is up, brother?
Tim back with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Tim. Says, hey, Kevin Rudy. from, we're also expecting major storms this week in SoCal. More rain, which means long sleeves and maybe even an umbrella. Stay safe. Yeah, Tim, I saw that, and we've been talking about that. And of course, I'm skipping town. I'm going to Phoenix. Of course, there was a threat of rain a few days there as well, but it looks like it's heading more toward a drier week. But yeah.
Skywest 9913, contact signal departure today.
Can you do me a favor? Where's my keys? Oh, right
Heavy,
here.
reduce the final
Can you grab
approach
that Kleenex box in the back? Oh. It's right there. My nose is dripping. Sorry, TMI.
Uh-oh.
It's this tree.
You know, I didn't take any
What's
allergy
that?
medicine today.
Thank you.
Eek.
I have some if you want some.
I'm fine.
Flexjet 587 at Foxtrot.
I'm good.
Cross runway 25 left, hold short of runway 25 right.
So,
Oh. Did it not go down? Hit the left button.
Flexjet 587, runway 25 right at Foxtrot, line up and wait. We're waiting for a couple departures off the north side.
Great Air Cargo 777 Freighter up next for arrivals. 25 left.
American 1995, traffic will hold in position at Juliet, cross runway 25 right, ground point 75.
At Juliet, cross 25 right, ground point 75.
United 469 LAX, cross runway Kevin Rudy, City by heavy 777-13404, runway 25 left away.
Touching down at 25 left. Will it go all the way to Lima? More than likely a turnoff at Alpha 8. Of course, last Sunday we were dealing with high winds throughout the course of the day.
oh yeah. Windy, windy. Not today. It's very still.
But it's missing something.
It's nice and sunny.
It's missing something.
The rain? Oh, that's on
I
its
don't
way.
know what that is, but it's missing something. I don't know. Something just... I don't know.
It's missing the rain. It's missing...
Rudy doesn't understand. I'm joking. I'm kidding.
Oh, no, I know.
About what you said earlier. It was
trying to-
missing something,
trying
but
to
I don't know
erase
what
that.
it was missing. But missing what? Oh, Rita's not here today.
I think part of it is we didn't partake in enough desserts. I think that's what it was. That's what we missed out on.
The popcorn alone is probably 1,000 calories.
No, the popcorn is salty, and that popcorn was a little salty. Salt, salt, salt.
And it had a little caramel popcorn
Oh,
in it.
yeah, that's right.
In blue. It was like blue caramel popcorn. I don't know if that's a 90s thing.
Flexjet 587 on that dock, wind calm, runway 25 right, Foxtrot, clear for takeoff.
So zipping on up there to the north side. We'll be taking off on the 25 left. Matthew back with the $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Matthew. Says, have you guys heard back?
Heavy 767 will hold in position, caution wake turbulence, wind calm, runway
In
25
2019,
left.
Hawaiian Airlines retired the Boeing 767 aircraft from Sacramento to Honolulu, flight HA919, and all the Hawaiian Airlines is only A330-200. Yes. Yeah, if you look at the history of Hawaiian heavies, they've had L-1011s, they've had DC-10s that I think they were originally owned by American. Then they went to the 767. Then they went to the A330. Now apparently heading toward the Dreamliner, but I'm hearing rumors that that may change and that those Dreamliners may head to Alaska's mainland fleet, and that possibly Hawaiian might be getting an order for A330 Neos. So we'll see what the future is for Hawaiian in terms in terms of long future of heavy action. But yeah, if you look at the history, they've been through a lot.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. Looks like we're getting ABEX here on 25 left.
All right. Stand by for the Avengers.
Turn southbound offshore. Wind calm runway 25 left for takeoff. Turn takeoff 25 left on Hyper. It's 469. Call 35 right Juliet. Takeoff 175.
This is Alaska Airlines 1418 taking off to Guadalajara on the 737-800.
All right, the Avengers now rolling down at 25 left. Rudy's using the old Sony 200 to 600 millimeter lens. He took some shots last week and said he noticed a big difference. Well, ask him if the Sony lens is missing anything.
Yeah, it's actually missing. Doesn't it have like a protective cover?
Oh, show it off real quick. Show it off. This is, of course, we got the top of the hour as well, but this is the lens. So, this is AVL property, but it's just not being used right now because we just don't have any use for it. It's a Sony. It's a very nice lens. Very nice lens. But it was just sitting around, and I said, Rudy, why don't you use it? And you've only posted one photo from last week, and boy, you could see the clarity.
Yes, because the last one I posted was with my old lens.
This Air Premier heading here to the south side. Or heading back to the gate. I know that flight already landed this morning.
This is Spirit Airlines Flight 110 taking off to Salt Lake City on the A321neo.
All right, officially top of the hour.
Cross 25 right at Juliet, then contact ground 0.75.
Just after 11 a.m. here in beautiful Los Angeles, California, you are watching continuous live coverage of LAX plane spotting right here on your home for LAX live streams. That is Airline Videos Live. Today's the big Sunday show here on March 9th, 2025. We are your plane jockeys here at Imperial Hill. Hope you guys are all having a great weekend. Thanks for tuning in here today. We're just getting started here today. All right. How you doing over there?
Good. Our friend Joe is now headed back to the runway for takeoff.
All right, good. Better than heading back to the gate.
Yeah. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. We have
Hello, Gary.
Notch 8 Productions. David Jolly.
Gary, what's up?
Wenneman, Germany. Joshua Leclerc, good to see ya. And we have Armand, the random spotter, also in the chat.
Long-time friend Gary Sunken in the chat. What's up, Gary? What's going on, Gary? I should call you Breaking News, Gary.
We have the Scrambled Egg 81, Super 80 Adrian. Christina, good to see ya. Deborah H. Somiel, good to see ya. Cheryl. Larry, YXZ, good to see ya. Johnny Dodge, good to see you as well.
What's up, Johnny? Coming for that barbecue at some point.
Friend John Zoller, the LA spotter, ready to head for the skies.
All right. Of course, the United Dreamliner arriving on the north side, now heading to Terminal 7. It looks like Air Premia indeed heading here to the south side. The 787-9 Dreamliner heading to Seoul. Netherland Pixel, Jerry back with the $2 super chat. Thanks so much, Jerry. Says 90s night was missing a peanut butter and jelly beignet.
That's what was missing.
Jerry, you were not very happy that you missed that. I could tell.
Yeah, I was looking forward to that. You got one for each of us, too.
Blame me, Jerry.
Joe's all lined up.
Calvin with the $20 super chat. Thanks so much, Calvin. Says good morning, Kevin and Rudy, and everyone. Looking forward to meeting 3 of you in Honolulu. Ordered a t-shirt and a hat, arriving on March 13th, just in time for the show. Need to look sharp. Meeting you guys. There you go. Well, Calvin, we'll look forward to meeting you there in Honolulu at the end of the month. Thank you so much for your awesome support. Enjoy the new t-shirt and hat. All right. Our friend Joe now rolling down the 25 right. I'll zoom in over the wing. Over the wing, you say, huh? All right. Let's look. Do we see anybody waving? All I see are windows closed.
That is JetBlue Flight 2010 taking off to West Palm Beach on the A321 Neo LR. Follow your intuition.
Did you guys see anybody like Joe waving? Have a Virgin Atlantic 787-9 Dreamliner arriving on the north side. Usually the first Virgin Atlantic flight is 7. This is 141.
Arriving a little early here today. He says he was waving. Zip Air, the next takeoff on the north side.
Air Premia continuing down the 25 right.
Runway 375 on our Docker, wind 020 at 5, runway 25 right, clear takeoff. RNAV and Docker 25 right, clear takeoff, runway 375. American 2440 off in the tower, with 25 right, line up and wait. American 2440.
John Zoller back with the $2 super chat. Thanks so much, John. Says flew United Airlines flight 28 Singapore to SFO, 8,654 miles and 14 hours, 28 minutes. Eek. Oof. Wow.
And Zippy is now rolling.
American 2440 on that Docker, wind 0205, runway 25 right, clear
This is Zip Air Flight 23 taking off to Tokyo Narita on a 787-8 Dreamliner.
It was a beautiful arrival this morning on our 24-hour cameras.
Oh, yeah.
On Sundays, Sometimes I can't pull myself away from the TV set watching that. It's like, come on, Kevin, you got to take a shower. You got to get ready for the big Sunday show. You can't just sit here on the sofa all day and watch the 24-hour live camera. I literally have to pull myself off the sofa.
It was a gorgeous morning, though. I don't blame you. And it was crystal clear.
I tell you, I mean, the cameras are doing such a great job. It's crystal clear on an 80-inch TV. It's must-see TV.
This takeoff is American Airlines 2440 taking off to Miami on the A321neo. I mentioned it last week. I'm surprised that there aren't more people watching those 24/7
Yeah,
streams.
what's up with that?
Where is everybody?
Yeah.
That's 14, taxi Alpha to Atlantic, this frequency. Alpha to Atlantic, this frequency.
Number 2 for arrival here on the south side, Air Tahiti Nui, flight 102, coming from Papa Ete, 787-9 Dreamliner. I'll tell you, I think, besides our main shows, certainly the Big Sunday Show, Rudy, I think it's the best thing on YouTube.
I think so too, and I think it does take time to gain momentum. That was United Airlines 1260 taking off to Denver on the A321neo.
I know, I think certainly on our channel now, we have a lot of different options. You can watch certainly on a Sunday, you can watch the Big Sunday Show. You can watch the BTS. You can watch us stare at us all day long. If you don't like us, well, you can watch the AI cameras. We got both the north and the south side with awesome views. I mean, we give you options. Whatever you like.
It's like, what do you call it?
Side of tater tots.
Buffet. Pick what you want.
Yeah. Whatever you like. We'll give it to you. Whatever you want. You want the planes without the Plane Jockeys side of ketchup and mustard? You got it. I think a lot of people, and Deborah just saying this, that she likes the 24-hour streams at night when trying to sleep.
Yeah.
And Allison, one of her great mods, said, I have it on when I go to sleep as well until the top of the hour and your voice comes on and wakes me up. I said, I'm sorry. Sorry.
I personally just can't leave it on because I won't sleep.
You won't sleep because you feel it missing something?
No, it just feels like I'm supposed to be paying attention. So it kind of wakes me up.
Runway 34 right, Chris says, I wonder if there is any way that AVL can advertise the 24-hour AI cameras on location at LAX for people to tune in while they wait for their flights at the airport. I think you got a good idea there. Certainly, it's something to have on at the TVs in the bars and the restaurants at LAX. I know we've bugged the fine folks at the Proud Bird to have it playing there at the restaurant. They'd probably be like, yeah, how much you want to pay us to advertise?
That's what it is. Yep, that's what it's all about.
Yeah, it's all about the money.
Yeah, 2667 on F Doctor, wind 0703, runway 25 right at Foxtrot, clear for takeoff. Quick takeoff, 25 right at Foxtrot, RNAV Docker, United, 2667. 3432, contact for departure. Departure, Skyway 3432.
Second Air Tahiti Nui Dreamliner flight arriving.
Yeah, 2113, off from the tower, 8 Foxtrot. 2113, over 25 Foxtrot, line and wait.
How much do you think a billboard would cost outside of LAX?
That's a good question.
Flying out, we'll catch your flight on AVL. There you go. Yeah. Can't cost that much. What, 100,000? You know that billboard just as you fly into LAX and the Horseshoe? Usually it's either United or Starlux.
Starlux, yeah.
That billboard, if you guys have seen that. We'll put the billboard up right there.
Perfect. Lots of eyeballs on that one.
Oh, yeah. Love those long rolls on these United 737s.
This is United Airlines 2667 taking off to Washington Dulles on the MAX 9.
So Air Tahiti Nui will, I think, cross over as Air Premia is still sitting there waiting to line up on 25 right. Matthew back with the $2 super chat. Thanks so much, Matthew. Says, what does Rudy really like to eat in Honolulu?
That's a good question.
You know what he likes? I'll tell you what he likes. He likes the big shrimp at Duke's.
Yes.
The crusted shrimp.
That stuff is good. I was going to say the barbecue, but I don't remember having barbecue last time we went.
What were those little dough things with the pork inside? That was really good.
Oh.
That's like a Hawaiian.
I'm trying to remember the name of that. Manapua?
I think that's it. Yeah. Those were good.
Those
but
were
he
really
really likes the big, plumpy shrimp at Duke's. It is good. I think it's
delicious.
It is. What is it? It's deep fried. Is there pineapple on it? I think that's what creates the crust on the shrimp. It's like,
I don't think there's pineapple on that though.
not pineapple. I'm thinking coconut. Coconut, not
oh
pineapple.
yes, coconut crusted shrimp.
You know,
sounds good.
For 4 of them, it's only like $40. No big deal.
Might as well go to a luau.
Yeah. Turkish A350 coming in from Istanbul. Next arrival on the north side. Do have a Delta A350 coming in from Tokyo Haneda on the downwind leg. So I think we'll head to Turkish there on the north side. This Air Premia is lined up, ready to go on 25 right.
7720, visual 25 left. Good morning. Air Premia 102 heavy, RNAV Docker, wind 0903, runway 25 right, clear takeoff.
Turkish flight 179 from Istanbul on the A350-900. Flight time is 13 hours and 3 minutes.
Wind calm, runway 25 left, headwind. Little line 25 level, heading 7720. Dallas 9799, Los Angeles Tower, crossway turbulence, your discretion, runway 25 right, line left and wing. Line of warning 25 right, Skywest 9799.
All right, the Air Premia Dreamliner now rolling it down at 25 right.
This is Air Premia Flight 102 taking off to Seoul on the 787-9 Dreamliner.
Have a United 757-300 waiting to cross over 25 right. This flight coming in from Chicago O'Hare, flight 1584. It's a 21-year-old, 757 at 300.
FI9799, they're already 5 miles ahead. Your discretion, runway 25 right, clear takeoff.
Air China, flight 987, coming in from Beijing, a 777-300ER, just 10 minutes out. We'll be arriving on the north side. Here to the south side, Air New Zealand flight 6 coming from Auckland, 777-300ER, now just 28 minutes away. It's nice to have the coming up this hour animations working again this week.
Oh, yeah.
And we're down for a couple weeks. Honestly, man, the 55 with the super chats is, when are you taking Rudy to Disney World?
I don't think that's going to happen.
No.
Ever.
Nah. I'll say this. I really, throughout the years, for many years, I used to go to Disneyland every year for my birthday. It was like my favorite thing. And then, obviously, during the pandemic, I didn't go at all. And the one time I went, I think you guys all paid for my trip. After, it was a birthday gift, wasn't it? Many years ago.
Yeah, it was a gift card for you to purchase an annual pass.
Oh, that's right, yeah. And I went once, and I got really ill, like bad. Probably the worst sickness I've had in a really long time. And then I didn't go back. Not to say that I picked it up there, but I think that's where I picked it up. And anyway, what I'm trying to say is, and after the other night, I appreciate Disney for what it is, but it's not what it was 10 years ago.
No, it's changed a lot.
It's changed a lot.
Yeah, 502 Los Angeles Tower, waiting for on the North Complex, traffic crossing, runway 25
It's missing
right,
something.
runway.
I don't know what it is, but it's missing something. You know what I really miss that I just don't think is there anymore? Remember when you would come home from Disneyland and you would smell like Disneyland? There was a certain smell in the air, and it was like a caramel corn kind of smell. And apparently that smell was coming from the train, because they would reuse the oil that they would use in other parts of the park, and they would put it into the engines, and then the oil would burn and let off this like smell in the air, and it was a good smell. But you knew you were at Disneyland, and you knew you were at Disneyland if you came home and you smelled like that, because it was all over your clothes. I miss that smell. That smell's not there anymore.
Well, the train's been under refurbishment, so
yeah, but I don't think that they burn the oil anymore on the train. I think that's done and over with. So it's lost its smell.
Supposedly, Disneyland pumps out smell.
Yeah.
To get you to go into the shops and buy whatever it is.
Shane Dawson did I don't know if you saw it, he posted a video last week about certain things at Disneyland, and they were testing the water in the water rides and the water fountain. They were talking about the smellos, whatever it's called.
321 from the North Complex will pass front right to left. On that Docker, wind calm.
I think we talked about the fact, and I think Rita knew what that smell was. It was the oil and she confirmed to me that they no longer do it.
The only smell that is very distinct from Disneyland is inside Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yeah, well, that's always stayed the same.
Yeah, you could smell that and you know you're there.
I think that's chlorine in the water is what you're smelling.
Nothing special.
That's that flight coming in from Tokyo Haneda, A350-900 with Delta. Next arrival on the north side, 24 right.
Flight time from Tokyo is 9 hours and 4 minutes.
Tower, American 1979, approaching Gigi, visual 25 left. American 1979, Los Angeles Tower, wind calm, runway 25 left, clear to land. Clear to land 25 left, American 1979.
This is United Airlines 502 taking off to Phoenix on the MAX 9.
Turkish heading into the southwest corner of Tom Bradley. And friend 757 Chip with the $10 super chat. Good to see you, Chip. Thank you so much. Howdy, Kevin and Rudy and the fabulous Mod Squad. I enjoyed the action and banter while wolfing down a burger on Texas toast from one of Kevin's favorite burger joints. That would be what a burger.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I have to still try that Texas toast at Whataburger. You know, they have Whataburger in Arizona. There's actually a new Whataburger at 40th and Thomas, which isn't too far from where I'm staying. I don't know. I might have to go try the Texas toast.
That sounds good. Yeah, you got to do that.
Are you getting the one with the... Oh, you're a burger on the Texas toast. I want one of those chicken sandwiches on the Texas toast. That looks really good.
Ooh.
Chip, is the hamburger or the chicken better on the Texas toast? Maybe the burger would be better.
That does sound good. This is Alaska SkyWest 3123 taking off to San Francisco on the E175.
Looking at the tail lineup at the west gates. Of course, we have two Air Tahiti Nui Dreamliners, both coming from Papeete. One of those will be heading to Paris. Not Viva Aerobus. What's the other airline? Why can I not think of it?
Pilates?
Yeah, it's, see, Allegra kicking in. I told Rudy I don't like to take Allegra because it makes me loopy. Yellow Dreamliner as well as Philippines all sitting there.
We have Texas Toast in the chat. Hello. Were your ears ringing, Texas Toast?
I like you a lot.
This is Alaska Airlines 1364 taking off to Cancun, Mexico on the 737-900ER.
CY with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, CY. Appreciate that. Where are they heading? Where are you guys going?
The beach.
Oh.
Let's go to the beach. Don't get in the water. Apparently they're saying don't get in the water.
Oh, really? Why? Oh, because of all the rain?
Because of all of the contaminants from the fires.
Oh.
Apparently has made stuff go into the water and causing
Thank you.
contamination.
Yeah.
And apparently it's unhealthy to get into the water.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I would say maybe don't get in there. Hi. How's it going?
I'd say don't walk on the beach either, but that's just me. We have a couple aircraft heading to 25 right will be taking off here shortly, including American Airlines Flight 613 heading to Chicago O'Hare, 737-800, followed by Alaska Airlines Flight 1334 heading to Belize City, 737-800 as well. We're doing then Air China 777-300ER, Flight 987 coming from Beijing, next heavy arrival on the north side. What's your name? Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Hey guys, got the goodie bags? Good, good. All right. Thank you, thank you.
2024, hold short of runway 25 right at Juliet.
Hold short, 25 right at Juliet, American Wings.
Calling 375, contact
Let's head to the 777-300ER, coming in from Beijing, next arrival on the north side.
American 2434, keep it moving, cross runway 25 right Juliet, contact ground point 75.
Cross Juliet, cross 25 right at Juliet.
Plaster 1000 says, go in the water. What's the big fuss?
Flight heading back to Taipei, now pushing back. We'll see if that heads here to the south of the north side. What's that?
Sai is asking, can you make a membership version of the 24/7 live and make the H Hotel ad silent? Interesting.
No, we can't. So a lot of people have requested, can we create a live stream that has both the north and the south side together? There's been a lot of requests. The problem is the internet, every time we add or do something, including Rudy and I in the office, even taking those shots from the cloud, basically, it runs down the internet. We only have so much internet to play with, and if we want the highest quality normally, then we gotta kind of leave it alone as is right now, and maybe that will change. Maybe the internet will get better, but the more you tinker with it, aka add more live streams from the existing cameras, the less quality we have.
Yeah, we don't want to tinker with it. This is American Airlines 613 taking off to Chicago on the 737-800.
All right, with EVA with its tail to the north, that could signal a south side takeoff. Zikalukai with a super chat. Says kisses from French Civil Aviation National School. Huge motivations while studying. Well, hello there.
Hello.
Best of luck.
Of course.
Don't look, Mom.
They're
Thank
for
you.
eating.
They are for eating. Before the ants get them. Ooh.
The EVA Air is a 777-300ER.
Still one in there. Don't let the ants get it.
Yeah, no. Not today.
Yeah, we're not gonna mess with the cameras at this point. You know, the whole thing is new. You know, it's not. A lot of people ask us, how you guys pulling that off? How you doing that? How you doing this? How are the cameras tracking? Who's running the camera? A lot of questions. It's not a plug and play system, you guys. So it's not something you can just buy and plug it in and say do its thing. It's a very complicated setup. I can't even figure it out. I was up there all day on Friday and looking over the shoulder of the contractor that has put this whole thing together, and I'm just like, I have no idea what you're doing.
Departure, we'll see United 2729. At 801 heavy, lost center power, runway 25 right, line of way. Runway 25 right, flight United 801 heavy. 9801 heavy on F Docker, wind 0203, runway 25 right, clear takeoff. On F Docker, runway 25 right, takeoff, United 801 heavy.
That was JetBlue 724 taking off to JFK on the A321neo LR.
Have a good day. See you, JetBlue 724.
Looks like Air China heading up to the north side gates as we do have a United Dreamliner now rolling down at 25 right.
This is United Airlines 801 taking off to Hong Kong on the 787-9 Dreamliner.
All right, Eva, what are you going to do? You head to the south, head to the north? I don't know where your position is on Kilo. Kind of looking like you're too far to the south to make a U-turn at this point.
Just keep coming this way. So we're just a couple weeks away from the official start of spring. Although it definitely feels like spring right now.
It does. And I got to tell you, Rudy, I think I'm allergic to something else down here.
I was actually holding back a sneeze just now.
I'm telling you.
Yeah. You see, I didn't take my allergy meds today, so go figure.
Well, I have, and I'm over here crying.
He's crying. Oh no, he's crying.
I'm crying. Some weeder down here. Weed something. Rudy was around me pretty much the whole day yesterday.
Oh, it's a pine tree. I even smell it.
Did I once ever have a runny nose, runny eyes?
No.
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 It's just right here at the hill. Why did we sit up here again?
That's a good question.
All right, Eva, looking like it's possibly heading here to the south side.
Got the 450 loft in the tower, wind 0704, runway 25 left to land. To the land, 25 left, 13 loft in the tower, traffic crossing, runway.
Golfing Amy with a $5 super chat through PayPal. Thanks so much, Amy. Says, hi, Kevin Rudy. Jamie's birthday is coming up on Friday. I'm trying to get as many of his friends to honor his memory by having the pizza for dinner on his birthday. And that was his birthday tradition, ... I'm sorry, the rest of your message is not showing up on my end, Amy.
Aww. Well, we had pizza last night.
He did, yeah.
Friday.
You're talking about this coming Friday, right, Amy?
I will have a pizza when I get home.
I was going to say, I'll be driving back from Arizona.
Oh, by the way, Friday's the big performance. I know some of our viewers were going to try to make it to Universal Studios. 11 a.m., 12 p.m., 2 performance times. And it's supposed to rain. Good old times coming up.
Have your kids perform Singing in the Rain.
Ah, I should have programmed that. No, we're doing Smoke on the Water. That's their favorite song.
What's that? Smoke in the Water.
What is it? Something purple? Everybody knows Smoke on the Water.
Smoke on the water?
Yeah, if I play it for you, you'll recognize it.
Well, just hum it. Dun, 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 dun. That one?
Yeah.
Oh, that one.
Deep Purple, that's what it is. There you go. See, they know. This is American Airlines 813 taking off to Philly on the A321neo.
Everyone's like, now it's in my head. Thanks, you guys. Doom, 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 doom.
And the kids love it, and the parents love it. It's just good.
4001 Los Angeles Tower with 1005, runway 25 left to LAX. Land 25 out, thanks, go split up.
Yeah, iconic guitar riff, that's exactly right. That was American Airlines Flight 32 taking off to JFK on the A321.
American 32, contact for departure. Departure, American 32, good day.
Matthew back with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Matthew says, I have a joke for you guys. What do you call a train carrying bubble gum? And the answer is choo-choo. Very nice, Matthew.
Get it? Chew like you chew gum? Choo-choo like a train?
504 Los Angeles Tower, wind 1205, runway 25 left to the land.
Oh yes, March is officially Music in the Schools month here. So happy Music in the Schools month. Choo choo. I think now Kevin's saying achu, achu.
New Zealand 6 Heavy, Los Angeles Tower, wind 1305, runway 25 up left, good land. 25 left, good land, New Zealand 6 Heavy.
Everyone's looking at me over here like, what's wrong with Kevin?
Yo, what's wrong with you?
What's wrong with him now? Air New Zealand number 2 for arrival here on the south side. Eva, Flight 5 heading back to Taipei and the 777-300ER making its way down to 25 at right. We also have the Cargo Lux lighting up. A 747-8 will be taken off on 25 left. Since it is the big Sunday show, we do have a live giveaway. Anybody want one of these? Official Airline Videos Live hoodie. Still hoodie weather. Oh yeah, this could be yours. It just has to be in the chat. We give you a code word to answer, or to answer.
Well,
to put in the chat a code word.
I guess you'll be answering.
And maybe we should change it up. Maybe it should be a question, and someone has to have the right answer. And if you have the right answer, you're instantly in the running for the hoodie. Wouldn't that be funny? Put another level to it? Or is that too hard?
Yeah.
Rudy's like, it's missing something.
Does LAX have 717s? What's the answer to that?
The answer would be no.
I know.
Which would be the code word, right? While we were doing all the maintenance on the 24-hour cameras on Friday, I had the computer with me that has a lot of old stuff on it, and I was trying to find a way, because we played the Please Stand By thing for a long time, and I thought, well, can I find something in the archives that might keep people's attention a little bit more? And we found the pop quizzes
Good old pop quizzes.
I think you guys were having fun with the pop quizzes on Friday. This is Air New Zealand, the 777-300ER coming in from Auckland. Next arrival on 25 left.
Now people are going to be like, bring the quizzes back.
Well, as slow as LAX has been lately, we might.
Yeah, that was the whole reason for the quizzes. It was just really, really slow during the pandemic.
255, preceded by a heavy 777, heavy 747 holding in position.
Flight time is 11 hours, 22 minutes.
Dallas 4001, crossway 25 right Quebec, contact ground point 75. Aircraft 25 right Quebec, ground point 75, catch for the home. 504, also crossway 25 right Quebec, contact ground point 75. 25 right Quebec, ground point 75, on 504. 556 off on the tower, heavy 777 will front parallel, approximate turbulence, wind 1503, runway 25.
It's always so interesting to see the angle of the sun at this time of day after a time change. Like it feels different.
Oh, yeah, that's
Like
true.
it's almost noon and
Still got that morning sun.
yeah, still feels like 11 a.m. We have the Cargo Lux Queen lining up on 25 left for takeoff.
Already then.
Eva 005 heavy. Traffic off and down, field crossway service, heavy 747 departing the parallel, runway 25 right, line of way. Runway 25 right, line of
Also
way.
have that Japan Dreamliner coming in from Osaka. Next arrival on the north side.
The Queen is now rolling.
Not quite sure where this Queen is heading to. Was not showing anything on flight radar. Oh, Luxembourg. There we go.
LA Tower American 824 10 miles. Third land, runway 25 left.
Got Eva lined up. 25 right. Flight heading back to Taipei. Also, Philippine Airline Flight 113, the 777-300ER, still sitting at the gates, at the west gates of Tom Bradley. Should be pushing back here shortly. Calvin! The $10 super chat. Thanks so much, Calvin. Got the 777-300ER now rolling down at 25 right.
This is EVA Air Flight 5 taking off to Taipei on the 777-300ER.
Philippine 777 now pushing back.
Join hotel, take 8.
Singapore, flight 12. 777-300ER coming from Tokyo Narita, number 3 for arrival on the north side. Also have a Coletta Air Queen coming up from Anchorage, flight 985. Could be flying over us here at LAX as it makes its way here to the south side. Hello, Bruce Washburn, there in the chat. Kevin Miller, good to see you. Hello, Legend Jane. Farid. Barbara Smith. Skittles. Skittles, what's up?
Oh, hello.
Did you have a great time? I know you're flying back tomorrow. Of course, I'll be heading out to Phoenix, but we do have our 24-hour live cameras. Hopefully, we'll get your arrival. Skittles has been down there in the Down Under, hanging with all the plane spotters there in Sydney.
Nice. Sounds like a good time.
A wicked good time.
This is American Airlines 2596 taking off to Charlotte on the A321neo.
So Air New Zealand heading to the West Gate. Philippine more than likely will head up, make a left-hand turn on the Delta, and then over to Papa, and then back to Bravo, back to 25 right, and then head on the 405 to the 118 to the... No. Huh? Sorry,
Are you sure you took...
I got my taxiways and my highways all mixed up.
I was going to say, did you take Allegra or what's in here? Because...
I told you, it makes me loopy. I don't want to be loopy on my own show.
Nope. Nope. That's what makes it fun. This is Alaska Airlines 1430 taking off to Los Cabos on the 737-900ER.
Now we do have Singapore next arrival on the north side.
Flight time from Tokyo Narita is 9 hours and 12 minutes.
And this is Japan Airlines Flight 60 coming in from Osaka, Japan. Looks like it might be heading to the corner gate on the southwest side of Tom Bradley. Our friend Nancy with the gifting of 5 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Nancy. Now, Nancy, you asked me, were we going to see any of the dance moves on the Saturday night dance party at the AVL headquarters last night? Now, the answer I gave you said no. That was from me, though Rudy was showing off his dance moves at the beginning of the BTS this morning. So you can always go back and rewatch that. Sue with a $5 super chat says, how's this going? Thank you, Sue.
We have a queen.
Okay. Huh?
We have a queen about to fly over.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be flying directly over us. Of course, this flight coming in from Anchorage.
This is Coletta Air 985.
Always love these flyover shots. Got no clouds.
Yeah, crystal clear.
Kilo 17 out of the 1037 RNAV down.
Not going to shoot a photo?
I'll give it a shot.
I don't want to force you, Rudy.
Compare it to... Actually, I think I took one last Sunday. It's just been a really busy time.
Hawaii Tower, good afternoon, Hawaii 7780, be sort of runway 25 left. Bar 7780, LA aircraft into wind 007 runway 25 left. Clear to land runway 25 left, Hawaii 7780. Lost the 14, Juliet, short of 25 right, Alaska 446. Canada 788, LA
You can hear Rudy clicking away. Must be getting some good shots. Well, they'll be coming and visiting us here on the south side. Have a lot of action outside of Tom Bradley as well. Green Air Flight 18 pushing it back. Oh, it looks like Philippine heading to the north side. We've taken off on 24 left. Cathay Pacific, the 777 at 300ER now pushing back. That flight will be heading back to Hong Kong. We have another heavy arrival on the north side. Delta Airlines Flight 501. It's an A350-900 coming in from Atlanta. So it looks like Air New Zealand actually not heading to the west gates. Will now turn east and head into one of the gates at Tom Bradley.
Air Canada 788, the wind 0405, RNAV Doctor, on the right. 05 right air, RNAV Doctor.
Does anybody know if Delta took delivery of their 100th livery A350 last week?
Oh, good question.
I'd say probably not. I would have seen it pop up in my feed somewhere.
Talking 522, LA aircraft in the wind 0405, runway 25 left.
Runway 25 left, Santa Barbara.
Approaching the top of the hour. First A380 arrival will be Qantas, Flight 11, coming from Sydney, Australia. The A380 now just 34 minutes away. We'll be arriving up. Well, you know what? I was going to say on the north side, but that is the one A380 that could land here on the south side as well. I guess we'll find out as it gets a little bit closer.
That would be pretty cool.
Robert Brund with an awesome $50 super chat. Thank you so much, Robert. Says, by the way, flight time to Tokyo is 12 hours.
That's a long flight.
You know who's going to Tokyo? Thank you, Robert. Jerry. Jerry, you hear that? 12 hours.
Yeah, headed that way, you're going against a pretty strong jet stream.
Yeah.
7780 and here Hotel 7 at Juliet Hotel 7 Juliet Hotel runway 25 right, we're going to be 7780.
This is United Express 5630 taking off to Monterey on the E175.
All right, Asiana now joining the party on taxiway Kilo, now pushing it back. Flight 201 and we'll be heading back to Seoul as well. Of course, any of these A380s could take off here on the south side at any moment. All it has to do is be a little heavy. We've seen Asiana take off here on the south side. We've seen the Emirates take off here on the south side on a normal flow day.
Hi, guys. How's it going?
Where are you guys from? Toronto. Oh, Toronto, okay.
780, Eagle Day. 2388, contact from that 56. Over Hotel, good day,
Singapore flight 1-2 looks like it's heading to one of the gates on the south east corner of Tom Bradley. To the Coletta Air Queen at number 2 for arrival here on the south side. Korean just turning on its taxi lights. That more than likely, without a doubt, heading to 24 left there on the north side. All right, Korean now starting its taxi. We'll be making a right-hand turn onto taxiway Lima. A380 is always teasing us on this turn. Who? Raise your hand in the chat if you always look at this turn and think, oh, there's always a chance it might go to left. Always the chance it's going to go to left. I'm always looking at that front wheel and thinking, which way is it turning? All right, Philippine flight 113 heading back to Manila, now rolling down, taking off 24 left. All right, got that Queen up next for arrival here on the south side. Singapore making its way to the southeast corner. We also have a Copa Airlines 737 MAX 9 coming in from Panama City, waiting to cross over 25 right. We'll swing it out to the east. That Coletta Air Queen next arrival, 25 left. Also, an American Dreamliner are going to be lining up on 25 right. Don't expect this Queen to go all the way to Lima. It should be turning off at Alpha 8. An American Dreamliner lining up 25 right. Green Air just making that right-hand turn onto Echo on the north side. Oh, maybe we do have a Lima. I think we have a go long. Well, here we go. You know, we don't get too many Coletta Airs going all the way to Lima.
Left Lima, left Alpha, then contact ground flight 75. Good day. Left Lima, left Alpha, we'll contact ground. Good day.
go. Do I dare call it a rare go long? Coletta went all the way to Lima. Of course, wearing their older livery, which I prefer over the new one.
Tower quarter 663, visual 25 left.
Quarter 63, LA Telegraph near the wind 0203, runway 25 left.
Runway 25 left, quarter 663.
Mexico arriving 25 left. Looks like Korean Air, the A380 number 2 for takeoff on the north side on 24 left. Oh, Air Mexico arriving on 25 left. In my left runways incorrect.
Spirit 473, LA Telegraph, wind 1104, runway 25 left.
All right, so Coletta continuing down. And we have a little, ourselves a little 747 convention going on here today. We had 3 Queens already taken off. This one arriving. Looks like Cathay Pacific also heading to the north side. All right, stand by, everyone.
Oh, yeah.
Skittles. Hello, Skittles, with the $20 super chat. Thanks so much, Skittles. Says my flight may more than likely be picked up on your 24-hour cam, but my flight into LAX is scheduled to land at 12:15 p.m. Air New Zealand Flight 6. Alaska Air Flight to Seattle is scheduled to depart at 3 p.m. Flight 1147 tomorrow, March 10th. Well, like I said, I will not be here, unfortunately. I'll be on the road to Phoenix, but our 24-hour cameras will definitely catch all the action. More than likely, you'll be a south side arrival on 25 left, and it sounds like your Alaska flight more than likely will take off on the north side. Thank you so much, Skittles. Hope you had a great time. Asiana now making that right-hand turn on to Lima as it heads to the north side. Green Air, flight 18 lined up. They're on the north side. Let's see if we can fit in.
Got Porter rolling actually now up in the air.
Just going to do it top of the hour.
This is Porter 662 taking off to Toronto on the E195 E2 as we have a flight coming in from Toronto, flight 663.
Stick it to the top of the hour. It is officially afternoon here in beautiful Los Angeles, California. You are watching continuous live coverage of LAX plane spotting right here on your home for LAX live streams. That is Airline Videos Live. Today is the big, and I mean big, Sunday show here on March 9th, 2025. A beautiful day here. Hope you guys are all having a great Sunday. Thanks for tuning in here today as we continue along. It's actually a pretty busy Sunday so far with the time change and everything. So, all right, just getting started here today. Sit back, relax. We got you covered, isn't that right, Rudy?
Oh yeah, thanks for tuning in. Let us know where you're watching from.
Oh, there we go.
388 the wind, 3303 on that Docker.
All right, got the Crane Air A380 Super still waiting to take off there on the north side, followed by Cathay Pacific.
This is Alaska Airlines 1219 taking off to Seattle on the 737-900ER.
Oh, you're right. One porter in, one porter out. Sounds like a TV show.
Like a reporter?
One porter in, one porter out. Must see TV.
We have viewers watching from all over the world. Here are some of the cities where you're all watching from. Chicago, Maryland, Charlotte, Western India, Richmond, Virginia. The A380 is now rolling.
Second 473, where do you park today? Second 473, left turn Gulf Street ahead to the ramp, today.
We have viewers watching from Uruguay, Cleveland, Ohio, Melbourne, Australia. We have viewers in San Rafael, California, San Diego, Sioux Falls, South Dakota, Scottsdale, Arizona, St. Charles, Illinois, Roseville, California, Inglewood, Simi Valley, the Netherlands, Vacaville, California, Salt Lake City, Connecticut, Tyler, Texas, South Bend, Indiana, Rock, Cornwall, UK, Mobile, Alabama, Newport Beach, California, Livonia, Michigan, Fresno, California, Manchester, Connecticut. We have viewers in Germany, Honolulu, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Redding, California, Jersey Village, Texas, Milan, Italy, Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada, La Habra, California, Saraland, Alabama, Hampton, Virginia, Mumbai, Beaver Dam, Wisconsin, West Jordan, Utah, Littleton, Colorado. Cathay Pacific now rolling.
You can hear it.
Yeah.
But the wind is pushing the sound here, coming from the north to the south.
Sweden, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Idaho Falls, Idaho, Atlanta, Bangkok, Thailand, Boston, Sedona, Arizona, West Palm Beach, Florida, Durban, South Africa, Chicago, Buenos Aires, Argentina, Guadalajara, Jalisco, Mexico, Austria, Prestwick, Scotland, and many other places all over the world. You're watching Airline Videos Live.
Thanks, you guys.
This is Cathay Pacific Flight 885 taking off to Hong Kong on the 777-300ER.
Asiana just making that right-hand turn on to taxiway Echo. Now we'll head down to 24 left. So how many people actually watch the 24-hour live cams as you're watching the Big Sunday show? Maybe you're watching the north side 24-hour cam and also watching us here on the south side. Or maybe you're watching the Big Sunday show. Maybe you're watching behind the scenes as well as both the north and the south side. Isn't that right, DJ J Tech?
Is that enough streams for y'all? Are you getting your fill?
Apparently we have too many streams going on at once.
Yeah.
Apparently. Sky and Pride PSP with the $5 super chat says, "Atta girl, atta girl." Matthew back with the $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Matthew. Says Green Air A380. It's my dream plane. It will be riding alone to take first class next year to Seoul. And my mom also riding along. She is taking the Emirates A380 to Dubai, which is also her dream plane. Well, you guys are so lucky. How awesome is that? Thank you, Matthew. Charlie J gifting 10 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Charlie.
Thank you. Our viewer Hans letting us know he's celebrating his birthday yesterday. Happy belated birthday. Who else is in the chat? What's going on?
Yeah, what's going on?
Yeah, what's new? It's been a week.
Alyssa M, hello.
What was your favorite part of your week?
What was the favorite part of the week? Are you asking me or are you asking everyone?
Anybody.
Anybody. Let's see. What was my favorite part of the week? My least favorite part of the week was driving in traffic in the rain out to Disneyland on Thursday.
Well,
I told Rudy, hey, Rudy, I'll pick you up. I left the office at 4 p.m. I didn't get to his house until 5:40. Then he gets in the car and he says, Jerry has dinner reservations for 6:40. I said, we're never going to make it.
that was. Have you heard of airport theory?
No, what's that?
That's been going around on social media. It's where, and I don't recommend it. People take videos of themselves still at home, and their flight leaves in like less than an hour, and they're still at home. They're like, oh, I could do this. Just
I've
security.
heard. Yeah, I've heard. And so I saw in the news media that the airlines are telling people don't do it.
Don't do that, especially around this time. It's spring break season. Like spring break season has officially begun.
Wait, why would they do that? What is the purpose of that?
I don't know. Like, you always ask us, y'all watching, do you have any tips for people who are nervous flyers? And the last thing you want to do is push the envelope with how soon or how little time you're giving yourself to get to the airport.
You want to talk about extreme stress. Less than an hour.
Yeah. But I'm like, they have to have TSA pre-check. But even then...
Yeah, but our people are missing their flights, apparently.
I was pushing it in San Francisco. I'm like, I don't know if I'm going to make it. We were at dinner, and it was like almost time to go. I'm like, here I am. I'm telling people to give yourselves 2 hours before a flight.
And speaking of driving, by the way, if you ever arrive to your destination on time, how many people, I do this all the time. If somebody's in the car with me, or even if nobody's in the car with me, I'll just think about it. I'll say, I should have been an airline pilot. I'm on time. I'm pulling into the driveway. I'm pulling into the parking lot on time. Not so much on Thursday.
I know. I was like, I probably should have mentioned beforehand, like, we have dinner reservations.
Yeah, baby. Key word. Dinner reservation inside the park at 6:40. I probably should have given myself at least another half an hour, so I should have left the office at 3:30 instead of 4 o'clock. And of course, you couldn't have picked a worse day than driving in traffic when it rains. Apparently, when it rains here in Southern California, everyone forgot how to drive, apparently, and they go 5 miles an hour down the freeway.
One of the Texan customer terminal, heavier, but 350.
light boy 25 right.
Well, we have a Dreamliner rolling here. I don't think Kevin heard me. We have a Dreamliner rolling.
Beat me?
Yeah.
There we go.
Whew, okay. This is United Airlines Flight 32 taking off to Tokyo Narita on the 787-9 Dreamliner. We got Fiji on short final here.
Must be hot brakes on that Dreamliner.
Oh yeah, it's still down.
First is A350-900 coming in from Nandi. The 810.
Heading 220, runway 25 right, takeoff right, 2127.
What?
Apparently V got in the water. I don't know what it means, but they're going back to their hotel because.
Okay, that's what I was just gonna suggest. You might want to go back to the H.
Yeah.
Right at Bravo 17. Short 25 right now at Bravo 17, United 26. DJ, can heavy taxi hotel to come back for 25 right? Chelsea, Quebec, Hotel 2000,
It's funny, and now that the light is starting to feel more like afternoon. It just changed in like the last 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So now with the time change, sunset is 7 p.m.-ish. So
Be a longer day.
during the summer months, the sun usually sets around 8.
I love that. My favorite time of the year.
If there, there really is nothing worse than late October, early November, when we fall back, and everything gets dark at 4:30, 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
It's like if you didn't get anything done by 3 o'clock, forget about it. Don't even leave your bed at that point.
Oh, and the worst is when you take a nap after work, you wake up and it's dark. It's like, wait, did I just...
Yeah, you think you're in the middle of...
Yeah, is it midnight? Not anymore. If you take a nap in the afternoon, you wake up, it's dark. Well, I don't know. Will it be dark? Probably not.
Fiji will be heading to the West Gates. China Eastern, the 777 now pushing it back. It looks like we do have a LATAM 767-300ER. It will be heading to Lima, Peru, flight 2479, heading here to the south side. Matthew back with the $2 super chat. Thanks so much. Matthew says, have you ever ridden on an A380 before with Rudy? No, neither of us have ever been on an A380 except for the BTS video we did at the Qantas hangar here at LAX. They did allow us on the A380 and kind of give us a tour on that. But other than that, we've never flew on a A380. We hope to change that. Of course, we got some time. I think we have all the time in the world. I'll be honest with you. Thanks to Captain Chris for backing me up on this. He believes that there will be an A380 Neo, and I've always said that I believe so as well. It was good to have him on the show a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
Because I thought I was the only one in the world that was possibly thinking it was going to happen. There's no guarantees in it, but he made a really good point that the same engines that they use on the A340-1000 can be used on the A380.
I had a wild birthday idea for myself
What's that?
to get to Australia. But when?
Interesting. John Zoller back with the $2 super chat. Thanks so much, John. It says United flies to CRJ 550, 50 seats. Any fly from LAX? The CRJ 550? No. Hi. Oh, thank you. It's my voice. Yep. Jason, nice to meet you. Nice. Did you say Jason? Jason, nice to meet you. I'm Kevin.
See ya. Take care.
All right, so it looks like China Eastern will be heading to the north side with that tail to the south. I think, John, you're only going to see those on the East Coast. I don't believe we've seen any here on the West Coast. Certainly we don't see them in Phoenix. We don't see them at SFO. We've not seen them here at LAX. Kevin with the $10 super chat. Thanks so much, Kevin. Says happy Sunday, AVL. At least 2 hours from domestic flights and at least 3, if not more, for international flights. You can relax and enjoy what LAX has to offer and fly through the horseshoe traffic. Well, you got a good point there, Kevin. It's talking about the time that you should give yourself flying. Of course, Kevin, you forgot to mention, if you give yourself 3 hours for those international flights here at Tom Bradley, you can go up to P.F. Chang's for some dinner or lunch.
There you go. This is Volaris 1719 taking off to Guadalajara on the A320.
Got the ANA Dreamliner flight heading back to Tokyo Narita, now pushing it back. See where that tail ends up, but it does a complete turn and that tail heads to the west, most certainly a south side takeoff. If it continues to the east, oh, looks like it's doing the full turn. I was going to say, more than likely it will head to the north. I also have a United 757-300 heading to Newark, flight 1981, heading down for a south side takeoff. 1981, I don't think I've ever heard that flight number before. Or I would have said this, 1981, that was a good year.
I couldn't say that.
You know, looking back, if we talk about the Disney 90s night again, I really think even the designs that Disney has for the 90s night, like their logo and everything, I think they got it all wrong. That looks very 80s. I don't think that looks 90s. I think they got the wrong era going on there.
I feel like, I don't know, I could be wrong because I was born in 1990, so I couldn't really tell you. The start of the 90s is probably kind of what they were going for, but their music was more like very late 90s, early 2000s, so I don't know what they were really thinking.
Well, they got Britney Spears. Was it Hit Me Baby One More Time? Is that the name of the song? That's a long name for a song. Or Baby One More Time?
It's something like that, yeah.
I knew that one. That was 1998. Actually, Rudy fought me on that. Was it you or Jerry? Jerry thought it was 90, what do you say, 97?
I don't know.
I said, no, Jerry, it was 98.
I saw this.
And I remember it was 98 because I was in Louisville, Kentucky. It was right before I moved to Phoenix. And that was like the big song.
I was in 4th grade, I think. Yeah, 98.
I think it was actually, I can tell you the month that it actually came out. I think it was June or July of 1998.
Yeah, 1981, I was started with 25 right.
Qantas Flight 11, the flight coming in from Sydney, Australia on the downwind leg will be arriving on the north side in about 6 minutes. My biggest memory of the 80s, Rudy. Cabbage Patch Kids and Garbage Pail Kids.
Garbage Pail Kids.
Yeah, they're still around. They're trading cards.
Huh.
There was a big, there was a big deal with Cabbage Patch Kids, which were these dolls that basically had adoption papers. They were cute and they smelled like baby powder. And they were like all the rage. And there's videos of people fighting in the stores. And they were all different. They're all different. They all came with a name. It was a big deal. And since it was such a big deal, of course, Tops came out and said, we're going to make fun of this. So the Garbage Pail Kids were a mockery of the Cabbage Patch Kids. So they look like the Cabbage Patch Kids doing disgusting things.
Garbage?
And of course, that became the biggest rage. And I remember, I think I was in kindergarten, first grade, and kids were trading the Garbage Pail Kids. It was a big deal. And they were being taken away by the teachers. Really, you seem unimpressed.
I'm waiting for this takeoff. This is United Airlines, excuse me, 1981, taking off to Newark on the 757-300. We talked about how the 90s were a more simplistic time. Things were kind of laid back. I remember that.
Stagnant. I called it stagnant.
Stagnant?
Things were kind of stagnant.
And
I felt.
I remember we were in line for something.
The cantina.
And, oh, that's right. And I was talking to somebody about that, and we all agreed that when September 11th happened, everything changed. And ever since then, it's never been the same.
No. Yeah, you're right.
So I definitely miss being in the 90s. What I remember of it.
I will say I don't miss the 90s. I didn't really like the 90s.
And I think most people my age kind of feel the same. And that's why we cherish anything 90s, because it brings back nostalgia, memories. This is Air Canada 553 taking off to Vancouver on the MAX 8.
I think I enjoyed the early 2000s much more.
Yeah, I was in middle school around that time. It was good times.
I think in terms of technology, the 90s was very stagnant in terms of, the Apple was kind of still new and doing their computer thing. It wasn't until the early 2000s when they launched the iPhone kind of changed that whole movement, but things kind of stayed the same for the most part in the 90s.
This is Latam Airlines 2479 taking off to Lima on the 767-300ER.
You know who probably wishes more than anything it's still the 90s, Rudy?
Who's that?
TV stations and newspapers.
Oh?
Yes. They probably wish the internet never happened.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Soy Aaron with the super chat. Thank you so much. This is greetings from Guadalajara. Planning a fall trip, Guadalajara to FMVFM via LAX in Taipei. Hoping I can stop by to say hi with some Topo Chico, Paloma, and Caterito. Charge Seltzer. Yes, stop on by. Sounds like you got a great vacation plan. G Guys becoming a silver member once again. Appreciate that. Alyssa. Oh, I almost did it again, didn't I? Alyssa M with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Alyssa. Says hello, happy Sunday. Although I've been watching, sorry I haven't been chatting much this past week as Rick has been ill. So I'm kind of busy watching over him. Thankfully, it's not COVID related. But Rick, please get better. There's a lot of respiratory illnesses going around. Thanks, you guys. Please take care. Bohemian Germany with the super chat. Says hello, the Plane Jockeys. The birth of my niece in 1997 was the best part of the 90s for me. How awesome is that?
Wow, yeah.
China Eastern, 777-300ER, heading back to Shanghai, rolling down the 24 left.
It's flight 586. Qantas, the A380 is the next arrival on the north side.
All right. We also have Air Mexico Dreamliner making that left-hand turn onto Kilo. We'll head here to the south side. Qantas Flight 11 coming from Sydney, Australia.
Flight time is 12 hours and 50 minutes.
So Skittles, I have a question for you. Now, why are you flying Air New Zealand, the 777 over Qantas? I guess probably because you're in New Zealand.
Less expensive? Qantas is pretty expensive.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Flight taking off here on the south side. Flight was heading to Atlanta.
We have the All Nippon Airways Dreamliner now rolling. It's flight 5 taking off to Tokyo Narita.
Number 782, Mike off the tower for wake turbulence, runway 25 right, full plane. Off 325 left, off 325 right, full wake, 782, Mike, off 325 left, off 325 right, Roy, fast Foxtrot, 782, Mike, thanks. American 2850, cross 325 right, Juliet, contact ground 175. 25 right, Juliet, ground 175. Set it back, land, follow golf, back to left, Alpha 7, taxi to Atlantic via Alpha, frequency. Atlantic via Alpha.
All right, that Air Mexico Dreamliner, continuing taxi there. Soul Searching Emily, one of great minds with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Emily. Says, with all the talk about green air, it's hard to believe they've had the current livery since 1984. Should be interesting to see if it grows on us. I don't know.
Wow. That's a long time, though.
It is.
Traffic 10 to left, helicopter altitude 500.
I guess you could say it was timeless. I mean, it worked since '84, right?
Iconic to the airline, and now it's, yeah. How are people going to respond to that?
I don't know. What is the response? The response that I've seen so far in the comment section.
What were you thinking?
No, it's just, you would talk about basic. A lot of people are referring to KLM. They think it looks like KLM.
Yeah, but KLM has more color.
That's true. Though, again, that shot that is circling online was shot at night, so it's really hard to see what the color blue really is. Did they stay with the baby blue, or did they go to a darker blue?
We'll have to wait and see the daytime photo.
Super 80 Adrian. It's definitely one of the most timeless, yes. Along with A&A. They've had their current livery for a long time, and no need to change that one. That's timeless as well.
1013, turn in Lima, hold short of runway 25 right.
Lima, hold short of 25 right, United 1013.
Blue 687, hold short of runway 25 right, it's Juliet. Hold short, 25 right, Juliet, JetBlue 687.
Fully Barca asking, anybody know if Austrian flies to LAX, and it will be back for summer. Flying in style.
Yeah, that caught my attention too.
It's heading over there to Atlantic Aviation. So it will be back for the summer, and there was a post. You know, there's a lot of aviation sites now on Facebook that are popping up on my Facebook feed. I don't know. So anyway, there was a post posted this past week about Austrian announcing that they're resuming flights back to LAX using the 777-200ER for the first time since the pandemic, and I thought, wrong. They've been back. They've been back for the last, what, 3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
So I don't know where they got the information, but it was wrong. But it caught my attention. The whole thing's wrong.
It does feel like it's been a while since they've been to LA, but not
Really?
that. Just, yeah, not
It's
that
just
long
summer.
ago.
I thought it was an article about maybe possibly doing year-round. That's what caught my attention. But no, it was about they're coming back for the first time since the pandemic. And I was like, well, is this an old post? What is this?
Interesting. Can't believe everything you read on the internet.
Apparently not. You know, there was a time, you know, Rudy, I was thinking about, you know, could we be a legitimate news source for aviation airline videos on these social media accounts? And I thought, you know what, there's enough of them already. They do a really good job. They have a whole staff that's dedicated toward stuff like that. And I thought, we don't have the manpower to do that. There's no way we'd be able to pull that off and be great, but there's enough great sources out there already.
Not for every little thing, but of course, if there's something breaking happening here at LAX, of course.
Yes, we got you covered.
1966 Alton Tower, wind 25010, gust 17.
All right, Qantas making his way to the gates, currently on taxiway Kilo.
Now, if you really want to get to Austria from here, you can do what I did, fly Lufthansa. Although right now things are
airline group.
a little shaky right now, but yeah, you could fly Lufthansa and then connect either through Munich or Frankfurt to wherever it is you need to go.
Yeah, currently all flights heading back to Deutschland here today are canceled because of apparent strike in Frankfurt and Munich. So there will be no Queen, no A380 taking off here today. Super Adrian says Edelweiss starting a Las Vegas service with the new A350 in May. Well, I bet you that livery looks great in the A350.
Yeah, we were looking at that on Instagram yesterday. It'd be really cool to spot that.
Oh, you saw it?
Yeah, I showed you guys
Thanks for sharing it.
I showed you guys at dinner last night. Remember?
I never saw it.
Yeah, I showed it to you, and you were like, I could have sworn we saw that in Chicago. That was last night. Allison, come back.
No, I remember you saying that, but I don't remember seeing the A350 at otherwise.
On Instagram. It was a picture I showed you yesterday.
Oh, maybe I couldn't tell it was an A350.
Yeah.
It was their new A350?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was the A330.
We'll have to go spot that someday. I might have a picture somewhere. You might be right. We probably did see it in Chicago.
Always? Yeah, I think it was Chicago is where we saw it.
Got 6536, run at Docker, wind 240 at 10. Just 17, runway 25 right.
Qantas making that turn, heading into the southwest side of Tom Bradley.
Docker, Skyline 6536.
Looks like we have the Kalitta Air Queen going to be taking off to Cincinnati, flight 613.
Right. Add that to our 747 convention here today. Don't let my mom see those. Thank you. Biscoff, vanilla flavored cookies.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. If you need some sugar. So, first A380 of the day, pulling into the gates there at Tom Bradley. Our next one, Emirates, now just under an hour away, flight 215, coming up from Dubai. 6-year-old A380 Super, now just 59 minutes. We'll be touching down on the north side on the 24 right, coming up. Ray with the $5 super chat through PayPal. Thanks so much, Ray. Says, just want to say thanks, Kevin Rudy and the mods, for all the streams. Sunday, 24-hour cam trips to SFO and Phoenix. Thank you, Ray. Our pleasure. It's good to take this show on the road again, isn't it? Rudy's like,
of course.
Sure. Escape with you.
Escape the rain. Change of scenery.
Those SFO shows were some of my favorites we've done in a long time, and I love Phoenix as well.
Yeah. Queen is pushing back. The Kalitta Air Queen is now pushing back.
So hopefully you'll join me on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday for Phoenix Sky Harbor. If you like it nice and loud, certainly there's no better place. So we do have the Kalitta Air Queen now pushing back. We'll be heading to Cincinnati. Rudy, say hello real quick. You're the closest.
Mexico 647 heavy. RNAV Docker, wind 50 at 9ers. 5 right to take off.
How's it going? Yeah. Oh, hi.
Flight coming in from San Salvador, Delta Airlines, flight 1966. 25-year-old, 757-200. Got that Aeromexico Dreamliner now rocking and rolling down that 25 at right. That Kalitta Air Queen pushing back on taxiway Alpha.
Digit 423, Los Angeles Tower. Digit 423, cross, 325 right, get back, 275 will wait to move, hold short of 105 flat. And make the 647 heavy contact with departure. Departure today to make.
Yeah, it's a long list. What's your name? I'm Rudy. Yeah, I'm Greg. Greg. Awesome. Good to meet you. Did I get you some stickers? Any stickers?
Okay, that was Air Mexico Flight 647 heading to Mexico City in a 10-year-old 787-8 Dreamliner. Eva Air Cargo Flight 622 coming from Taipei, a 777 freighter. Next heavy arrival here on the south side.
We have a cell phone that actually we're modems now. By the internet, connect us to the
United Airlines Flight 38 coming from Tokyo Haneda, 787-10 Dreamliner, 14 minutes out. Be a north side arrival.
25 right on average, Dr. American 274. Mexico 1292, Los Angeles Tower, will be 25 right on point. 5 right, Los Angeles American 1290.
Have some of these United flights heading to the beach, including this one that is now making its way to Terminal 7. This flight was coming up from Newark, Flight 2679, arriving about 30 minutes ago. So 30 minutes at the beach, getting some sunshine. Of course, one of our great minds, Allison, also took a United Dreamliner just like this, 787-10 Dreamliner. Landed a little early yesterday. Of course, she hung out at the beach as well. She said it was some great viewing, some great plane spotting there at the beach. American Airlines heading to JFK, Flight 274, A321. Up next is the flight heading to Nashville, Tennessee. American Airlines Flight 1292, a 737-800.
Yeah, 2487 Los Angeles Tower, Nashville Tower, from 5 right line on that way.
25 right, line up and wait.
Yeah. Like, you had a couple of 747s take off.
A lot of people put Romeo Los Angeles Tower.
A corporate jet over here on the Alpha.
Room at Quebec for the 757. Copy. 459, cross rate 25, right at Quebec, up holding the position and contact ground plus 75. Copy. 459, cross rate 25, right Up to 1966, cross rate 25, right at Quebec, for the right contact ground plus 75.
That's that flight heading to Nashville. Air Tahiti Nui, a Dreamliner now pushing it back from the west gates. Flight heading to Paris, Flight 8. Oh, I thought for sure it was heading here to the south side. Now it looks like they're turning in a little bit. More than likely a north side takeoff. Eva Air Cargo, the 777 freighter, just touching down here on the south side. Looks like it's making that left-hand turn on the Alpha 8. We'll stay there on the Alpha as we still have that Queen. Well, it looks like the Queen now is starting its taxi, heading to the 25s.
Digit 473, Los Angeles Tower, you ready to go for runway 25 left? Digit 473, wind 2409er, runway 25 left, go takeoff. Takeoff, 25 left, exit. Cloud 6 with Romeo cross, runway 25 right at Quebec, hold for the runway 25 left. 25 right at Quebec, hold short of 25 left.
I think everybody's kind of figured out.
1755, on the visual. Mr. Flight 1755, Los Angeles Tower, Phenom departing, wind 2409er, runway 25 left, middle wind. Runway 25 left, 2755.
Allison's back. She brought us some coffee. I was just going to ask Rudy about coffee.
Romeo, cross runway 25 left Quebec, contact grounding at 0.75. Cross 25 left on Quebec, ground 0.73,
Next takeoff here on the south side, United Airlines Flight 24687 heading to Denver. It's a brand new A321neo for United, just delivered in October. A lot of red and whites going on there at Tom Bradley. I'll tell you, P.F. Chang sounds really good right now.
Los Angeles Tower, American 2408.
All right, we got that Queen rolling it down to taxiway Alpha. We'll be heading to the 25s. Not quite sure if it's going to be a 25 left or 25 right takeoff. Let's see, who do we have in the chat now? Stephen Anthony KC. Hello, Stephen. Is it Stan B 777? John Donaldson. Miss V Milling.
Yeah, 2487, Arnett Doctor, wind 25010, runway 25 right. Arnett Doctor,
Thanks you guys for tuning in here today as we're approaching the top of the hour once again. I tell you, the day is flying by. Oh, there goes the helicopter.
Information Lima is available, wind 250 at 10, 5 left, filling. Information Lima, altitude 3019, visual 5 left. American 2408, Los Angeles Tower, traffic 11 o'clock and 3 miles off direction, mobile helicopter 5.
There goes the flight heading to Denver, A321 Neo.
25 left, stable, and welcome to the traffic, American 2408. Altitude 32, copy, head over southbound off Song, at Doctor, 4010, right. Arnett, Doctor, runway 25 right.
So at this point, it looks like Air Tahiti Nui, the Dreamliner heading to Paris, more than likely will head to the north side, though it could go up there, and I have seen it make a left-hand turn on the Delta and then head back here to the south side. Have another United Dreamliner, this one heading to Tokyo Haneda Flight 39. It's a 787-10 Dreamliner. Number 3 for takeoff here on the south side. Frontier flight coming in from Houston. Captain the Puffin. Captain the Puffin. Livery. Did I say that right? Captain the Puffin? You're a puffin?
I huffed, and I puffed, and I blew the whole house down.
Wait, what? I don't think I've ever seen this stuff in animal. A puffin.
A puffin.
I didn't know there was such a thing. He's a puffin. I think you're right. I think he's huffing and puffing. It looks like he has a hard time breathing.
Huh. That's kind of ironic. Or is it? Puffing?
Isn't it ironic? See, Alanis Morissette, that's a 90s song.
This is United Airlines 1069 taking off to Chicago on the 737-900ER.
What happened to that? Oh, that Queen's still down there waiting to take off. All right, Mr. Puffin. Huffing and puffing, crossing across. 25 right. All right, looks like Coletta Air also crossing over 25 at left. We'll have the 25 at right. Oh, Stuart says the puffins around the UK coastlines. No wonder I've never seen it. Thanks, Stuart. Well, now I want to go to the UK and I want to see the puffins. Sounds like a soap opera. The Puffins. Next week on the Puffins. Last week on the Puffins. All right, Air Tahiti, the Dreamliner heading back to Paris, heading to the north side. We do have that Queen crossing over 25 at right. We'll get in line. This flight coming up from Philadelphia, American Airlines, flight 2408. It's an A321neo. Would you watch the Puffins if it was a show on TV?
Sounds like a comedy show to me. Kevin and the Puffins.
Makes you want to laugh just by the name.
Kevin and the Puffins.
Well, now it sounds like a musical group.
Oh,
Kevin and the Puffins.
Actually, you're right.
1192 Los Angeles Tower, crossing with
Oh boy. What are we, a circus group?
Yeah, now it's a circus.
Kevin and the Puffins. I can see the merch now.
Oh, goodness.
American 2408, crossing with 25 right, Juliet, contact ground 175.
This is United Airlines Flight 39 taking off to Tokyo, Haneda on the 787-10 Dreamliner.
Speaking of Dreamliners, Japan Airlines, this Dreamliner now pushing it back there in the alleyway. We'll be heading back to Tokyo Narita, flight 61.
We just had an earthquake?
Say what?
We just had an earthquake?
I didn't feel anything. How big?
4.5.
Where?
Here?
Here? In El Segundo?
Let me see.
Francis gifting 5 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Francis.
Westlake Village.
Are you 4.5 in Westlake Village? Well, that's kind of a big deal. I'm surprised we didn't.
It's 27 miles away.
That's how deep was it? I have so many questions.
5 miles.
That's it?
Yeah.
Oh boy, that's not good. LAX with a $20 super chat. Appreciate that. Says, you make my Sundays a lot of fun. The Frontier aircraft are so adorable. You have a great team. Well, thank you so much, LAX. We appreciate your awesome support, and we love when we hear that we make your Sundays. You guys were saying that the H hotels were shaking? I'm surprised we didn't feel anything here. Though I'm not surprised because this land is not secure.
Now it's like playing with my head.
What?
Are we moving?
I hope everyone's okay. 4.5 in Westlake Village. That's not.
4.5.
It's
4.5. Just like 2 minutes ago.
This is Alaska Airlines 1192 taking off to Portland on the 737-800.
We do that. Queen lined up. We'll be taking off on the 25 at right.
West 5370 Los Angeles Tower, crossing Lake River,
All right, the Queen now rolling down to 25 at right. This flight heading to Cincinnati.
Oh, our friend Max is here, and he's at the beach, and I guess he felt it.
He felt it at the beach?
Welcome to California, Max.
At Dockweiler?
No, I think he's in Santa Monica.
Oh, he's a little bit closer.
Isn't there a song? I feel the earth move under my feet.
Well, not here at El Segundo. I mean,
No.
y'all know this land underneath Rudy and I fell out a couple years ago. And I don't know what's underneath us anymore, and it's very lopsided anymore. I'm not surprised we did not feel anything here because I don't think the land underneath us is that secure. We don't want to feel an earthquake where we're standing.
4.5 is just nothing.
It's
fine.
On that Docker, wind 250 at 10.
You're going to feel a 4.5. You're not going to feel a 3.5. 4.5, you're starting to feel it.
Yeah, it
5,
depends.
6.
You know, there's different types of earthquakes too.
Right.
Like the type of wave.
The
What do you call it?
wave,
The
the
S
roll.
wave? Yeah. What is it when the fault slips? You get that kind of motion. But the worst is when the fault, what do you call it? Transverse? It like crashes into itself. That's the worst. Hello. I was thinking about you yesterday. It's been a while. How have you been? Oh, that's right. You went to Mexico.
Oh.
How did it go? Good. Oh,
Hi, hi.
very hard. Yeah, I know I was thinking about you
Michelle
guys
R.S.
yesterday.
gifting 5 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Michelle. Is that an updated photo? Thank you so much, Michelle. One of our great mods. Spencer Rake with the $2.52 super chat. Thank you so much, Spencer. Says hi, Kevin Rudy. See you guys on the 6th. Can't wait. Yes, 6th of April. We'll be here. I know a lot of people are coming to town that week.
Visit 257X left Alpha 7, take parking. Atlantic. Visit 257X Alpha 2 Atlantic.
We do have Korean Air Cargo Flight 8208 heading back to Seoul to 777 Freighter lighting up, as well as Shanghai Cargo Airline Flight 222 heading back to Shanghai and 777 Freighter Cargo King. Both of those will be heading to the 25s. Already seeing the Korean Air 777 now pushing back. United Airlines Flight 1496, a flight heading to Cleveland, Ohio. 737 MAX 9 will be the next takeoff on 25 right. I got that Japan Airlines Flight 61 heading back to Tokyo, Narita. 787-9 Dreamliner heading down to the 25 right as well.
United 1496, Los Angeles Tower, waiting for one on the North Complex, runway 25 right, line up and wait. 25 right, line up and wait, United 1496.
And Air France Flight 22 coming in from Paris, 777-300ER, now just 33 minutes away. Did I not do the top of the hour?
Oh.
These hours are skipping me here today.
Yes, we haven't.
The time is all off.
What is time anyway on a day like today?
Boy, I'll tell you. All right, top of the hour time. Just after 1 p.m. here in beautiful Los Angeles, California. You are watching continuous live coverage of LAX plane spotting right here in your home for LAX live streams. That is Airline Videos Live, today's big Sunday show here on March 9th, 2025. Boy, oh boy.
Welcome.
1 p.m. already. Technically, it would have been noon on a regular day as their clocks were moved up 1 hour ahead here today. Hope you guys are all coping okay with the time change here today, and hope you're having a fun day as well. Thanks, you guys.
Yes, welcome to the Spring Forward Big Shake Sunday.
I like that.
There you have it. Now we have a three-pointer out of Malibu.
Really? It's heading our way.
Everything's just
It's coming closer to us.
slipping and sliding.
Boy, oh boy.
Sunday.
So Westlake is on the opposite side of the mountain range from Malibu.
Yeah, so after an earthquake, we tend to get a lot of aftershocks. Little ones that happen after. Do people know that? I'm just wondering.
What's that?
That was United 1496 taking off to Cleveland on Max 9.
People know we get aftershocks?
People watching from a place where they don't have earthquakes and probably don't know how earthquakes work. Do you guys know that? Like, you have a big earthquake, there's always aftershocks. Sometimes those feel worse.
Really?
Yeah. I had a teacher, my second grade teacher, loved earthquakes. I don't know why.
What?
She's like, I love it when we have an earthquake. I love when everything starts shaking. And I'm like,
yeah, that's...
I'm having a panic attack right now from thinking about earthquakes.
Yeah.
You like it?
I've said this before. If you guys have never been through one before, I've been through enough here in Southern California. It messes with your mind. It really does. Because if you're laying in bed, if you're sitting in a chair, and all of a sudden you start seeing things swaying back and forth, it screws with your head a little bit.
Oh, no. It's when you don't see things swinging back and forth, and you're like, am I just really dizzy? Is this like vertigo messing with me right now? Like, I feel like we're spinning. I feel like we're shaking.
Yeah.
And I have to look up at the ceiling fan or like my dresser or something. Like, is it shaking? And then you know, okay, yeah, it's an earthquake.
Or you just have those earthquakes where it makes sure you do. It's loud and it's shaking you all over the place.
On Golf Cross 25 right turn on Bravo Charlie 4 to the box 5205.
This is Japan Airlines Flight 61 taking off to Tokyo Narita on the 787-9 Dreamliner.
If it was a bigger deal and it was a little bit closer to LAX, we would hear ops and the tower call out for a runway check.
Yes.
That has not happened.
No, today's earthquake's not a big deal. But you know, for a long time they kept saying the big one is bound to happen any day now. Haven't heard that recently.
You haven't heard that?
No. But I feel like in previous years, like maybe what, before the pandemic, maybe?
Well, you know
It
what?
was
We
like
had
a big thing.
Well, we had the biggest natural disaster to ever happen in Southern California just a couple of months ago.
Yes.
Forget about the earthquake.
No, and our friend who came by earlier, he had a house there.
Oh.
And I asked him, like, did your house make it? And oddly enough, his house is one of the few that is still standing.
But it's really hard. You still can't live it.
Yeah, everything around has been burned to the ground.
Yeah.
So that's what's brought him here. And so he was really curious about what it is that we do here. But that's just crazy. Like, even if your house was still standing, would you
They're
move?
doing a runway check.
Would you move back?
Maybe they are doing a little check.
Yeah, I was thinking, what happens if you're departing, you're like on the takeoff roll and
the
an
concrete-
earthquake happens?
Well, you hope that the concrete in front of you doesn't break apart.
What's the movie Independence Day? Have you seen that movie? Air Force One. They're trying to like take off, and everything behind them is like exploding.
Oh, of course.
It's very Hollywood. Everything's catching flames, and somehow they lift off just in time to avoid it all.
Just in the nick of time, you don't
Yeah.
say. All right.
The
Probably a reason
airplane's
why I haven't watched
shaking.
Fairway 49, ready for departure. Fairway 49 on at the Docker, wind 23011.
I don't know why I'm talking about the movie, but one thing that interested me about that movie is how they do all the effects with, like, you know, LA, the city line basically catching fire. It's all miniature stuff, like model buildings.
I know those. That's a 90s movie, isn't it?
Yes.
You know, in the 90s, I don't know. There was a lot of movies out there just about.
It's another one.
Oh, Titanic. Oh, don't get me started on Titanic. I saw that 6 times in the theater. 3.5 hours long. I saw it 6 times in the theater within a week and a half. Anyway.
You know that scene where the water is like crashing through the
Oh,
hallway?
yeah. That's all a model.
That's
yeah.
miniature stuff, yeah.
Yeah. That's scene where they're trying to get through the hallway and the water's building up. Watching that, it doesn't matter how many times I watch that, I still get like claustrophobic and, and hold your breath. Oh my gosh, I don't know how they did it.
Oh, and then she's trying to like unlock the gate.
Oh, yes.
Or Jack is trying to unlock it, and Rose is like, Jack, hurry, Jack, I'm gonna
What if the
drown."
water would have been that clear, though? That was some clear water. It might have been. Yeah, but think about how clear the water was in Maho Beach. That was the Atlantic.
But, I mean, the lights must have been out. It must have been dark. I mean, I know it's a movie, but...
I know. I was going to say that never did happen.
Yeah,
but
it's all a movie.
And I always thought, should you be in the water like that with electrical wires sparking like that? Wouldn't you get electrocuted?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's why the people in the boiler room didn't make it, because they reached up and...
Oh.
That was Spirit Airlines 489 taking off to Austin on the A320neo.
Let's see, who do we got in our chat? Mike Stellick. Hello, Mike. Red Rosie. I keep on seeing you in the chat. Scott A. Hello. Andrea Molson. Hello. Network. The Alex Lee. H. Dots. Dennis Mantel. Hazel. Donica. Knife Man King. Thanks you guys for tuning in here today. All of a sudden it's getting cold.
Is there such thing as earthquake weather?
Yeah, it's usually warm.
American 1706, cross, runway 25 right, Juliet, and contact ground point 75. Runway 25 right at Juliet, over ground, American 1706, today. 5285 on visual 25 134.
This is Spirit Airlines 671 taking off to Las Vegas on the A320neo.
What do we have on the north side? It looks really high.
That's the Gulfstream G550. What do you call it? Like a Navy pilot just gonna sink it in?
It's coming from Van Nuys. Probably doesn't matter.
I'm not sure.
Heavy, off of the tower, just about 3 more minutes.
No. It's coming from somewhere over the Pacific.
Somewhere over the rainbow.
Didn't the I thought I saw in the news that they're predicting like mini tornadoes this week.
Jeez, Rudy, you're just
Yeah, like
Debbie Downer over here for a second.
predicting a storm, and yeah, the forecast doesn't look great for the week. Oh, hello.
Said Debbie Downer. Any other depressing news you want to talk about today, Rudy?
Well, you were talking about how you were disappointed with the 90s night, Mr. Debbie Downer.
No, I thought you agreed with me on that.
To a certain extent, I still enjoyed myself.
Heavy officer tower, you ready to go?
We are ready. Turn
8 heavy, turn left at Foxtrot. Are you ready?
Tim, back with the $2 super chat. Thanks so much, Tim. Says felt it in San Gabriel Valley. Thought an A360 buzzed the tower. If there was
360.
Michelle Johnson with the $7.47 super chat. Thank you so much. Michelle says, my absolute favorite day of the year, Pacific Savings Time. I think you're kidding there, Michelle, right?
Left 1286, exit right, Hotel 6, for 7. Hotel 7 on that scale, 1286. Green 8208 heavy, next to the right, let's traffic on a 3.5 mile final. On that Piper, wind 23014, runway 25 to the left, clear for takeoff.
We have a Korean Air Cargo 777 freighter getting ready to take off to Seoul. 5 left.
Feel like it nice and loud? Make sure to use the turn it up emoji there in the chat. We do have China Airlines Flight 6 coming up from Taipei, A350 on the downwind leg. We'll be arriving on the north side 6 minutes away.
777 will hold in position, constantly clear to wind 24014, runway 25 on the left, clear to land. Clear to land, 25 left, right line 800. Team 222 heavy, turn to Foxtrot, hold short of runway 25 left. Hold it short of runway 25 left. Thank you.
This is Korean Air Cargo 8208 taking off to Seoul.
Always love those 25 left takeoffs.
Could have another one coming up with the Cargo King.
Yeah, 25 left. They're going to get the next 777 freighter out of here. We do a long lineup of takeoffs on 25 right as well. Do we have any confirmation on anything? No? Still nothing? Possibly have a special guest. Coming at some point here today, which makes me think that we need to do our live giveaway here fairly soon. Of course, that's for an official Airline Videos Live hoodie. Comes in many different colors. You go check them out at shopavl.com. This hoodie could be yours. So just be in the chat. We give you a code word to enter. This is open to everyone in the chat. Good luck. We're all counting on you.
We have the Cargo King lined up on 25 left.
All right, already rolling it down. Should be seeing the Emirates A380 as well as Big Q coming in from the north.
This is China Cargo Airlines 222 taking off to Shanghai on the 777 freighter.
Arcane 52 Heavy, thank you. Maintain 3000, contact circle departure 124.3.
What do you think, Rudy? Should we do our live giveaway? I'm looking. China Airlines is the only heavy heading to the north side. Emirates still 30 minutes out. So we could wait in 15 minutes.
Oh.
Should we wait 15 minutes or should we do it now?
No, I would say do it now.
Do it now?
Yeah.
You guys ready? Got your fingers ready?
Hello?
800 left Alpha 7, take one. Parking at 6 for Twilight 800 taxi Alpha to 6, monitor ground point 75. Alright, Alpha to 6, and we'll monitor ground point.
Hang on.
Got 5443,
Hello?
RNAV Docker, wind 23013.
Give me 1 second.
Right, go take off. Take off RNAV Docker, LAX 7839, Los Angeles Tower, runway 25 right, line away. Runway 25 right, line away, flight 79.
Oh.
Hello? Anyone there?
It may not work today, Rudy.
94, contact departure. Good day.
Stand by.
Passengers? Ah! Oh, I just had the craziest dream. I feel like I was in. Have you ever been on or gone to see Mickey's PhilharMagic? When he's in that cyclone, everything's just flying all over the place.
Oh, yeah.
Whirlwind.
I don't know what's going on here.
Oh no!
Yeah, 1635 Los Angeles Tower. Are you able to box spot? Yeah, we'll need to get numbers. No problem, thank you.
Well, we're having a problem with Nightbot here, which does our never had this problem before.
Oh.
Did we get hacked?
Oh, don't say that now.
No, I say, did we get hacked?
Oh.
I have no idea what it's trying to ask me to do here.
Like a life hack or just like trying to get in?
Trying to get in.
Oh no!
7839, contact for the departure.
Well, if you want, I can show this next arrival while we work on that.
Oh, well, it's not going to work. We may not have a live drawing here today, guys. Sorry.
Oh, well, there's always next week.
1714, wind 23012, runway 25 left, to land. Runway 25 left, clear to land for we're ready, connection 14.
We're looking at China Airlines Flight 6 coming in from Taipei on the A350-900.
United 1431, Los Angeles Tower, 25 right line plate. That's my way, 25 right, United 1431.
Is Nightbot just angry about having to spring forward?
Well, maybe. Nightbot is just confused, doesn't know who I am. It's me, Nightbot.
I mean, I have those kinds of days sometimes. Who are you?
It's me, Puffin.
Cabin in the Puffins.
Come on, let me in.
No.
I'm banging on the door. Let me in.
You are an intruder. What's that character from Bug's Life? The Bug's Life, right? The one that zaps the ants. It's like, nope, intruders must be exterminated. Never mind.
Unit 1431, RNF Doctor, 123.013, runway 25 right to takeoff. RNF Doctor, takeoff 25 right.
All right, let me figure out what's going on here.
Line up on point, runway 25 right, Polaris 7849er.
We got Ronald with wings in the chat. Linda, good to see ya. Apparently Linda's not feeling great today. Hope you feel better. Got Kenneth White. Hello. Crazy Llama. Let's see, who else? Who else is here? Travel Guide Canada. Hello. Dale, how's it going?
So apparently I can log it on my phone, but not on the desktop.
Dave's not here. That's United 1431 taking off to Honolulu on the 757-300. Rai Neat, hello. Reed 172, hello. Stuart Blankenship.
1431,
Got MF1SM, hello. H dots. Oliver Garrett, hello, hello. A380 Liss.
All right, well.
Martin, hello.
Okay, well.
The weekly departure. Joe Cirillo, how you doing? Oh no, feel better. Miss V. M-I-L-N-E. I think, hello? Network? Network. Network, hello. Kirsten Adams, speaker in Honeydew.
All right, so this may work, it may not work.
Story of my life. Oh,
We'll
hello.
give it a try. All right, so I have to do it through my phone instead of the laptop, so there's no guarantee this is going to work, but we're going to give it a try.
Attention passengers, the moment you've been waiting for, we are getting ready to board. Where's the camera? Airline Videos Live Flight 309. In just a moment, we will display a code word on the screen. You are all welcome to type in that code word the way you see it on the screen, all one word, all caps, no spaces. You can enter it once, that's your official entry into the live giveaway. It's like putting your name in a hat. Enter it twice, no more than 5 times. When the music is done, we will then choose a winner at random. Winner will be announced nice and loud over the intercom. Winner, whoever you are, will ask you to go back into the chat and let us know that you are still here before the end of this music. If we do not hear back from you before the end of that catchy TikTok sound, we will choose someone else. Once we have verified the winner, we'll ask you to send us an email to info@airlinevideos.com. That is the email address. Send us your first and last name, your mailing address, your hoodie size. Now they do tend to run a little bit snug, so if you're a medium, go for a large, etc. Then also give us your preference of hoodie color. If we don't get a color, we will default to royal blue. Also, last thing, send us your link to your YouTube channel so we can verify that you are the chosen winner.
The chosen winner.
The chosen one. That is United Airlines 1591 taking off to Houston Intercontinental on a 757-200.
Are we good? We're good to go?
We're ready to board.
All right, get those fingers ready, you guys. Here comes your chance to win a little something here on AVL. On your mark, get set, go. There is the code word to enter, AVL. Make sure it's all caps, no space, AVL, for your chance to win the official Airline Videos Live hoodie. Comes call it different colors. You can find them at shopavial.com. All right, look at the chat going crazy. AVL. I just ordered one of these hoodies myself this week, Rudy.
They are very nice.
All right, well, hopefully this works.
Attention in the terminal, time is running out to participate in this live giveaway. Enter now in the chat, AVL, all one word, no spaces. Time is running out.
All right, like Rudy said, your time is running out for your chance to win this official Airline Videos Live hoodie. Does look good in royal blue, by the way. Also looks good in navy. Boy, everyone had their fingers ready, I'll tell you, Rudy. Look at that chat.
It's almost time. Did it work?
All right, time is officially up. Let me choose a winner on my trusty iPhone. Will it work?
Toontown is here.
Mr. Woody.
Goofy.
Mr. Woody.
Oh, that's the winner?
Mr. Woody. Did it show up in the chat? It is Mr. Woody. All right.
I thought
If
you...
it-
I thought you were talking about Woody like from Toy Story.
No, Mr. Woody is the winner.
Congratulations, Mr. Woody.
Well, he hasn't said hello yet.
You have until the end of this to King Talk. Town. He's here. He's here.
All right, Mr. Woody. Be looking out for that email. info@airlinevideos.com. Make sure you supply all the information. Oh, look who's here just in
I'm telling
time.
you.
Yeah.
Allergies must be really bad. Hear that, Steve? You hear this one?
We were on a ride at Disneyland the other day, and it had Goofy as driving a train.
Oh, Mickey's Runaway Railroad.
It was Goofy all the time, and I was trying to get my Goofy impression all perfect. I think Rudy and Jerry both agreed that I fine-tuned my Goofy. I even bought a Goofy when I was at Disney. Very well made, by the way. Well, that's all, folks.
Oh boy.
That's rabid, isn't
I
it?
have never been on that ride.
Me either. It was actually pretty
Mickey's Runaway Railroad?
I've never been to Toontown before.
What?
See, I got dragged to Disneyland. I got dragged to Toontown.
And we did Roger Rabbit's cartoon spin.
That one needs to be closed down. That one made no
it's
sense to me.
fun.
That made no sense. You go round and round. What's the point in it?
It's a little kid's ride. But that one's my favorite ride in Toontown. Everything else is very little kids.
But a lot of Goofy. Steve's over there. Stop it.
Yeah, tell him to knock it off.
Hey! I love my Goofy. All right. By the way, Mr. Woody is not a member. He doesn't have to be a member. We no longer have it just as a member-only live drawing. Everyone...
Yeah. I didn't say that today, but I figured everybody knows now. Yeah. I said type it in the chat. So if you can type in the chat, it's open to you.
Gotcha.
I could say it next time. It's open to everybody.
France, Flight 22. We're in the older livery, touching down here on the south side. We do have the Emirates A380 on the downwind leg. We'll zoom up to that here in a second.
Yeah, did you bring Goofy today?
No, I forgot. He's sitting on my chair in my apartment.
Watching the stream?
Yes, he is. He's watching the stream, and I look over at him and I go, "What's up, Goofy?" And he just sits there and laughs at me. All right, Emirates Flight 215 on the downwind leg. We'll be arriving on the north side 24 right in about 5-6 minutes from now.
This is wearing the newer livery.
Oh. I should have brought the Goofy. Why didn't I bring the Goofy?
Two five right, line up and wait.
Yeah.
1855 heavy.
What happened there?
Yeah, go ahead, Master 6811. Thank you.
Toontown is still just chilling here.
It certainly is. Isn't that right, Goofy?
Hotel 7, hold short,
All right, I won't do it anymore. I
Did you
promise.
ever, as a kid, get one of those Mickey balloons?
Oh, with the balloon inside the balloon? No, I always wanted one.
Yeah, me too.
Never got one.
I didn't see them. Well, I think because of the rain. I don't think
Here's
they
the thing,
saw
my
it.
parents never gave me anything I actually wanted. Oh, you want Voltron? Oh, how about Autobots? We'll give you Autobots instead. It's much cheaper. Voltron's too expensive.
Oh, you want Coca-Cola? How about Shasta-Cola?
RC. You want RC instead of the real stuff? Reed at 172 with the $10 super chat.
Hello.
Oh, I knew that was going to happen.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you so much, Reed. So enjoying the relaxing afternoon with the Plane Jockeys. Thanks for everything you do. Well, thank you so much, Reed. Always love to hear that.
I should have done the Bowser sound. That's something for me to look forward to for the week. Going back to Universal on Friday.
You love Universal. You have a yearly pass now to Universal.
Yeah. But Friday I go with 100 kids.
Good luck. I don't know how you do it.
100 kids. You heard that right. I'll take a picture. And I'll send it to you.
All right.
Alaska 96, Crawford 25 ready to Juliet, traffic holding position, contact ground point 75.
This is United Airlines 1855 taking off to Newark on the 787-9 Dreamliner.
Oh, do we have a A350 heading here to the south side? Delta.
Juliet, cross 25 right, contact ground American 3. At 1855 heavy, contact Hotel Parker. 1855 heavy, bye-bye.
Who is that? Oh, I thought that was...
Our guest.
Okay, so we do have it confirmed.
Yes, now
All
we
right.
have it confirmed.
Now, do we want to announce who it is, or do you guys want it as a surprise? Do you like surprises, or do you like to be notified? I don't like surprises.
We can tell you that in the next hour we have a special guest.
Friend of the channel. We haven't seen in quite some time.
Dear friend.
Well, I think we just gave it away.
We just say we don't have a lot of friends?
Yes. I was going to zoom into the Emirates, but I think we're too far away. All right, so who do we have coming up in the next hour?
Our only friend, apparently. No, I'm just kidding.
It's Later Tater.
Yeah.
Later Tater going to be coming and visiting us here.
Oh, they wanted a surprise.
Oh, oops. Now I ruined it.
Well, surprise.
Still acts surprised when he shows up.
Oh, yeah.
So if you have any questions for the Tater Man, Get him ready.
Oh, not Armand. That would have been nice too. We gotta get Armand to be here.
I think I see a lot in the chat on those 24-hour live chats. I see a lot of people say, boy, do I miss hearing Later Tater. And I agree with you. I miss hearing Later Tater on the ATC. So it'll be good to hear his voice again. It's been, what, 3 months since he was here last?
Yeah. And with Allison being here in town, like, hey, why don't you come pay us a visit?
Yeah. There, we got this Delta A350 making that left-hand turn onto Bravo. We'll be heading to 25 right for a south side at takeoff.
I just read the full message. This is Avianca 557 taking off to Guatemala City on the A320neo.
That is this A350, this flight heading to Atlanta. Flight 446 heads down to 25 at right. I'm seeing the distance, the Emirates A380 Super. Oh, Linda asking, is Later Tater going to voice any of the promos? Not the one that I was talking about on Tuesday. Just because we had to get this done pretty fast. So the voiceover for our new trailer coming up is the voice that did our Plane Jockeys promo stuff. It's the same voice, which I think fits this kind of trailer that we're working on. So we hired the same guy that did our Plane Jockeys voiceovers.
It's a Plane Jockeys podcast.
Yeah. That guy's a hoot to work with. So I didn't get Mark Thompson. He never responded to me.
Who?
Sorry, Mark. Who? Yeah, who? We wanted to put Later Tater, but we'll have to figure out something in the future. Some Whitecap Mountains there in the distance.
Wow, it's Southwest in a hurry.
Where are you going? You're going to run out of runway.
Yeah.
Okay, Echo Echo, hold short 25 right, Southwest 3251. American 2284, really there.
And this is Emirates Flight 215 coming in from Dubai, though we do have a Moss Air Cargo rolling it down to 25 right, which I might switch to here.
Moss 6811, the Airbus 330 converted freighter taking off to Guadalajara.
Also the big queue heading toward the north side as well. Kind of the afternoon rush.
There are no 330s that were built as freighters, right? They're all converted.
There is an A330 cargo. It's got that unique, I don't know what it's officially called. We have seen them, Avianca Cargo.
Oh,
I think
yeah.
is the one that flies the official A330 cargo. It's got the front landing gear has I don't know exactly what it's called, but it's like an extra, like, I'm sure someone out there knows. What is that?
So those were, I thought those were passengers, though. They weren't converted?
That one that we just saw was an old passenger plane. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of a hot plane for cargo because a lot of them are being retired. And the one thing I realized when I went to Amazon is the majority of Amazon Air are 767s, which, you know, they're retiring those, but at some point they're going to run out of those, and those are getting up there in age. So the next one is kind of, they're all looking at the A330. There's just going to be a lot of those retiring. Of course, Amazon, they work with Hawaiian to operate those A330s, but the one that I went on at Cincinnati was manufactured as a passenger plane, but it was put into the desert during the pandemic, so it never actually operated as a passenger plane. It just sat in the desert for years, and they took it and converted it into cargo. But it's a brand new plane. But technically, it's a converted passenger plane. They have a couple of those that they were able to get. Of course, both of those, or three of those, well, any of the A330s with Amazon Air is operated by Hawaiian. The nose wheel bump to level the A330.
Interesting.
This is Virgin Atlantic Flight 7 coming in from London Heathrow, A350-1000.
What did I mess up? I messed up? Huh? Is everyone thinking about their question for later, Tater?
I got a question for him. What have you been up to?
Oh, yeah.
How you enjoying retired life?
We got to start with that. How have you been? What's new?
Yeah.
How's it going? That's all you have to ask, and, you know, the conversation will go from there.
I'm sure he has a lot to talk about. Hopefully he's taking a vacation, and hopefully he's had a good time and not thinking about work. I wouldn't be surprised if he shows up and says, I start a new job next month.
I don't know. It's like, with everything going on, thankfully things have settled down. It seems like the news at the beginning of the year was picking up on a lot of aviation-related events.
Singapore, 777-300ER, pushing it back. That tail to the west, that will certainly be a south side takeoff. Of course, the big Q, Qatar Airways A350-1000, arriving here on the north side. Plane Mania 27 with the $2 super chat says, I'm going to make plans to come back to LA soon. Well, there you go. We'll see you then.
Cool.
And Mr. Woody becomes a silver member once again. Thank you so much, Mr. Woody. And our legend Jane gifting another 50 Airline Videos Live memberships. That is a total of 100 gifted memberships from Legend Shane here today. Thank you so much, Shane. Awesome support. I'm being told there's a heavy taking off.
I'm trying not to be bossy, but I'm like, This is Delta Airlines 446 taking off to Atlanta on the A350-900. Gonna start preparing for our guests to arrive.
Back to the north side. British Airways 777-300ER next arrival, 25 right. And Emirates making that right-hand turn onto Kilo. Renata Adele with a $10 super chat. Good to see you, Renette. So my friend just landed in Honolulu and sent me pictures of the wonderful ANA Turtle. Looking forward to your trip to Honolulu. Thanks, Renat. Yeah, we can't wait to see those A380s. I heard the blue one, Rudy, is down for maintenance. I don't know if that's still going to be down for maintenance when we see it at the end of the month. Of course, the blue one's one of my favorites. Of course, the orange, which is beautiful. You can see that orange a miles away.
Yeah.
My least favorite is the green, but it's still nice.
That's too bad. Yeah, my favorite's blue.
You know, the eyes all look different on all three.
Really?
The orange has eyelashes. The green is winking. And the blue, I think, has just regular eyes looking at you. Do I have that right?
Huh. Interesting. I don't think I noticed that.
Next arrival on the north side is Cathay Pacific Flight 882 coming up from Hong Kong at 777-300 ER. Outside the Lufthansa Queen Flight 456 coming in from Frankfurt 747-8. 6 minutes out. Emirates making its way to Tom Bradley, Singapore, already starting taxi, heading to 25 right.
Hold short 25 right, Juliet.
Flight time is just under 12 hours.
All right. Aviation Flights Photography with the super chat. Appreciate that. Hi, Kevin Rudy. Kevin, has your arm in your new car?
How's your arm?
Oh, how's my arm? It's actually feeling really good here today.
Waiting on the back end right now.
I just got to keep it moving and grooving. The car is going great. There it is. I'll be taking that thing to Phoenix tomorrow. Hopefully, I'll get some better gas mileage on it. We're looking forward to another trip.
Yeah, should be good.
Rudy's been traveling in style in the car last week. What do you think, Rudy?
It's very comfortable. You know, one thing our friends have commented, I think they said it at the end of the show last week, everything fits.
Everything does fit.
Yeah, like because our friends helped us put some of our equipment away in the car, and everything fits and more. And I'm like, don't you dare add more equipment.
No. Actually, if you guys remember that big black tub, you guys remember I showed off the big black tub that I got at Home Depot, and I usually would take that. Well, we wouldn't actually take it out of the car here at Imperial Hill, but I would take it up to top of the H Hotel, and I showed it a few times to you guys at the H Hotel. That thing it's big, and it would fit all the equipment, and I would actually have to put the tub in the back seat of the old Volkswagen, and I didn't want to do that with this car because I want to treat the back seats with some respect, and I just want to get everything in the back, which we can. So I've gotten rid of the tub. The tub's not being used anymore, but I got smart for once, Rudy. I actually went to Amazon and I typed in foldable wagon that can accept more weight, and I instantly saw double-decker foldable wagons.
Yeah.
And I ordered one, and we loaded it today. In fact, it's in the car. We should take it out. You guys got to see this thing. It's amazing.
It was perfect. Everything fit perfectly. And
my only... Oh, maybe we should pull it out. Want to pull it out?
Yeah, and it handled all the jackeries very well.
My only concern is the handle. It feels really... You might have to take it from the other side. It really feels stable, but the handle just feels... I don't know, like it could... All right, this is a foldable wagon. It's 2 stories high. Here, grab that side. Look at this thing. You see it? All right, now pull out the back end. Look at it. This is where you put the stuff in the bottom. Look at that. I finally got smart. And this thing folds up and it goes in the back of the car. The only concern that I have is this front handle. It just seems kind of wonky a little bit. I don't know. Apparently this thing should hold like 500 plus pounds. I don't know. We'll see. But there you go. We're just going to leave it out on the... Oh, we're done with it. All right, thanks, Rudy. All right, we do have the Queen. Going to be arriving. See the handle? I'm telling you, the handle is just... All right. So Kevin's getting smart for once. And the nice thing is the lower part of that, I can put the tripod, you can lay it down, you can put the batteries on the second part, and you can put all the other stuff on the top part.
Affirm, hold short, 25 right, American 2656.
We got Yankee Lima coming in from Frankfurt. We also have Singapore now rolling. Airlines Flight 11 taking off to Tokyo Narita on the 777-300ER. Yeah, you can take the wagon for when you go to Target, so you don't drop your glass bottles.
Can you imagine walking into Target with that thing?
Well, no. They might not like that.
I'll tell you though, if you look for, what would you call that, double-decker foldable wagon on Amazon, you're gonna come up with like, I don't know, 100 different ones. Do you always go with where it says Amazon's choice? Is that what makes your decision? No?
I always go for, I have to like sort by bestsellers and or average customer review.
So you don't go for the Amazon's choice?
If I see that label on an item, I might go for it, but I don't just assume that that's the best one.
See, I do. See, they got me.
Because they'll have a couple of those listed as Amazon's choice.
That was Amazon's choice on double-decker wagons. Well, we'll see. I'll keep you updated. All right, it is officially the top of the hour once again. Just after 2 p.m. here in beautiful Los Angeles, California, you are watching continuous live coverage of LAX plane spotting right here on your home for LAX live streams. That is Airline Videos Live. Today is the big Sunday show here on March 9th, 2025. And we are your plane jockeys here at Imperial Hill. Hope you guys are all having a great Sunday. Thanks for tuning in here today. Special guests should be here this hour. And of course, we're getting that afternoon rush as well.
Oh, yeah.
It's a good time here today.
You don't want to miss that, so don't touch that dial.
Deborah H. becoming a gold member once again. Thank you so much, Deborah. Don't touch that dial.
What dial?
That dial on that TV set.
I was watching some video. These teenagers were video recording the last analog TV transmission.
Oh, yes, I've seen that.
I'm like, what? Interesting.
It happened in the late 90s.
Wow.
Was it? No. Or was it early 2000s?
Boy, we've come a long way. This is Porter 664 taking off to Toronto on the E195 E2.
So it looks like the big Q is waiting for a gate. And waiting for a gate on the southeast corner of Tom Bradley. And it will wait for the Japan Airlines 777-300ER, which will be heading back to Tokyo Haneda. Once that clears the alley, it will allow the big Q to head over there. And of course, the Queen also heading to the gates. Should be making a right-hand turn onto taxiway Kilo. Of course, this Queen won't be going anywhere. They'll be towing that out to the west side. Sometimes we see it over here at an Imperial Highway area as well. Of course, they're going to have the A380 and the Queen. They're going to be parking them here tonight because of strikes going on in Deutschland. All right, Japan Airlines, that 777 now starting its taxi, now allowing the big Q to head into the southeast corner.
Actually, flight 453 is still showing as scheduled for tonight, 6:30.
Oh, really?
Yeah, to Munich.
Okay.
But I don't know, that could change. They might change their mind. We ain't going anywhere.
Well, I hope the passengers are, they know what's up right now.
Well, when I flew Lufthansa back in 2022, was it? They were going through the same thing, and I was afraid I wasn't going to make it home.
Oof.
I'm stuck in Austria.
Japan Airlines, the 777, making that left-hand turn onto Bravo. Now allowing the big Q to head into the alleyway between Terminal 4 and Tom Bradley.
Let's see, who do we have in the chat? We have Brandon89, Renee, good to see you. Renette Adele, hello. Tina Marie, Speedster D, Kenneth Murray. Hello, everybody.
Queen making that final turn, heading into the gates. And that's not our only Queen heading our way. And that would be Korean Air Flight 101. This 747-8 Intercontinental coming in from Seoul, now just 8 minutes away. Now the real question is, will we see the new updated delivery of ever on a 747-8 with Korean Air? You know, they will be getting rid of those. More than likely, we will never see an updated delivery on those, if you start thinking about it.
Well, that would be nice, but probably not.
And there she is. Some people might say, well, thankfully we will never see the updated delivery on this Queen.
How about on the A380?
I don't know. That's a good question, too. Some of those A380s certainly need a paint job.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Including the one we saw earlier.
Yeah.
Twist Express asking if I'm counting the days down to spring break. Not literally counting the days down, but I guess I'm counting the weeks down. I know some people do that. There's already people counting down to summer.
Boy, oh boy.
But that's too soon. We still have to get through March. March is Probably one of the most
Hectiest. We're just making up words here.
the most hectic month of the year. So if anybody understands the music world in schools, it's festival season. Some people call it contest. And this is the week for us. This is JetBlue Flight 100 taking off to Fort Lauderdale on the A321.
So going to be pushing back this A380, heading back to the Qantas hangar. Also, ITA Flight 620 coming in from Rome. It's an A338 Neo. Now just 9 minutes out, looking like it's heading here to the south side. Can't think of a username. Becoming a silver member here today. I like that username.
Guys, 48, visual 25 left. Guys, 48, LA Air, number 2, 25 left, third land, cross, trigger, 74 parallel. 5 left, third land, guys, 48. Guys, 4133, hold it short for 25 right at K, back.
Yeah, I don't think I'd ever fly a Phenom tiny jet.
Close to 4, kind of SoCal departure.
So,
Japan Air 157, RNAV Docker, 125011, runway 25 right, clear for takeoff.
we do have that Japan 777-300ER heading back to Tokyo Haneda, now lined up 25 right. Now rolling.
Los Angeles Tower, pushing by 3211, visual 25 left. And by 3211, LA Terra, number 2, 25 left, good line. 25 left, wood, and land, pushing by 32 left. Extend to 238, LA Terra. Go ahead for 238. At 238, turn right, you're at Bravo 5, back taxi, number 25, right, turn right at Gulf. Okay, right on Bravo 5, back taxi, and the turn right on left on.
This is Japan Airlines Flight 15 taking off to Tokyo Haneda on the 777-300ER.
Okay, just double check. You want us to turn right here for 238 and left on the runway, correct? Affirmative, 238, taxi eastbound on 25, right, then turn right at Gulf. Hold short, 25 left. Hold short, 25 left on Gulf, set at 238. Got 4133, cross 55 right at Quebec, contact ground 175. Cross 25 right Quebec, and ground 75, go 4133. Evo 622, taxi via hotel, Quebec, hold short, 25 right.
Right, pretty busy here at Imperial Hill. Lots of plane spotters. A few I know. I think a lot of people from out of town as well.
Yeah.
I think we were out here yesterday, just for a brief moment. It wasn't very busy. Of course, there wasn't really anything going on at the moment either.
Yeah,
Maybe that's why, Kevin.
I feel like when we come here, when we're not live,
Yeah.
there's like nothing going on.
It's got a different vibe,
I
isn't
don't know
it?
what that is.
Are you saying that we bring a vibe to the hill?
Oh yeah. I mean,
bring a
it just
vibe to the
happens naturally. At least that's how it plays in my head.
Like, you think that people actually come out on a Sunday just to be here because we bring a vibe to the hill?
There's a good mix of that.
I think I would come out here and Plane Spot if there was a live stream going on, knowing that people around the world are watching exactly what I'm out here for. I think there'd be kind of a cool vibe. I'd get into that.
Am I going to be on TV?
Yeah.
runway 25 right.
Hollywood is here filming planes.
48.
Kevin, thank you so much. This is Love the Airline Videos 24/7 live camera feeds. I'm right there with you, Kevin. I was talking about it earlier that on Sunday mornings, I'm sitting there. The beautiful view, especially this morning on the north side cameras, I can't get enough of it. I'm just like, I could be here all day and just watch.
Yeah, I was like, Kevin, where are you? Hello.
Rudy's sitting in the office waiting for me to show up.
I'm like, we got a show to get going. Speaking of airport theory, this is Alaska Airlines 1374 taking off to Loretto on the 737-800.
Turkish A350 flight now pushing back. We do the Korean Air 747. Oh, that's him. I didn't even recognize him.
It's later tater time, y'all.
Oh, get the later tater emojis ready.
The man of the hour has arrived.
Boy, oh boy.
So I'll just step aside now.
Oh, jeez. Gerard, one of our great mods, gifting one to Airline Videos Live membership. Thank you so much.
Delta 2119 had a couple of balloons on 5 mile final.
Joseph, that's a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Joseph. Says my 8-year-old son says hi. His name is Joseph. Loves your videos on the planes. Hello, Joseph.
Hello.
How cool is that? I'm sure you guys are sitting there on the sofa watching the stream, and up comes your super chat. All right, this is Korean Air Flight 101, the 747-8 Intercontinental coming in from Seoul. Next arrival on the north side on 24 right.
Flight time is 10 hours and 13 minutes.
198. 198 head to yellow hair, runway 25 right, full length, line up, wait. Full length line away, 198. Back 2901, traffic SoCal departure. 48, cross 55 ready, gate back, contact ground 175. Punches on red, go back, ground up. 211, cross 55 right, Lima, to the brand. 25 right at Lima, Lima to the ramp.
It looks like Turkish might be heading there to the north side, but it's still heading to the south. United Heavy heading to Shanghai, flight 198 787-9 Dreamliner will be our next takeoff here on the south side.
So full disclaimer, when we bring our guest on, we are going to not have ATC up for you, because we'll have ATC, retired ATC, right in front of us.
There's too many voices going on at once when we bring a guest on, so we're just going to mute the ATC while he's on.
Just wanted to prepare all of you for that. Where's ATC?
ATC, no. Behind the scenes, apparently it was too loud. I think cords are rubbing.
Are you calling me too loud?
No, the cords are rubbing up against the...
What is this for anyway?
Huh?
What is this for anyway?
Oh, just in case you need to charge a phone or something.
Or make it sound louder.
Okay, we'll expect the right side, hold short 25 left, sir, punch it in. A lot of 26 with room, the same view.
Will you let me know when?
Right, full length for departure for now, hold short.
Whenever.
Victor 321.
All right, we got that Dreamliner heading to Shanghai, now rolling down
No.
to 25 right.
No, this is me calling you over later, Tater. He's like, he thought I was fanning myself.
Ita.
How are you, sir? Good to see you. Something like that. He always comes with the jokes. This is United Airlines Flight 198 taking off to Shanghai on the 787-9 Dreamliner.
And we just have Ita arriving under 25 left. A330 Neo coming in from Rome.
Flight time is 12 hours and 24 minutes.
All right, if you want, you can mute the 4, but you're going to have to turn up the audio to
You're
whatever
going to have to show me
matches.
how to do that, because I don't know how to do that.
Just press the button on the top.
You go, sir? Remember this thing? Wow. There we go. Is that good? Too loud? We're good?
What?
Nope.
Oh boy! Why do you sound louder than us? Remember, bring it
He's
down.
a professional.
Yeah. We're not going to say professional what, but sure. Howdy, y'all.
Hello, welcome
What's
back.
up, later, Tater?
It is later.
Missed you.
Every chance you get, right?
Well, it depends how you look at it, because we kind of sprung forward an
Yes.
hour.
Yeah, we did. That hurt about 6 o'clock this morning.
Yeah. I think we all felt it.
All right, I'm going to fine tune your audio. Just give me 1 second here.
Yeah.
Let me.
I have them halfway, by the way, so.
Alrighty.
That's going to be loud.
Coddleston, Coddleston, Coddleston pie. A fly can't bird, but a bird can fly. Ask me a riddle, and I reply.
Move up.
Coddleston,
Your mic a little bit.
Coddleston pie.
He's got jokes.
ready.
He's got rhymes.
Okay,
Oh, yeah.
so
All right.
in the comments, where did that come from? Somebody knows that.
Boy, oh boy, I can't get your audio correct here. What's going on here? Keep talking.
Okay, I'm now going to whisper just to try Kevin.
No, don't whisper.
Way to mess with him.
All right, welcome
Oh.
back. Later.
My boom does seem to want to slip. So, howdy, y'all.
Hello.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good to have you back. Where have
Happy
you
day
been?
after International Women's Day. Howdy, y'all, the girlfriends. So,
Oh.
you know,
Hello.
howdy, girlfriend. Howdy, girlfriend. I got lots of girlfriends.
Hey.
Yeah.
So, what have you
Okay.
been up to?
No good, just like always.
No good. Oh boy.
That's the way to do it.
Yep. So,
Really? Nothing?
well, this is a family-friendly channel, isn't it?
Yeah, we got to keep it rated G.
All right.
You know?
So, vacations,
Yes.
trips,
Yes.
sleeping in.
Yes.
Okay.
That's the life, man.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
And
what
then-
else is there?
And then we dragged you out here to the airport.
Yeah. Have you been out here since you
I
retired?
haven't been here since the last time I was here.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah.
Do you miss it?
Miss what?
The planes.
Being up there in that tower. Come on. You missed that.
Every chance I get. Okay. The issue is that the boom is,
It's
yeah,
is
the
it
pivot
falling?
is too loose.
Oh.
So-
Here,
Tell
let's
you
see.
what, can you switch? Rudy, can you switch?
Yeah, we can trade.
All right, we'll fix.
Does it work
All right.
better on the other side? I mean,
Well,
I go both ways.
No, well, I have no idea. All right, we'll figure.
Well, now you know.
I'm telling you, he's got the jokes.
Yeah, you just
All
think it's a joke. Oh, hey, there's Allegiant. Get them while they're got. 'Cause
Oh.
They're, they're drastically reducing their operations here.
Let's switch the
Yeah.
mics.
Oh,
He's not liking it.
And then Rudy can
I've got some
maybe
chewing
adjust.
gum. We can tighten that up. But it's
Professional broadcasting here.
Oh yeah, I've got a hammer in the truck. We
All
can
right,
fix
that
it.
sounds much better.
Much more better.
Much better.
Much more
All
better.
right.
So, yeah, there's Allegiant. They're pulling their crew base out of here later
Yeah,
this year and
yeah.
drastically cutting back on their the flights. So get them while they're hot.
So it sounds like you're still You still kind of paying attention to what's going on in the aviation industry
a
then?
little bit.
Yeah? Just a little bit?
Testing.
Very little
testing.
bit. Testes.
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, yeah, there's something up with this.
That's what she said.
And, processing. There we go. Is that better? No.
No.
It's something.
Oh,
with the-
my.
Yeah, there's
I
something
am
going on here.
quite voluminous.
Well, why is he all of a sudden out loud?
I did something to it.
I'll go back to whispering.
It's the
Coddleston,
whatever.
Coddleston. Why?
Is he on 1?
I'm on 4 now.
Okay, he's on 1.
Yeah.
Who's on first?
Why does a frog? I don't know why.
All right.
Ask me a riddle, and I reply. There you go.
Yeah, he's on 1.
Coddleston.
All right. We'll get to this
Taters number
eventually.
1, y'all.
Always, always.
Taters number 1.
Well, now we're not supposed to scream in the mic. All right.
Well, I got something to scream about. I'm number 1.
Well, we have the 24-hour live cameras, and a lot of people say, I really miss hearing that later Tater on the control tower, in the control tower.
Okay. Well, so just tune into last year's streams.
Yes.
And and there I'll be.
Oh yeah.
So, you know.
No, we definitely miss you though up in the tower. It's not the same.
Thank you. But, I hear that from there as well. So
Yeah.
they threw a retirement party for me and another
that's
guy
right.
that
Okay.
left right at the end of the year. We both left.
Oh wow.
Actually, I stayed 3 extra days
Okay.
just so that I could be number 1 on seniority list
Oh, look
for
at
3
that.
days because he was number 1 and I was number 2, and we were originally scheduled out the same day.
Uh-huh.
And I stuck around for 3 extra days just so I could be. I told y'all I'm number 1.
Yeah, you didn't want to finish number 2.
I was. Well, you want to finish number 2 before you leave, but you know. So
I love the jokes.
yeah, you know, no extra charge. So, but but at said retirement party,
yes.
and there were more people there than there were here. I'm pretty sure. It was amazing the number of folks that came by, which was very gratifying, to be honest. I'm pretty sure they were all here for him, but but you know, the bouncer didn't catch me in time, so I just came on in. But to a person, every single one of them basically said some variation of, "Man, I wish you had stayed, but you left at the right time," which is kind of gratifying. And on the other hand, I feel really bad for the folks who are still here, because it's not a lot of fun right now.
Yeah. I was going to
Yeah.
ask you that. Do you feel like you left at the right time knowing that there's just a lot of stuff going on?
Absolutely.
Well,
and
the last time we were here, you kind of called it. You said, I think I'm getting out at the right time.
And it's. Let me put it this way. I haven't been there for 3 months. The people who are supposed to handle my retirement have been fired.
Oh.
So at this point, I actually got a phone call about 2 weeks ago from the benefits people saying, "Are you really retired?" I said, "Well, I thought I was. I haven't been going to work.
my
They
gosh.
haven't been paying me. No one's called looking for me, so I'm pretty sure everyone thinks I'm retired, except apparently for the benefits people, because they've
Oh my
done
gosh.
none of it." And that
Wow.
was the first question I got from the other guy at the party. Was he asked, "So have they done your stuff?" No, haven't done his either. So
Wow.
yeah, we may be just like all the other former federal employees filing for unemployment.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Jeez.
So yeah, good times.
Wow.
That's interesting.
But
Wow.
it's.
Sorry,
yeah.
are you sure you're retired?
Well, like I said, it's so far
Should you be at work right now?
work. Are you using 4-letter words on a family channel?
I
Shame
know.
on you.
What am I doing?
There's no way that they're going to call you back and say, hey, you want to come back?
There's no provision to make that happen. I
Okay.
know President Musk sent out a tweet saying retired controllers should come back. However, there is no provision in federal law for someone who is ineligible for the job to be rehired for the job that he was in that he's not eligible for. Because remember, I am 2 years past mandatory retirement date.
Wait,
for
he said all retired ATCs should come back?
There was a tweet 2 or 3 weeks ago. Somebody will probably throw it in the comments. We'll crowdsource it because, you know, the internet is wonderful. But no, he's put out a tweet a couple of weeks ago basically saying that, you know, retired controllers, if you've been thinking about coming back, we would encourage you to do so, or something like that.
Oh, interesting.
It is interesting, other than there's no process for that to actually happen, but it's good optics. So, you know, it's all about the optics. That's without getting too political.
Right.
But, you know. So anyway, yeah, no, it's a great time to be watching the airplanes from afar.
There you go.
The aviation news has been kind of dismal lately. I would say that my 15 seconds of fame were, for quite a while, the last good news that we had in aviation. I'm calling it good news because nothing happened.
Right.
Yes.
And then we've had 1 or 2 other instances where something could have happened and didn't. And it makes a big splash, but honestly, it's good news when Southwest doesn't hit the guy that's crossing the runway right in front of it.
Can you believe that? Wow.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was nearly what happened over there.
Right.
It was
y'all
that
were
close?
watching. Yeah.
Wow.
So, you know, it's every now and then controllers got to do controller stuff, and pilots got to do pilot stuff. I mean, isn't that what Goose said? Time to do some of that pilot stuff?
Did you, maybe you can't, I mean, you're retired, maybe you can't, maybe talk about it, maybe you can. Did you see the video from SFO when I was up there? I actually,
What
for the
did you
first
do in
time,
SFO?
for the first time ever, later Tater, I said ATC, horrible decision. I never said that before.
Well, I'm glad you waited until after I retired to say that. That's very magnanimous of you.
Good point.
I'm sure you think it all the time, but no, I did
you
not.
Didn't see it?
So
Okay.
no,
All right.
it's,
Well, I'll send you the video, and I'd love to hear your
Rudy
thoughts on
threatened
it.
to, but yeah, it's. I have no idea what happened.
Okay,
but,
then we'll,
I know,
we'll move on.
I will mention that San Francisco has runways with flight paths that cross. And
Well, it wasn't. So basically, what it was is that they allowed Emirates A380 to take off on the 28 left, which is, I guess, kind of rare. At the same time, we had 2 heavies heading into the 28s. I had a Dreamliner coming in with Qantas on 28 left, Turkish 777 coming on 28 right. Well, they cleared Emirates to take off, but Emirates kind of took us, well, a long time to get on the runway. At that time, I'm looking at it. Of course, you can see down the bay, and I'm thinking, well, it's really getting close. And Emirates is still on the runway. Of course, Qantas went around. Turkish went around because they were freaking out because of the possible jet blast from the Emirates A380. So we had 2 go-rounds. A380 took off. But
so now you have 3 airplanes in the space of 1.
Yeah.
Bonus.
And basically,
it makes the plane spotting a lot easy because they're all right there.
Yes.
You know?
I'm not an ATC controller, but I was.
Would you like to be?
No,
I hear they're hiring.
No. But they should have held the A380. Should have. If they would have held the A380.
It sounds like it based on what you've told me and nothing else. It certainly sounds like it.
Sorry to put you on the spot.
Sometimes easier said than done.
I know.
But I think we've all seen, the whole Southwest FedEx thing in Austin a couple years ago. You could make the argument that, the controller might have wanted to revisit that. It's like, okay, why don't y'all just hold off for a second? Or preemptively issue alternate instructions to the FedEx and, just plan ahead. But, coulda, shoulda, woulda. I wasn't there. And, everybody on YouTube is, we're going to have more bass. But, there are lots of experts on YouTube.
Yes, there are.
I do not aspire to be one more.
Well, I get a lot of comments, well, who do you think you are, Plane Jockey Kevin? You're not an ATC controller. You're not even a pilot. Who are you? Who are you to judge? But
but you have cameras and a YouTube channel. And there's city ops doing the runway check.
Yes.
Howdy.
Did you feel the earthquake earlier?
Yeah. That was exciting for a moment.
We didn't feel it.
Oh, where was the epicenter? Because I was
Westlake Village.
Up that way.
Yeah. Well, okay. So I was in Whittier on a ladder. So.
Oh.
Yeah.
And you felt it there?
Yes.
Oh, man. Hope my cats are okay.
But.
Japan Airlines, the Dreamliner, heading to the north side.
Okay.
So you don't miss being out here. You don't miss the planes, though you love the planes.
Sure.
How do you get your fix around the planes? Are you watching us? You watching the 24-hour live broadcast?
I own an airplane. Did we
Oh,
not
you
ever
own an
discuss
airplane.
it? Yeah,
That's
I own,
right.
well, or it owns me. It's closer to the truth, but you know. But is it SkyWest or Horizon? I can't tell from here.
That.
You know, it says on the side.
Alaska
Oh, it does?
Horizon.
Oh, okay.
Alaska Horizon. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it will say underneath the Alaska, it'll say SkyWest or Horizon or whomever.
RFI Nerd with the $10 super chat. Thank you so much, RFI Nerds. It sounds like you're enjoying your retirement. July 31st is my last day.
Congratulations.
And my work is in. At least I'll survive the purge.
Yeah, well, the big question is, will the people who are supposed to handle your paperwork survive the purge?
Yeah.
Because I don't know how that's working out so far. I would say, as just word of advice, have lots of money set aside because you may have to live off of savings for months and months.
Oh, wow.
My last day was December 31st. Here we are, March 9th?
Yeah.
And nothing. So, just make sure your bills are paid ahead. And you've got something stocked away because you may have to stretch it for a while.
Ooh. Yeah.
Boy, oh boy.
So you got that to look forward to.
That's good advice, though.
Well, that's good advice for anybody,
Yeah,
honestly.
that is true.
But because financial literacy is not something we do in this country, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Heath Shelton with a $5 super chat says, hi later, Tater. Good
Howdy.
to see you again. Question, is there anything you're missing in retirement that you thought you wouldn't miss?
Oh.
It's a good question.
Sheesh. Short answer, doesn't sound like it. I don't miss having to get up at 3:30 or 4 o'clock in the morning. I don't miss sometimes getting home at 6 o'clock in the morning. I don't miss the 405 freeway. I don't miss trying to get into the parking garage over there because the control tower is right in the middle of the terminal complex. So controllers coming to work have to fight all the same traffic as the people trying to get their plane or get out of the airport. And so it can take, I always allow an hour, and sometimes the first 15 minutes was fine, and then it would be another half hour to get basically from the freeway to the parking garage.
Yep.
So
can I ask you this?
Don't miss that part at all.
The last few times we had you on the show, you were concerned, and this was going into retirement, you were concerned about not being a part of something big. Do you remember you saying that?
No, I do, because I went from doing something that matters to a lot of people, something that a lot of people respect, to basically I'm just another guy. And I'm not sure that's fully hit yet.
Okay.
It's close enough that most people assume I'm still working, and I don't bother to undeceive them, and unless it's to my advantage to. But I'm sure I've been told by folks who preceded me that you'll get there.
Yeah.
So it may be early days yet.
So you don't watch our 24-hour live feed and say, contact departure.
Well,
I hate to break your hearts, but
that's not him.
I know.
No.
But I'm
Well,
just saying.
that's he's the new Tater now. So, and I told him so.
Yeah. You don't sit there and say, howdy, y'all, or.
Oh, I say howdy, y'all, to everybody.
Contact departure, y'all. Contact departure,
later,
y'all.
Tater.
You know.
So, but
nothing.
No.
All right.
He's living the life.
Boy, oh boy. Is time go by quicker now that you're not up there? Does your days go by quicker?
Certainly seems like it. Yes.
Yeah.
And I mean, the quickest way to make time pass is to be on break at work. Because it's amazing how quickly time passes when you're on break. And then you go back to work, and the clock just stops.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And particularly normally about this time of the afternoon. I mean, this is 3 to 4, 3 to 5 tends to be kind of a lull anyway in the traffic, which is unfortunate because that's also about the time your circadian rhythm kind of.
Oh yeah.
And so you want to take a nap. There's nobody to talk to, and except each other in the tower cab, and sometimes you don't.
Or
want to
Bob
talk to,
once in a while.
Or Bob.
The rumor has it Bob's still up there in the tower.
My last
the
day,
refrigerator?
Bob was on the. He was stuck to it.
Bob's seen more of that tower than the plane jockeys. I'm jealous, Bob. Jeez, Bob. All right, let's head back to the chat here. Carolyn Ibis with the super chat. Thanks so much, Carolyn. Says, hello, Later Tater. What type
Howdy.
of airplane do you own?
I am owned by a Cessna Skyhawk. It's basically the Toyota Corolla of airplanes. Little single engine, 4-seat, and and those things make more noise than it does. We
Really?
just a couple of,
Little motorcycles going
yeah,
down.
a couple of hogs or something just went by. So, but I can legally go faster than they can. So there's that. I used to fly something called a Beach Baron, 2 engines, 6 seats, much faster, much more expensive, especially in retirement. And I actually let it go a few years ago when mandatory 6-day weeks became a thing.
Oh, wow.
And an airplane like that is not something to be rusty in. And I just didn't have time to fly it. And it occurred to me, it's like, I'm not safe in my own airplane. And so it was time for it to go.
How often do you fly?
A lot more now.
Yeah? Like almost every day or 3
Not
times a week?
every day, but a couple, 3 times a week.
Yeah?
So,
Wow.
yeah.
That's so cool.
Wow.
I can even keep it right side up sometimes now.
When do we get a ride?
That
worry
costs
about it.
extra.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
That costs extra. So, but
Yeah, I don't know if Kevin would do that though.
No, probably not. No. We got offered a ride to Catalina Island
He's
one
scared
time.
of heights.
Yeah.
oh, scared of heights, but you wanted to come visit the tower, the tallest thing on the entire freaking airport.
Yes.
I still want to go visit it.
So,
Yeah, I still have yet to go up there.
well, I know a guy. Too bad he retired. But
Well,
in all fairness, I have gotten so far 3 phone calls and an email from the training department wanting to know if I would come back and run the simulator as a contractor. And for the moment, I'm sort of kicking that can down the road because I don't want another set of paperwork trying to make its way through the labyrinth that is what's left of the FAA. And I could just see my retirement paperwork and the contractor paper doing this. And the whole thing just coming completely off
That'll
the
be a
rails.
mess.
So we'll let them finish with one pile of paperwork. They're just feeding it into the shredder, I know. And then we'll see. Because I also have invitations to go talk to the people at the academy in Oklahoma City where all the controllers go for training. And so that would be a little closer to, my parents and home and that sort of thing. So we'll see. But I'm not in any hurry to do any of that, frankly. Because it's a lot colder there than it is here.
Have you been to Texas since retirement?
No. I'm going soon because my mom's birthday's coming up. My sister's birthday's coming up. But, there's been a lot of loose ends just to sort of wrap up when all of a sudden I have time to do all the chores.
Would you fly? Would you fly there yourself?
I have.
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, what's the point of having an airplane?
Yeah, there you go.
So,
have you ever flown into Harris Ranch for some burgers along the 5?
I have not. I've heard of it.
Yeah, you should do that.
So,
I was driving back from SFO a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
Driving down the 5. It was a beautiful day out, and there had to have been at least 7 or 8 airplanes just sitting there, and they're all going
Isn't
to Harris
that amazing?
Ranch for barbecue.
Yeah.
Just fly in, fly out, have
Sure.
lunch or dinner.
Yeah. It's generally called the $100 hamburger, which, realistically nowadays with aviation gasoline costing somewhere between $5 and $8 a gallon, it's probably the $500 hamburger. But
Oh, boy.
who's counting?
I was going to say, I just flew up to San Francisco for a burger. Literally flew up and flew back down.
Sure, like you do.
$300 burger. Yeah.
Oh, hey, you went in the middle of the week and got it on special.
Yes.
So there you go. So that's the way you do it.
Oh, man.
So, but now, anything else in the chit chat?
Well, let's see here. I think
this is your big chance, y'all.
Richard with the $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Richard. Says, when will you be back to JFK?
I know you ain't talking to me.
Keep you updated there, Richard. Yes. Pat's Public and Hap Farm with a super chat. Says, hi guys, I'm watching you with my son from Ottawa, Canada. Always fun to look at your live streams. Have you already been to Ottawa? No, we have not.
I've been to Ottawa, Kansas.
Appreciate that, Pat. Thank you so much. Dr. T becoming a gold member. Thank you so much, Dr. T. Rudy is looking at the chat, and do we have any questions there in the chat, Rudy?
Nothing recently.
It looks pretty questionable.
Do you all have questions? Remember we asked you all to start thinking about your questions?
Sound of one hand clapping. It's other important questions.
Well, I certainly miss you up there in the ATC control tower.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm glued to the TV set watching our 24-hour cameras, which we now have on the north side, by the way, north and south side.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so we got the whole airport covered. And
oh, wow. Okay. So I wouldn't even have to come in anyway.
What do you mean?
I could just phone it in.
Yeah, you can phone it in, yeah.
I mean, for a while, everybody else got to work from home. We didn't.
Yeah.
But, of course, now everybody's either coming back to the office or, they have nowhere to go at all. But, controllers have never gotten to work from home. Very disappointed about that.
I don't know. Maybe our views are a little bit better than what you guys could see up there.
In some ways, absolutely. For instance, straight ahead.
Yeah.
Because y'all have a beautiful view of these two taxiways.
Right.
And the only thing we can see, particularly on the backside of the Tibbet, the east side here, we can see the tips of the tails sticking up from the gates down here. The ones at the far end, not so much. There's a couple of gates there where we basically can't see it all.
And that was never the case when that tower was first built. It was until they redid Tom Bradley,
Well, there didn't used to be gates back here at all.
Right.
Way back in the day. But, and then when they added the gates, there was a camera on, I think it was on top of the American maintenance hangar that gave us basically a shot where we could see the status of the gates.
Interesting.
But that was also before they put in the city ramp tower, because they control all of that now.
Right.
And of course, we can't see the backside of the west gates at all, the midfield concourse or whatever it's called this week. But we can't see those at all. And
well, just tune into our live stream if you want to see.
Well, yeah, there you go.
I did see a question from Ian Miller. Says, "What is Later Tater's favorite commercial aircraft?" You are a plane lover, obviously, so he does like the planes.
What generation?
And that's always a good question too. Let's go 1970, 1980s.
Lockheed TriStar.
L-1011?
L-1011.
And why is that?
Basically extinct nowadays. I think there's one left flying. I saw it on the ground in Long Beach last year. And it spends a lot of time up in like Mojave, Palmdale, up there. But when I was a kid, my mother's family is from Bermuda. So, context. And so every summer we would fly to Bermuda and spend, several weeks or a month with her family there. And it was almost always on either Delta or Eastern. Y'all remember Eastern?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Back when they had whisper jets, not the silly thing they have now. But Delta and Eastern both flew the Lockheed TriStar. And because at that point, we didn't have ETOPS where you do extended twin engine operations over water for hours and hours on. So to do over long distance over water, or technically over any place where you did not have someplace you could land,
Right.
Which is basically water or Antarctica. You had to be a minimum of 3 engines.
Oh.
And so, that was to get from the U.S. to Bermuda. Shortest way you can go is, if I remember right, about 700 miles, give or take.
Mm-hmm.
And so you would see 727s, TriStars, DC-10s, and then VC-10s or 7.4s. VC-10 was the British airplane. I forget who made it. We've had one here.
Really? Okay.
Flown by, call sign was Ascot, the Royal Air Force.
Oh.
Not this week, but quite some time ago. But I do remember a VC-10 here. It was a heavy, which I didn't realize. So all the overwater stuff had to be in 3 or 4 engine aircraft.
Okay.
And so Delta and Eastern both had fleets of TriStars. And so every summer it was, got to ride a TriStar to go see Grandma. And then when I was in college doing my aeronautical technology degree, one of the instructors had been a TriStar captain for, holy cow, who did he fly for? One of the extinct airlines. It might have been Continental. They didn't have TriStars, so it must have been Eastern. Maybe he did fly for Eastern. And then, because Eastern ended up becoming subsumed by Continental in the whole Texas Air thing and Frank Lorenzo back in the 80s. That was the end of the original Eastern Airlines. But I remember him talking about how the TriStar was a beautiful airplane to fly, but it was just incredibly complex for the technology of the day. And whereas the DC-10 was not, relatively.
Interesting. So L1011, they're back in the 70s, 80s. What about in current day? What is your favorite? I think I've asked you this question before.
Probably have, and I don't remember what I said last time.
I think it was A350.
It might have been.
Yeah.
The A350 is certainly my favorite of the Airbuses. It is the most aesthetically pleasing of the Airbuses. The 330 series just looks clunky to me, and.
But we had Captain Chris. He's a pilot or captain for Virgin Atlantic. You might know of him. He was here a couple weeks ago, and he's really involved with Airbus and stuff like that. And
they have a bunch of them.
Well, he said that more than likely, it sounds like Airbus is going to bring back the A380, and all they have to do is basically put 4 of the engines that are on the A350-1000, and bingo, you're good to go.
There was at one point plans for basically a 380 Neo.
Yeah.
And there was also plans for basically a stretch 380.
Yes. Yeah.
And both of those basically died for lack of interest.
Right.
Because they're not going to build a plane if there aren't people stepping up with money saying, I'll buy that.
Emirates.
Emirates basically has
money.
The 380. They have the money. And they're the one airline that's really, really invested in the 380. Most of the other carriers that have the 380 are kind of,
we kind of made a good comeback.
Got it, but
it'll be interesting.
So it will be interesting because it certainly is a very capable airplane. I didn't love it as a controller.
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
But it's amazing to see the thing fly because you look at it and it's like, how in the world is that thing able to get off the ground? It just doesn't look like it should. It's a flying ocean liner. That's the neatest thing is at night. You see it taxi by. You've got the 2 rows of window lights. It looks just like it's like the Titanic going by or something. Titanic's maybe a bad.
It's not going to sink.
The one thing that you said I think it was off camera when we were doing the podcast. The one thing you said was this airport LAX was made for a 727, not an A380.
Oh,
and that really is stuck in my mind since you said that.
Oh, it was absolutely not made for a 380.
Yeah.
I mean, just look at the history of the airport, and the history of 380 didn't exist
Right.
until fairly recently. And this airport goes back to, as a commercial airport, the 40s.
Right.
You know, it was here before that, but most of the airline traffic before World War II went into Burbank. That was the big airline airport for LA. You flew into Burbank because it was close to Hollywood. And this airport was, as much as anything, a factory field, because, you know, we've got all the aircraft factories that were basically right here.
Right.
North American used to be right over there. Of course, Northrop was over at Hawthorne, you know, one exit down. And so a lot of that stuff, you know, flew out of here. I forget which road it is. Maybe it's Nash. There's one of the roads down there by the east end of the airport where this seemingly nothing road is, for some unexplainable reason, about 200 feet wide. And because it was used to tow airplanes from the factory to the airport.
Oh, interesting.
And remember that LAX used to be much more over there than it is now. You know, now most of the airport is on this side of Sepulveda. It used to be, it was all over there.
I'm going to go look for this Nash Road now.
I'm not sure it's Nash, but it's over there somewhere.
Okay.
There's a north-south road that is, for some reason, like 8 lanes wide.
Do I need a 4x4 to get to it?
No.
Okay.
No, I mean, you could walk there. It would take you till sundown. But, I mean, no, it's a...
Are we talking about the end of aviation, that area near the Proud Birds?
Yeah, somewhere down there. I think it's this side of aviation.
This side of aviation?
I think so.
Okay.
So it would basically come up into, like, the FedEx type area.
Okay. I'm going to go look for that after the show is done here today. In my brand new Land Cruiser.
Yeah, you can go cruising around.
You got a new car.
Cruising around, yeah.
So, yeah, well, last time we talked, you were threatening to. So
yeah.
Finally happened.
Well, you know, I wanted a 4Runner, and I ended up with the Land Cruiser.
Same difference. So, well, I mean, literally now they're made in the same factory, on the same chassis.
Yeah.
I mean, welcome to Tater's Car Talk, where we talk about Toyota products.
Well, we have no airport action right now. You know, it's that weird time.
Well, I mean, we were talking about, you know, so here we are.
Speaking of time.
It's time. It is about that time.
All right.
Stand by.
Armin V, one of our great mods, the super chat. Thanks so much, Armin. Says hello, Kevin Rudy, Allison, and that funny guy there was that we missed so much. Later, Tater. Question: do you play any sports or enjoy watching any sports types on TV?
I'm not into watching people do stuff. I'm more into doing it myself.
Yeah.
So with certain exceptions, but why would I sit at home watching something in weather like this? I would much rather be outside doing anything. I mean, talking to y'all, than, you know.
There you go.
And of course, most people are sitting at home watching Sunday afternoon golf or whatever it is that's on TV right about now. Plane spotting. This is better than golf. Trust me. So, you know, y'all have to talk very softly, and we have to do a golf clap.
Well, sometimes people say, what is up with these two golf announcers? What are they?
Golf.
Airport golf announcers.
Well, you're not dressed for the part.
Not
starters.
golf.
All right. Well, that officially takes us to the top of the hour.
There you go.
Once again. And it's officially 3 p.m. here in the beautiful Los Angeles, California. You are watching continuous live coverage of LAX plane spotting right here on your home for LAX live streams. That is Airline Videos Live. Today's big Sunday show here on March 9th, 2025. We are the Plane Jockeys along with Later joining us here. So if you have any questions for the ATC legend himself, he is here and ready to answer any questions. Good to have you.
If I don't know the answer, I'll just make one up.
Someone asked if the money was right, would you ever go back to ATC?
Oh, sure. I mean, everybody has a price. Given the way the government's going right now, I have no expectation whatsoever.
Yeah.
But, I mean, never say never.
I mean, so there was a lot of newcomers that came in as you were retiring. They're fully staffed, right? It's not a question of not being staffed. I think there's a lot in the media. I think there's a lot of that going around, that there's been a lot of cuts. There's been a lot of AT, maybe not just here at LAX, maybe it's other airports.
There haven't been, the whole President Musk thing, he did not cut controllers.
Okay.
He cut a lot of the support staff.
Okay.
So the hiring process, the people who handle that, a lot of those people are doing something else now.
Okay.
And they didn't, at least officially, fire any safety critical personnel.
Okay.
So the controllers didn't get fired. The people who pay the controllers maybe did. The people who fix the equipment the controllers use maybe did.
Okay, so with that being said, then
now, but may be clear, I'm not in the system anymore.
Right.
All I know is what you know from the internet, and the internet never lies. So that we're safe.
Well, this is where I was going with my question, is that the news media out there is reporting that, with a lot of these incidents that have happened here in the last couple of months, that it has to do with the lack of controllers up in the tower.
Yeah, there is that misconception.
I'm not going to say that is a complete misconception, because LAX could use a few more bodies.
Yeah.
Most of the busier control towers don't have as many controllers as they would like to have.
Right.
And the underlying issue is that everybody in this control tower was previously a controller somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
And in most cases, they were a controller somewhere else before that somewhere else.
Right.
In my case, I worked 3 other places before I got here. And you can't promote people from other places unless there are people coming in to replace them.
Right.
Because, you can't suck them all dry. There have to be people at the smaller facilities, A, to work it, and B, to train the people who are coming in so that they then can move on. That's it's a whole, you have to train replacement type thing.
Right.
So there are issues with that. And one of the unfortunate things is that because of the way the federal government works, maybe it's not unfortunate, but it is an aspect, a feature, is that an agency cannot hire people if they don't have money allocated to do it.
Right.
And one of the items in the news right now is Congress is yet again having to figure out how to keep the government funded, because we're close to another government shutdown deadline. We're already on a continuing resolution type thing from the end of the year, where it looked like they were maybe going to shut the government down like right after Christmas or something. I forget exactly when, but it was about that time. And this is all because they haven't done the budget for the fiscal year that we're nearly halfway through. Remember, the government's fiscal year starts September 1st.
Yeah.
And so you should have the budget and all that approved and passed before then. And because they haven't been able to do that, they have to keep doing temporary resolutions or funding, some way to keep the bills paid so the government can stay open. If they don't do that, then we face another shutdown. And I tell you all of that because we all know this is how it works. But when you don't have the budget approved, that means the money isn't allocated, which means you can't spend it. And so hiring is one of the first things that has to stop, because you don't know that you're going to have the money to hire those people. And generally what happens is when they do one of these continuing things and they kick the can down the road, your agencies are basically allowed to spend some percentage of what they had last year.
Right.
And by some percentage, I mean generally less than 100% in case you get underfunded or your budget gets cut or whatever. And so you're sort of limping along on, say, 80% of what last year's budget was until the budget is actually finalized, and then you'll get paid in arrears, but you can't spend that money until you know you have it.
Right.
Thus, hiring is one of the very first victims of that, because you can't hire people if you don't know for sure that you can pay their salary.
Yeah.
And the unfortunate part is that the FAA's controller training system does not have the ability to take 10,000 people in all at once. The academy in Oklahoma City can handle roughly 1,000 people a month for controller training. This is rough figures from,
Yeah.
But the problem is that if you can't bring in this month's people, you can't just add them to next month's people and bring them all in at once. You still can only bring in 1,000 people. So this month's people become next month's people. Next month's people become, and it just dominoes.
Yeah, I was going to say domino effect.
And if they still haven't done it, then what was supposed to be next month's people now become after that. And you end up with a thing where half the year you could have been training people, and you don't have the ability to do it because you can't bring them in the door. And you can't make that ground up. That's a lot of what's gotten us to where we are now.
And so it's been a long time running.
Yes. Now, this is not a this week problem.
Okay.
This is a problem that goes back easily 10 years.
Okay.
I mean, think of how long we've been hearing about possible government shutdowns and budget fights and all this sort of thing. And that's how far back this goes.
Well, I think the news media, and I will say this, Tater, the thing I was talking about as SFO, I was contacted by a national news outlet, cable news outlet. I won't say which one it was. They
Doesn't matter.
contacted
They
me
all
5 times in the morning, the next morning. I posted it on Twitter X. They wanted that video so badly because I don't have this for a fact, but I know they really wanted the video because I called ATC out and said that's a horrible decision, and I am pretty sure they were going to use it to their political advantage about the story that is going out there, that the cuts at ATC is risking the lives of many. That's the news that is going out there.
Well, yeah, there's definitely, there's definitely a story there.
Yes. Yeah.
Is it totally factual? I'm not in a position to say.
Yeah.
You can certainly spin it that way. There's the whole DEI argument. I don't even want to go there.
Right.
I think basically what's happened is we have a president who can't read, and so we're going to get rid of all the things with letters in them. So DEI, USAID, IRS, EPA, all these pesky letter things.
Yeah.
We're just going to get rid of them.
Right.
And this seems to be sort of where we're headed.
Well, it's interesting. My background is TV news, and I can see it sometimes. And, it's kind of like what they did with you and I on that whole Key Lime thing.
Oh, yeah. It was a quiet week.
Yes, it was a quiet week.
It was a quiet week in Wake Wobegon.
And, of course, that happened long before any of the incidents in the last couple of months. But they took that, and you and I talked about it on the New Year's Eve show.
We did.
It was
my 15 seconds of fame. It was very sensational looking. It sounded, very, it was like, oh my gosh,
Right.
The reality, of course, as we've discussed, nothing happened.
Right.
I said something, the plane stopped, everybody lived happily ever after. There was discussion of, pilot deviation and all that sort of thing. That happened on ground control. But, that's the tower frequency is not the place for that kind of conversation because the airplanes are still moving, So that kind of thing will happen on ground control where they can stop somewhere and get out their notepad and write down the phone number or whatever else needs to happen.
But the way the story was posted on social media and in the national news was a near collision. It could have been disastrous. Could have, would have, could have.
Could have, sure.
But
the Southwest thing with the exec jet.
Well, now that, to me, that seemed a little bit closer because the runway is a lot shorter there at Midway.
So, but, that could have been, all sorts of things could have been.
Right.
Those are all, in my slightly slanted point of view, perhaps, those are all good news stories. Yeah. It could have happened, but it didn't.
Now, but here's what happens. Of course,
it sounds dramatic. It looks dramatic.
Well, we've had some, horrible disasters happen
We
in the
have,
last
yeah.
couple of months. Now, what's happened, and it started maybe in that near misses of late last year. It's really the people that were okay and not nervous flyers or nervous flyers became not nervous anymore. Now they're nervous. Back on the nervous side again.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who are somewhat nervous now, and the media probably isn't helping that.
No, they're not.
But the media is trying to get your eyes. I mean, you're fully aware of this. This is what you did.
Yes.
This is what you do.
Yeah.
And so you don't get people's attention by saying, hey, everything's fine. Nothing to see here.
Can you take a moment, maybe if someone is a nervous flyer out there, you as being on the front line for a very long time and maybe still kind of have your eye on things right now after everything that's going on in the last couple of months, can you rest assure those people that are a little nervous out there?
I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, I would have no hesitation to get on any one of these airplanes going wherever right now, because what makes the news is when something doesn't go right. And yet there are bare minimum 1,500 airplanes a day that pass through this airport, and how often are you reporting a story of anything more than Tater saying stop? So commercial aviation is statistically the safest way to travel. It's safer than your drive to and from the airport. It's safer than walking because pedestrians are targets. You get 5 points. But no, commercial aviation literally is statistically the safest way to travel.
Yeah.
That said, general aviation, Tater in a Cessna, the statistics are very different.
Yeah.
General aviation, little airplanes are about statistically equivalent to motorcycles.
Yeah.
So, if you're going to go skydiving, that's not the same level of safety as Lufthansa, Emirates, All Nippon, American, and so forth. But I would have no hesitation whatever on getting Southwest, any of these guys. Maybe not Key Lime, but it really is the safest way to travel. And that's why it's such big news when something happens, because it hardly ever does.
Yeah.
When it does happen, it's spectacular. I mean, even me saying stop was spectacular because there was nothing going on that weekend, But I think that sort of started to kind of put a little crack in the door, so to speak, because if you remember, a couple of days later, there was the horrible 737 in Korea.
Yes.
Where we basically, and I mean, that video was terrible. And that anybody survived that is amazing. But, and that's really, in my humble opinion, where it started, because after that we had several other things, and of course there was the whole Potomac thing, and it's been, and once you start looking, it's like, ooh, look at this, and it's the hot topic of the moment, and so any little thing is promoted by the media because they want the eyeballs, and some of it's hype. Maybe. That may not be the right word, but...
well, you're right. It is the hot topic right now. And they'll move, once things die down a little bit, they'll move on to something else.
One hopes. One seriously hopes. So, all y'all flying out there, stop doing stupid stuff. So, it's...
Drivers as well.
Drivers, when you're driving the plane around, don't cross the runway if you're not supposed to.
Yes.
Please.
Gerard, one of our great mods with the super chat. Thank you so much. Says, forget later, Tater. Oh,
forget later, Tater. All right, I see how it is.
No, to get later, Tater back in the tower.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, we're going there again.
Aviation Flights Photography with the super chat says, would someone tell Lady Tater the tower is out of Cool Ranch Doritos?
Oh man.
I can tell you where they went.
Oh, in your belly.
I had to fight Bob for the last bag.
Harley S. with the super chat says, hello, Tater. Have you ever been to Europe?
Yes.
I
went, Europe is stretching it. I've been to Britain, Scotland, which is, technically not Europe anymore because they had an election just like we did. But I have not made it to the continent yet. So someday,
Gotta get to Europe. Someone asked earlier, what's your favorite vacation destination?
Oh my! What day is it? There are so many options.
Yeah.
I would say Bermuda just because family connection, but the family's not there anymore.
Oh.
So they're really, I mean, but I mean, there are so many places to go that it seems a shame to keep going back to the same one when there's so many other things that I will admit close to home. Going up north of Vegas, you got to get up into Utah and Canyonlands and Moab and basically start from St. George and just kind of go north from there. I've got a bunch of geologists in my family, and so it's like, ooh, look at the rocks.
Yeah.
I don't know what any of them are,
Yeah.
but everybody else in the family does. So,
But you can still appreciate them.
oh, absolutely, because I am from a part of the world that is absolutely flat. I grew up in Houston, where the highest thing is highway overpasses.
Got it.
So being able to see, that was one of the neat things about being here in the tower, is being able to look out. There's the Pacific Ocean. There's nothing for the next 2,500 miles. Or I can look this way, and there's mountains with snow-capped mountains. And, all just right there. And that's the best part about that view, is all the snow I ever want to see is over there. And if I don't want the snow, I just look this way, and it's
got
beautiful.
the beach. Yeah.
So
Love it.
So,
Have you been to the Grand Canyon?
I have.
Okay.
Funny thing about the Grand Canyon, you don't realize when you're on the rim how high that actually is.
Oh yeah, I bet.
First time I went, I was feeling a little off, and I didn't realize until later I probably had altitude sickness. Because
that's the thing.
The south rim of the Grand Canyon, where you come into the park, is
Toontown.
9,000 feet.
Later, Tater, can you do a Goofy impression?
Goofy impression.
Goofy. Goofy.
Oh, no, I think you just did. I will not attempt to compete with you for cartoon impressions.
All right. Later. Goofy.
Sorry, y'all.
Oh man.
But, oh, wow, no, I was late.
Yeah.
Well, we're an hour later and everything here
Oh,
today.
this is true, actually. So, they're not as late as I thought they were. But there they go. Have you seen their retro?
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
That's a neat paint job. It's got much more color on it than this.
It's got
gold.
this black nose is back, which it didn't have for a long time.
Oh, okay. They had to replace the radome.
Yes.
Oh, I'm thinking of the Jerusalem of Gold livery. That's a different one.
Oh, okay.
But
So-
retro, yeah. We like
Yeah,
that
no,
one.
I'm thinking of the one with the water line and so. But
Have you? By the way, have you seen Korean Air's new updated livery?
apparently not. What'd they do? Is it still blue?
Well, let's see if we can.
I noticed-
It's blue. We don't know what color blue.
Not robin's egg or something like that? I don't know what they actually call that.
Baby
but-
blue?
Well, that's cheating. Do you notice, however, that they've taken the Korean Air signs off the hangar down here, right as you come up to Sepulveda on the 105?
Oh, really?
Those air car. Oh, wow.
What do you think?
That's pretty.
Oh, you do like it?
Yeah, that's pretty.
All right. We're showing him the updated Korean Air livery.
Yeah, no,
That's a better photo than I saw this morning. Here's the only thing I
pretty.
don't like about it.
It is very reminiscent of KLM,
There you go.
but
Yes.
I
I just don't like the font type used
Should've
for
been white.
Korean.
It's black font.
oh, it's black.
Oh, it's black?
It looks black.
Oh.
to me.
I think it's.
I was
it's
hoping
a
it was
darker
dark blue. Yeah, dark blue would be nice. I'm all about
Okay.
the blue, obviously. He says as he realizes he's wearing a green shirt.
Oh, look at this. We got this.
So, but
There. Look,
What we
going
got?
along.
Challenger 350.
Challenger 3. Yeah, okay. 300, 350. I don't know how to tell the difference between a 300 and a 350. But there's two basic Challengers. There's the 300 and then there's the 600. what used to be 30 and 60.
Mr. E with the $2 super chat says, Goofy.
There you go. See? Told you, I'm not going to compete with that. Y'all got your own Goofy.
On Thursday, I was dragged to Disneyland by this one to your right, as well as one of our mods. And
it was a early birthday present for him.
I heard that there were some birthdays happening.
I was surrounded by Goofies.
Yeah, and then they got to the park.
Silly.
Yeah, silly goose.
We do have two 777 freighters, one currently on Alpha, that is EVA Air Cargo. And we do have a DHL 777 freighter going to be taking off on 25 right. That one heading to Seoul, Kaleta Air Flight 230.
That'll be. Yeah, they prefer 25 right, as I recall.
Who's that? Kaleta?
Connie.
Now, why is that?
A lot of times I think, because sometimes they will actually ask for the full length. I think they're heavy. I mean, going to Korea.
Yeah.
Just a guess. We've talked about how they have to calculate their takeoff numbers before they go, and so the days of changing their runway at the last minute are basically long gone.
Okay.
That was when back in my day.
Back
when I got here 100 years ago, you had to be able to tell Orville right to change to the other runway. And but no, that was actually a thing when I got here in the early 2000s. As when you were training to be a tower controller, you had to be able to move airplanes from one runway to the parallel to make something else happen.
Right.
And pilots used to be able to do that on the fly, and now very few can, because they've got to, if they haven't checked the numbers to see, how much braking they need to land on the parallel runway, because it might be shorter, might be, if it's longer, you would think it wouldn't matter, but sometimes it does, because it's slightly uphill or it's slightly downhill.
Right.
And if they haven't already done all the calculations, they're not about to do it when they're 2 miles away. They're just not. One of the primary things that they're going for is what they call a stabilized approach. We're basically starting from about 5 miles out. The airplane is set. They're on profile, they're on speed. They don't want to be, doing any crazy Top Gun stuff close to the ground. And, I mean, there was a time that they would, but, that time is not now. The airplanes are flown by computers. And in some cases, particularly Airbuses, don't like changing runways at the last moment. I've seen them do it, but you basically have to hand fly the thing. And a lot of airlines really do not encourage their pilots to do that.
Right.
Because now you've gone off script.
Right.
So a lot of the times, I mean, it sounds like it is a last minute thing. Certainly on here on the south side, I do hear because they want to get a King out or a 747 on 25 left, they'll ask, can you land on 25 right? So they have the option of doing that. If they say no, then basically is it a go around, instant go around, or?
It shouldn't be. Because you ideally don't start down that road until you know whether you can get to the, there was a time where I would instruct guys not to ask, just to issue the instruction. SkyWest so-and-so changed runway 25 right, runway 25 right, cleared to land. And it's up to the pilot to tell me if they can't do it. And it got to where the preferred technique was to ask. And because that way there's less friction as opposed to me telling you to do something because I think, okay, this is the plan. And then you come back and say, yeah, we're unable. And particularly if I've already started down that road and all of a sudden, oh, carp. So we just ask, SkyWest so-and-so, can you accept runway 25 right? Yes, no. A lot of times the answer is no. And, okay, so plan A is, we're already on plan A. We're stuck with plan A. I was hoping for plan B. Plan B is just going to have to wait.
And is it more difficult if it's a bigger airplane for them to switch?
Not necessarily. I mean, the closer to the ground you get, obviously, yes. But a lot of it comes down to the flight crew and their company rules. And that's the part that, as a controller, I don't know what their company rules are. Some companies give the flight crew more latitude for, how they operate the aircraft than others. And as a controller, I don't know. Sometimes we get hints that, okay, SkyWest, for instance, I remember one day when the weather was lousy and we were doing fog, and it was where we were measuring the visibility in hundreds of feet. And we got to the point where some of the SkyWest were not able to take the approach because the visibility was below what they could accept. Other airlines could, but they could not. And so I remember playing 20 questions with one of the pilots and said, okay, what number do you need? And it was 1,200 or 1,600 or something, I forget now. But we were on the hairy, ragged edge of, if I look at the beam just right, I can see the number that they need. Sometimes. Now that most of it's digital, you can't squint. I mean, if you're squinting so bad you can't read it, then you probably need to have your eyes checked, and they get. Well, the other half of that is all that stuff's recorded. If the equipment is all saying visibility is 800, and you got 2,000. And then something happens. Someone's going to have something to say about that because it's everything I say is recorded. What the equipment is doing, what the radar shows, all that is recorded for, theoretically for investigation purposes. If something goes sideways, i.e. the Potomac or Key Lime or whatever, we can go back and basically, forensics.
Right.
What did the controller say? What did the pilot? And ideally, you have the black box from the airplane, because sometimes I could say it, but if the pilot didn't hear it because somebody else was talking at the same time, that's, for my entire career, my biggest wish was for air traffic to have better radios, where as a controller, I can talk to an airplane and not get blocked by another airplane.
Yeah.
And isn't that what happened in Tenerife?
That's what happened in Tenerife. That's also, you may remember, here goes Evo. I like their new paint job with the darker green on the belly.
Oh, yeah.
But you may remember, you talked about SFO. There was Asiana a few years ago that bounced onto the runway. And the controller tried to send that airplane around. The problem was, at the same time he was telling them to go around, somebody else was saying something, and
interesting.
So the pilots didn't hear it.
Can I ask you, since we're on the subject of that, while we were out there and the week before, there was another Asiana A350 that had a low altitude alert. We had a few while we were there. Is that normal for SFO, just with its landing over the bay like that?
Having never worked there, I can't really speak to what's normal for SFO. I can tell you that here, there's a certain spot on the 2.5 final where a lot of times we would get what we considered nuisance, low altitude alerts, where an airplane that's right on the glide path would set off the low altitude alert, and he's right where he's supposed to be, but there'd be some little thing that the filter didn't like, because the low altitude alert actually does quadrants. So there's each square is set up for what's safe in that particular square, and part of what it's looking at, and what we think a lot of them were set off by on our final, is not how close they are to the ground now, but their descent rate, that they're coming down, and it's sitting there trying to project. And we should see the Asiana roll through here in a moment. Are they still doing 2 a day, or are they back to 1?
They're back to 2.
Okay.
Just recently, I think it was last week.
All right.
So 2 A380s. That was 204, the later flight, and 202, the earlier flight, both A380s. And of course, Korean A380 17 in the morning, A380, and then they have the Queen as the later flight.
The 748.
Star Wrench props and models with the $10.11 super chat says later Tater the Great has returned. Do you have a favorite classic bygone airline like Pan Am, Northwest, etc.? Love the Sunday show. Working on a Havilland Comet 4 model kit while watching.
Oh wow. Okay. I've never gotten to ride on a Comet.
Yeah.
I'm not sure there are any still flying.
Yeah, I don't think so.
But that was the first commercial jet airliner. They preceded the 707 by several years, but they had the learning curve on the Comet was pretty steep. But deceased airlines, huh?
Yeah, yes. Did you have a favorite one? TWA, Pan Am, Eastern?
Well, I was kind of leaning towards Eastern just because, the story we were telling earlier. Continental. Well, they're not as deceased as Eastern was. But yeah, I keep forgetting. They're gone now too.
Since we're on the subject Continental, I think a lot of people don't realize that there was actually a crash that happened up on the north side with Continental DC-10.
I didn't do it.
No, you know about that, right? I think a lot, when people think about incidents here at LAX, the first one comes to the mind is obviously the US Air.
Is the one everybody remembers.
Yeah.
I honestly don't remember any details. I think I've heard of it, but beyond that,
see, that's the thing. It's amazing how, if you look at the pictures, it was basically, I think it blew a tire as it was taken off on 6 right, I think it was.
Oh wow.
And it stopped its takeoff rotation and ended at the end, right before Sepulveda, right there at the end of 6
so
right.
They aborted
it, yeah.
Wow.
And the aircraft caught fire. The pictures, it just looks horrible. And I think there was a few people killed. But it's amazing when you look at the photos how close it was to Sepulveda. That was a major incident that happened here at LAX. Most people have no idea. I didn't know anything about it.
So that's amazing.
Yeah.
It's interesting, knowing nothing more than what you've just told me, interesting if they aborted based, due to blown tires.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming there's more to it that,
I'm sure.
that we don't know, but that's not normally in and of itself cause for an abort.
Yeah. I can't remember if it was a windy day. I'm sure if you guys Google it, you'll find out more.
If they were on 6, it was a windy day.
Yeah.
Because that's the only time that this airport's on 6s and 7s is when it's windy enough that they have to be.
Right.
Because even with a light east wind, we are west, baby.
Yeah.
Because, we've talked about this airport. It's better now.
Yeah.
And all the construction they've done on the north side particularly, this airport is much better for east operations than it was a year ago.
Yeah.
However, it's still optimized for west traffic because we run west traffic 95% of the time, not counting the over ocean ops at night where we do both. But for them to be going off of 6, it was windy, Santa Ana's or something.
Towards your early, right before you retired.
And of course, remember, those are the shorter runways also.
Yes. Yeah.
The longer ones are over here.
I know before you retired, we had a lot of foggy days, mornings, nights. Boy, it was just fog. And that, I think you said, was just, it's not fun to do your job when you can't see anything.
No, it really isn't.
Yeah.
We have ground radar where there's radar, you can just barely see the red one you see spinning there is air radar.
Okay.
There's another one over there.
Is it the one right there, straight ahead? Is it this one?
Yes.
Okay.
There's another one over here.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, there's one for each side. That's called ASDE, or Airport Surface Detection Equipment. And that is radar that's looking down at, stuff on the ground.
Okay.
And so we're able to see, that there's something on the taxiway, and it's when I first got here, all it was just green. It was monochrome. There was no data. There was nothing. It was strictly skin paint.
It was the same tower, though, wasn't it?
Yes.
Okay. And the reason why I say that, in the movie Speed, you can actually see that tower, which is sitting over here off of Imperial.
They shot a lot of that on the 105.
Yes, but the entrance to the runways, I guess, was near where that Coletta airplane is down there, and that's where that tower is. You can see it.
Yeah.
You can see the Embassy Suites behind it, where the bus zooms on out to the runways. But So same tower, just new technology has been updated through the years.
Yeah, it has. And so we're able to see, theoretically anyway, we're able to see the aircraft moving around on the taxiways, on the runways, that kind of thing. It's not foolproof. It doesn't like heavy rain.
Okay.
Radar in general does not work well in heavy rain because it attenuates. Attenuate is basically where the signal gets absorbed by the rain instead of making it to whatever it is you want it to see.
Interesting.
And so they have the same problem with weather radar, where you can't see the weather way over there because there's heavy weather closer to you, and the radar signal doesn't make it through that to whatever's beyond. They actually call that a radar shadow, apropos of nothing. But
would you let me on top of that? I mean, we've been out here. You know, when reverse ops happens here, it's like, oh, we got to go out there and do a live stream. The problem is when it's bad, you can't even see the runways. You can't see the taxiway. You can't see anything. Would you say this airport?
Oh, and the tower has the same
beach,
problem.
Do you think it's because it's so close to the ocean?
Yes.
And the climate
Did
that
you want
it
elaboration?
is.
Yes.
No, it does. I mean, does it? It's more challenging here when there is bad weather than maybe some other airports.
Well, San Francisco has similar issues because they are also, they actually stick out into the harbor or the bay. But a lot of our weather is basically marine layer. Yeah. Basically, every weather briefing, and there's a couple of times a day. In fact, one of them happens at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, where there's a weather briefing. Okay, this is what the weather's doing. This is what we expect it to do for the next 12, 24 hours.
Interesting.
And hardly ever is marine layer not part of that conversation.
Okay.
Because we're right next to the beach. And what particularly happens is that as the day progresses, it warms up inland.
Right.
And so you get updrafts there because hot air rises. And so there's a breeze coming, just like there is now, coming off the ocean, air being sucked in to replace that air that's rising. That's where all this wind comes from. But it's also bringing in moisture off the ocean, because LA, if it wasn't for that, this is basically a desert.
Yeah.
And but yes, so we're
you're not missing that. You're not missing the dealing with the fog.
Not particularly, no.
Yeah.
It's tough because looking at the radar, you see the stuff, but you don't get. And this is one of the tough things that I had to work with as an instructor, with younger controllers coming in, particularly folks who play video games, because you'll get sucked into the radar display and never look out the window. And the issue I have with that, I understand it. It's much easier to look at it all right here than out this window and that window and that window and that window. It's all right here, and it's got data tags, and I mean, it's beautiful when it works. But the issue I have with it, particularly for moving airplanes, is you lose the sense of relative motion. And a lot of what we do is make what we call pass-behind calls, basically a sequence where somebody has to be one and somebody else has to be two. And there's a lot of things that go into that, into that decision-making process. But some of it is simply how fast is that guy moving on the taxiway versus this guy that is on the T taxiway, so to speak, and he's got one of them's got to be in front of and behind the other. And looking at it, looks the call. You look at the ground radar display, and you make a decision, and then when you look at it out the window, it's like, ooh, that's So that's the thing that I feel gets lost, not
Yeah.
looking out the window. I mean, this
Yeah.
is old school talking.
Yeah.
And I'm freely aware of that. We are moving towards the level where we won't need controllers to be in the tower.
Right. I remember you
They
saying
can
that,
be,
yeah.
they could be in the basement.
Right.
There's actually some of this already happening in Europe, where they use cameras and sensors mounted around the airport, in the vicinity of the airport, and all that information is remoted to a control center someplace else. And there'll be controllers working basically with nothing but screens, and they don't need a great big tall building right in the middle of the airport, which is one of the limitations to how tall your control tower can be, is that it can't be an obstruction to air navigation.
Right.
You don't want the planes hitting the control tower.
Right.
That would be the one time it'd be where I would have a really bad day, is if the plane hit the tower. So being only slightly morbid there. But
just real quick, if anybody's just tuning in and wondering what is
What
going
the
on with
heck
the
is going
Lufthansa
on?
Queen, the Lufthansa Queen, there is a strike going on in Frankfurt, so this will not be leaving here tonight. They are towing that over to the west remote area, so that's why if you're looking at it, you're like, well, what's going on
Where are
here?
they going?
So they're taking that over. We'll stay the night. We heard that the A380 will possibly do the same thing, though we haven't got that confirmed. It's still showing that it's like 453 heading back to Munich. Yeah, the A380 is still inbound.
Okay.
But it's
so
still
they got
showing.
out. They just can't come back.
Yes, that's what it sounds like. So that's what's going on with that. And of course, this is Asiana Flight 204, the flight coming in from Seoul, A380, the second flight of the day.
I like the
heading into
Asiana
gates. Well, not going to see that much longer.
No, we're not. But I like it while we have it. I mean, just the colors.
Yeah.
I like colors on the planes. That's why it's been so kind of boring the last decade or so.
Well,
I mean, you look at Air France, where it's an all-white airplane with some stripes on the tail. Alaska, all-white airplane with a blue tail.
I will say the Air France, I think Air France works as basic as it is. It works. Alaska, actually, I think it works pretty well.
Oh, it all kind of
China
works.
Eastern?
Because you remember what they were before.
Yeah.
It was a white airplane with, the Inuit.
Right.
On the tail. But the tail was white. It was just the guy was blue.
Yeah.
The rest of the plane was white, and then they had a blue, cheek line.
Yeah.
So that's probably actually more blue paint than they had before.
Yeah.
Well,
we could do a whole podcast about liveries. I
think we have. But like Asiana, I like the Asiana. I will admit that the fuselage is basically smog colored. They got beautiful stripes on the tail.
You have to,
but the fuselage, it's not white. It's this very.
That's the way the old livery looked as well. Is that tan off-white color?
Sure.
Obviously, the rebrand years back obviously looks a lot better. But if you guys go back, that was the color of their livery back in the day as well.
I've forgotten about that. You're right, because it used to be.
It was all about the tail, I think, on the Asiana, just like it is right now. Mm-hmm. Real quick, Gina M with the $2 super chat says, Tater, opinions on the Lufthansa retro livery. Our friend Yankee Tango, Yankee Tangy.
Has it passed through lately?
No.
I like it.
I think it passed through when I was in SFO, so it's been here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they rotate around.
Yeah.
I mean, they generally don't assign a,
Hello.
Oh, it's Rudy.
Rudy's
back.
back.
Yay, Rudy's back. But you'll see. And the same thing with any of the others, like Alaska with the Goofy or the, all the, you'll see them for a while, and then they rotate through,
That's what makes it fun as a plane spotter.
Southwest, the same thing, where you see Lone Star today, you'll see, maybe the Indiana plane tomorrow, and so forth.
GE with the $2 super chat says, do you remember Midway Airlines?
Yes. Yeah, that was, if I remember right, they were one of the, we lost them several times, honestly.
Yeah, well, the last one was the yellow branding.
Yeah, we lost them. They were one of the victims of the 9/11 aftermath.
Okay.
Because I remember, there were a couple of days where everybody was grounded, and they were already having.
Yeah.
They were already kind of on, having trouble. And I remember them basically announcing, we're just going to call it quits. And so 9/11 was the end of the Yellow Midway. We lost several more. I like that new jet blue, by the way, with the chiclets on the tail.
Oh, yeah.
Chiclets,
yes. Chiclets gum.
Yeah. I mean, fun thing with JetBlue is, almost all of them are named.
Yes.
And the names are all something kind of funny,
I want to be in the room where they actually name these planes.
At one point, didn't they have a contest?
They've had some contests recently. Well, they've come out with a lot of special liveries. There is a special livery for a place in the Caribbean. There's 3 designs, and they're letting the viewers or the flyers decide on which one.
That's cool.
So, but they came out with a Super Mario A320 last week.
Oh, really? I've not seen that.
There's a kind of a teamwork employee special plane, A321. Of course, both those planes on the East Coast. We'll never see them here.
Well, yeah, because JetBlue is thinning out their operation here.
Yeah.
As Spirit will be as well. And we already talked about Allegiant. Probably going to see more Frontier.
Oh, great.
Well, because because we started seeing that. I remember this happening. This was last year, where JetBlue basically started retracting here, and Frontier's like, I'll take that spot. And
here's the thing about Frontier: they seem to be just adding routes and new locations every single day, and I question their route.
Yeah.
I don't know if they can deal with it in terms of aircraft and employees. I think they're biting a little more than they can.
I think sometimes you see airlines do this, and it's one of those things where, okay, we're going to throw stuff out there, and we're going to see what sticks. Some of it's going to work. Some of the numbers just aren't going to work.
Yeah.
Because if the load factor is like 40 or something, we're not going to make money.
Yeah.
And so generally nowadays, I think the target is a load factor of 80% plus, and so that's why we've seen them go to fewer flights in bigger airplanes. So you put more people in the plane where you sell more seats, because every empty seat in that plane is money they didn't make.
Right.
It's just like every week. All the empty space in your trash can, that's a lost opportunity. So fill that sucker up.
Yeah. Well,
John with a $5 super chat. Thanks so much, John. Hello, Tater. What was your favorite position to work, and was LAX your favorite airport to work at?
Oh, 2 loaded questions. Funny thing, actually, is my favorite position here was not always the same. The early part of, because I was here for the better part of 20 years.
Yeah.
Jeez. There are people listening to this right now who aren't that old, probably.
Yes.
But aviation is a great career field. Don't let me scare you away. However, when I first started training at LAX, ground control on this side of the airport was the place to be. Because if you could work that, what's the song? If I can make it here, I can make it anywhere.
Yeah.
Ground, we call it, it's ground 1 at LAX. So if you can do that, you got it made. It was, and in the early 2000s particularly, it was a real challenge, because it would kick your butt. It really would.
Sure, yeah.
You'd be plugged in for sometimes 2 hours, because we ran the rotation a little bit longer in those days. And so you could be easily working for 2 straight hours. By the time you got off that position, you were like a wrung out sponge. You're just
I bet.
Yeah. Which was particularly tough if it was like the last session of the day, and then you had to get in the car and go home, and you don't want to make any more decisions. What do you want for dinner? I don't care. You want to watch a movie? Sure. Which one do you want? I don't care. It just, you're done. As I got closer to retirement, so particularly like the last half dozen years, it got to where it wasn't really fun anymore a lot of the time. And that was one of the things that kind of cued me in. Is okay, we're getting close to the end here, because I could feel myself starting to struggle with stuff that I didn't used to, and it's like, man, this has gotten harder.
Yeah.
And
with you saying that, and you're talking about ground or whatever, I did an interview with Kennedy Steve. He was a legend
really?
there at JFK.
Okay.
He said the exact same thing. Ground was the biggest challenge.
For several years now.
At least 10 years, 5 years. He was saying
the legend lives on.
Ground, and it got to the point where it just was not fun. And
it does. I think part of that is if you stay anywhere too long. If you stay in any one job too long, it gets to be a grind.
You hear that, Plane Jockey Rudy?
I was just going to say, I have a friend who's about to retire, and she's a teacher,
dear.
and that was
Bless her heart.
Something that came up is, now she's struggling to keep it together, making minor mistakes, and
keep your eye on the prize.
Yeah.
That's, easy for me to say that, but, bless her heart, bless your heart, because I would not take that job for what they paid me to do this one. And I would bet money that I made double doing this.
Absolutely.
Of any teacher.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And there are definitely times that y'all earned it more than I do.
Yeah.
So, it's
tough.
That is, in my opinion, and there are a number of teachers in my family. I'm not one of them. That's a calling. There's no other way to describe that. That's a calling.
It's definitely not for the weak.
No, because you look at it from any kind of logical standpoint, it's like, this is a bad idea. I could go do any number of easier things that would be less trouble and pay better, and I could just go home at night and not grade papers. So.
Yeah, it never stops. But definitely, it's a very rewarding career. But
I'm glad someone's got to. That's Lufthansa, isn't it?
Yes, that is the Lufthansa coming from Munich. Next arrival on the north side. What was the biggest challenge as just take ground control? We'll just stay with that.
Okay.
What was the biggest challenge? Is it
a lot of times here, it would be sheer frequency congestion.
Yeah.
That there would be times that you need to talk to like 4 different airplanes all at the same time.
Yeah.
And as you're putting your finger on the push-to-talk switch to do that, a tug driver would call up and tell you his life story about how he needs to tow his airplane from there to there.
Right.
Or somebody would flip the PA switch and start making the cabin announcement on ground control frequency. That happened at least once a day, every day.
Can you ever stop them? As soon as they're queued up,
Well, the problem is that the only person who can't hear me when that happens is the person who needs to hear me.
Yeah.
Because if you're, it's the radios don't work like telephones, where if you're talking, that means you're not listening because you can't. The radio either transmits or it receives. It doesn't do both at the same time. That's my biggest beef with the whole thing. And we're gradually, moving forward where that will eventually be a problem with the past. The issue is that the two systems have to operate in parallel. So while we're putting in new equipment, we can't throw away the old equipment because there's thousands of airplanes that have all the old stuff. And they can't change it all overnight.
Right.
And so it takes years to update the airplanes. It takes years to update the facilities. Meanwhile, the new one and the old one have to work together, side by side. And that sometimes is one of the biggest challenges, to tie these things together that aren't meant to be tied together, because eventually they won't be. But for the first decade, they have to be. So to manage the transition of old and new, tied together. So,
did you ever encounter angry pilots?
Oh yeah. But you could ask every single one of these pilots, have you ever encountered an angry controller? And they'd all say, yeah.
Do you have a story you could share with us without naming names?
Nope.
No.
Maybe someday.
All right.
They're out
in the,
there.
in the book, right?
Yeah, that's in. Yeah, it'll be in the
book.
In,
All right.
in the book. Yeah, the statute of limitations may or may not have run out yet. But yes, and I will freely admit that more than once I was the anchor controller.
Yeah.
So it's
That's hard to believe.
Well, but let's be honest. Y'all met me very late in my career.
Yeah.
By the time y'all met me, which was what, 2020-ish?
2021-ish.
Okay.
2022.
Yeah. So by the time you met me, I was already eligible to retire.
Okay.
Which means I had 20 some odd years to sort of work through, a lot of those issues, and you hopefully you learn that you catch more bees with honey than with vinegar.
There you go.
It's trite, but it's honestly true. And go back and listen to some of the stuff that some of my old sessions, and if I got to the point where I was mad at a pilot, I'd lost. It's basically okay. I've lost the battle with myself, because keeping your cool is like job.
Hello.
One. Bye. I've got a friend who's in the medical field. They call those donor cycles. So,
Donor cycles.
mothers, don't let your kids ride motorcycles. Just
no.
don't. My brother nearly killed himself on one.
no.
Oh boy.
So, but that's it's losing your cool on frequency isn't cool, and it undermines the rapport that pilots and controllers need to have to make the whole thing work.
Yeah.
Because all I know about any one of these pilots is basically whatever it says on the flight plan and whatever I can hear through my headset and whatever I see them do. And I've never met 99.99999% of the pilots I've ever talked to. I never will. And they've met very few of the controllers they've ever talked to. That's just the way the system works.
I would say most people that remember you and listen to you always said, boy, whatever circumstance comes later Tater's way, he's got it covered.
Yeah.
He'll
work through it. That's
level-headed.
Remember that 20 some odd years of experience?
Yeah.
I was going to ask you.
That's how we got there.
Okay.
In looking back in the 20 plus years, you look back, is there one memory that sticks out? Whether just something memorable
Sticks
that
out for what?
something
Which
that
reason?
happened.
Because
I don't know, like
something that you remember. I mean,
your
good or
favorite
bad.
memory.
Yeah.
Oh, my favorite? I don't know about favorite, but there are lots of moments that stick out for sometimes totally random reasons. I can remember, not trying to scare the folks who are nervous, I can remember the first crash I ever witnessed. I wasn't working it, but I was standing there watching it happen.
Oh,
They all lived. Nobody died.
Is that here?
No.
Okay.
No. I can, and I can remember the controller frantically trying to make it not happen. And so, that was a learning moment. He was still in training, so it was a learning moment for him also.
Oh, yeah.
Boy.
I'm sure. I was
But,
going to say, did that change you somehow? I mean, after that?
It's one of those, okay, don't do what he just did moments. And to be fair, remembering the circumstance, it was pretty clear about halfway through the sequence that, okay, this ain't going to work. There's just no way. And you can tell the pilot, you can reissue the same instruction that he's already acknowledged. You can't fly the plane for him.
Right.
And, watching out the window is like, okay, it's time for plan B. Tell somebody to do something, because this shit ain't working. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Tater is not that family sometimes. Which is, and I mean, one of the challenges of being in that tower sometimes, any tower, is, and I think we've talked about this, what happens off mic.
Yeah.
Because you hear, hopefully, what we want you to hear.
Yeah.
You don't hear all the other stuff going on.
Right.
Every now and then you do when, the controller keys up to issue an instruction or something, and there's somebody in the background yelling or laughing or carrying on loud enough that it gets picked up. And, because that has happened on occasion where I'm, talking to a pilot and, the response is, are y'all having a party up there? And, well, yes, but I can't tell you that.
I was going to
Rudy,
say,
remind you next time we have Lady Tater on the show, we have to be a 15-second delay.
did you ever have...
Put the bleep
You think
in.
15 seconds is enough?
Probably not. That's normal.
Challenge
That's normal.
accepted.
No, we're broadcasting 15 seconds.
I thought it was
15
7
seconds.
but
didn't
okay.
have time to go...
Sorry.
Did you ever have a time where that actually happened to you? You're like talking to someone and something accidentally came out? Beep.
I think so once. I can't remember the circumstance, but I can definitely remember some stories where somebody else did.
Oh.
And it's like, oh, you know. And I can remember a time where a controller, I don't remember the exact circumstance, but it was basically somebody's cleared the land, somebody else was cleared for takeoff, and as they were saying cleared for takeoff, they realized it wasn't going to work, and they dropped an F-bomb on frequency.
Oh.
Yeah, that was exciting.
We have caught that one time. Someone said
wasn't
the
me.
S word on the north side, and it was kind of funny, a funny moment. It was, I think, a corporate pilot, but the controller.
Oh yeah, no, I've heard pilots, but
said,
you know.
Oh. She kind of caught us by surprise.
Yeah.
She kind of played it off, but
Well, I mean,
think she said it wasn't me.
Yeah.
Wasn't me.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what can you do? I mean, there's no point making a big deal of it because it's already out there.
Right.
It's not good. I mean, it's not good decorum if nothing else.
Yeah.
As controllers, you know, controllers are monitored and graded on their use of the proper phraseology. And, you know, George Carlin's 7 words are nowhere in that set of phraseology. Just nowhere.
Yeah.
And a whole bunch of words that are kind of related to that. Nowhere in there. Howdy all. Surprisingly, not in there.
Yeah.
Craziest thing. But,
Well, I always think about Kevin's holy moly moments. I'm like, I'm pretty sure Kevin was thinking something else. But, you know.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
that's... You know, and there are times as a controller or as a pilot, you're thinking something else.
Yeah.
And, you know, the whole brain-mouth interlock thing,
Oh, yeah.
you know, gets tested. And every now and then, it doesn't quite, you know.
Just slips out.
It's amazing
Yeah.
how the mouth can go faster than the brain.
That's true.
That's shocking.
Hold that thought real quick because we are taking it to the top of the
Already?
hour once again.
Time changes running faster now.
Just after 4 p.m. here in a beautiful Los Angeles, California. You are watching continuous live coverage of LAX plane spotting right here on your home for LAX live streams. That is Airline Videos Live. Today's Big Sunday show here on March 9th, 2025. Well, Later Tater, it's been great to have you here
Well,
today.
thank you. It's been great to stop by and chat with y'all and meet everybody. It's
Come back anytime.
Little flashback. So, little flashback.
Little flashback.
Yeah.
Yeah?
So, but
Well-
yeah, no, it's been great.
Keep doing your thing. Keep flying.
Oh yeah.
And keep in touch. We want to
Come
know
through
what's
here
going
someday.
on. What's that?
I may come through here someday.
Come
Yeah.
through here. Yes,
Yeah. Don't be a
yes.
stranger.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be funny?
I might even wave.
That would be great. I would absolutely
Bonus
love-
points if you
make
count the fingers.
Oh.
Make sure it's on a Sunday.
More than one
Sunday. All right.
Sunday.
Sunday,
Oh, it's good
Sunday.
to see everybody.
All right.
Thanks, y'all.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Later, Tater, thank you so much. Always good to check in. All right. Excellent.
Thank you, thank you.
Five left, hold short, runway 25 right for exit 238. Section 238, understand the mistake, we'll cross...
Hello? Hi.
I don't know how you got...
That whole thing is weird. The sound with the headset I use.
Is that your headset?
This is my headset.
Well, what
The one that
happened?
I was using just sounds so weird. That's why I was barely talking, because I'm like, this sounds funny.
Let's talk now.
Hello. Hello. Am I in a tin can?
Oh, okay. I see what happened. All right, now we know.
I didn't do anything.
Test, test. China Airlines A350 heading back to Taipei. We'll have a Southside takeoff. We do have a Dreamliner Latam, flight 603 heading back to Santiago, 787-9 Dreamliner. Going to be taking off here shortly.
Dreamliner will depart parallel, constantly turbulence, 250 at 10, runway 25 left, 30 left. 25 left, American 11 people. Actually 603.
It's good to hear later Tater's voice again. It's been way too
Yeah, I
long.
missed that.
Right, full length, clear for takeoff.
Oh, I didn't know I was on camera. Hi, you just saw me wipe my nose.
And did I do anything weird? I was going to say, we got the PG-13 version of Tater today.
Yes,
Oh,
we did.
I like it, though. He's fun.
Tater's probably going to go home and go, well, geez, he took me off the show right after I said that.
You've been put on timeout, sir.
All right, we got that flight heading to Santiago, now rolling down at 25 right.
I think there was one time on the show when I accidentally said the S word. I thought I was muted. And I was like, dang it, we missed that flight. But that's not what I said.
The 378 passenger holding into position at taxiway Juliet, cross runway 25 right to Bravo, ground 75.
This is Latam Airlines 603 taking off to Santiago, Chile on the 787-9 Dreamliner.
China Airlines A350 continue its taxi down to 25 right. David Wood becoming a silver member here today. Thank you so much, David. And a friend, Linda Kavinsky, there in Chicago, gifting 50 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Linda.
Go, Linda.
Rudy said you weren't feeling good earlier,
Linda.
huh? Hopefully you're feeling better, Linda.
Something in the air today. I don't know.
What's in the air?
We're all feeling kind of funny today.
It's the tree behind us, I'm telling you.
Is it the tree?
It's
No.
this tree.
We think it's something
It's this
from
tree.
yesterday. It
The
was
tree.
It was yesterday's lunch.
Oh, you guys have stomach issues?
Yeah.
Oh.
We're already making plans for dinner, so go figure.
I'm not surprised by that.
Yeah, right?
Where are we going?
We're going to Brewport.
Oh.
Allison wants to go to play games,
Oh.
and she offered to pick us up.
Oh.
We'll take us there.
Oh. Very nice.
Yep. Yepers.
Yepers. All right, Starlux A350, flight 6 coming in from Taipei, will be the next arrival here on the north side.
Froggy. Froggy.
Hotel to Bravo 17, hold short 25 right, American 1113.
Oh, okay.
American 1113, confirm you're going to 42 Alpha today? Yeah, 42 Alpha, Ava. Now it's Juliet, hold short runway 25 right, American 1113. All right, there, thanks. Juliet, hold short 25 right, American 1113.
This is JetBlue 2021 taking off to Fort Lauderdale on the A321. What's the name of this one? Sky's the limit.
Sky's the lemon?
Limit. Or is it limit?
Lemon? Is that a shade of blue?
Limit.
Foxtrot, would you like the full length or intersection Foxtrot on runway 25 right today? Lima Victor Juliet, back Foxtrot, runway 25 right, intersection Foxtrot, line up the lane. American 26 at Juliet.
Starlux's call sign is Starwalker.
Juliet 35 right, back right.
Skywalker.
Heading to LAX. SAS, getting into in flight 931, coming from Copenhagen, the A350-900. Just 21 minutes away. So while you were gone, Rudy, they moved the Lufthansa Queen out to the west remote area of LAX. Obviously, that will be staying the night out there. Did we ever figure out if 453 was not going back tonight?
I believe still scheduled to depart 6 p.m. hour.
Rockfish 7942 LA Tower, turn left at Foxtrot, hold short.
Yeah, still 6:39 estimated departure time for the Lufthansa A380.
Back runway 25 right at Foxtrot, Rockfish 7942. Aeromexico 642 LA Tower, you on frequency? Yes, sir. Runway 25 left, Aeromexico 642.
China Airlines A350 heading back to Taipei, flight 5, number 2 for takeoff here on the south side.
That is a Dassault Falcon 7X taking off. Very nice livery there.
It's American Airlines, flight 1113, coming up from San Antonio, Texas. A319 waiting to cross over. Of course, because of the time change, the Emirates A380 Super now departing at 4:40 p.m. instead of the 3:40. Of course, that will change again once the time changes in the UK, right?
It's in 2 weeks, I think, right?
2 weeks. So we'll go back to 3:40? So we only have 2 weeks.
We'll be on the same time. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Well, not the same time, but yeah. It'll go back to...
All right.
Right.
3951 as able, full short
Of course, they also moved the Korean Air 747. She did not go all the way to the west. They just moved her over to the west gates. So if you're hanging out at the west gates, well, you can go there and visit the Queen, take some shots. If you're hanging out at P.F. Chang's and Tom Bradley, take a little tour over to the west gates. Go get it up close and personal with the Queen sitting there. She'll be sitting there for a few hours.
I don't know if everybody knows this. There is a tunnel that goes underneath Lima, Kilo.
And Kilo, yeah.
You can walk from Tom Bradley over to the West Gates.
It's that building right on the other side of the Lufthansa A380. That is the escalator. It's a big escalator that takes you down below the two taxiways here. It's quite a walk, especially after a long flight. It's the last thing you want to do to go get your bags. Starlux making that right-hand turn onto Lima.
So our flight to Honolulu on Delta, is it still out of 3?
Oh, I have no idea. I don't even know the flight number.
Oh, I do. But is it, yeah, is it, do we go through the West Gates?
Oh, no. Oh, no, that's, no.
It's still too, see, so we avoided that whole thing.
Yes,
okay,
thankfully,
good.
Yeah.
Whew. This trip's getting better by the minute.
No, the only Honolulu flights out of the West Gates is Hawaiian.
Yeah, that was not fun.
Certainly not on the way back. The way there, no big deal.
The walk afterwards was not fun.
No. Starlux making that turn into the gates of the west gates as we have China Airlines A350 up next for takeoff here on the south side. Look at it, Rudy. I've got pollen on my keyboard.
Well, that explains a lot.
I'm not going to blow on it. And then it's going to go straight into my eye. All right. A350 taking off next.
Circle 1113, taxi off 5 cross 5 right and contact 175.
This is China Airlines Flight 5 taking off to Taipei on the A350 900.
Come back, clear, cross runway 25 right.
Now that I think about it, now my eyes are watering because I'm
Mine
thinking,
are too. I thought it was sunscreen.
No, it's pollen. Oh, you know what that is? That's donut. Sorry, I thought that was the pollen. It's pink. It's donut.
We need help.
The
Send
real
help.
Matthew Sr. with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Matthew. So hope you guys enjoy the Poke Bowl once you arrive to Honolulu. Hope I can see you guys soon.
That sounds good.
Very nice.
Anything sounds good right now. But that sounds
really
good.
healthy.
Yeah.
45, LA Tower, 250 at 10, 25 left.
Oh, snap.
Visual and 25 left.
My friend Super 80 Adrian with a $5 super chat says, hey, have you seen the special livery Swiss is applying on its first A350 called Swiss Wanderlust and featuring illustrations of landmarks and culture? No, I did not see that. I will have to Google that. I'm all about a Swiss special livery. We do have China Airlines cargo, flight 5137, heading to Taipei, 777 freighter. Lighting up on the radar. Thanks for the heads up on that, Adrian. What's so funny over there?
Allison's hungry. I mean, I am too.
Next takeoff is Frontier Flight 4964 heading to Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas, an A321. Mitch the Wolverine.
Hey, Mitch.
Livery.
How's it going, Mitch?
Is Mitch hungry too? I'm sure he is.
Yeah, well, he's headed out to dinner.
Quebec, traffic 25 right, and overground, California, Frontier Flight 49.
Jen and Pinky Todd. Pinky with the $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Pinky. Says hi, Kevin and Rudy. Hi, Allison. Enjoy your mother and daughter time in LA. Rudy enjoyed your dance moves on the BTS just before we went live. Thanks for all that you and the mods. Thanks to all of you and the mods. Have a great week. Stay safe. Thank you so much, Pinky.
Thank you.
Have a great week as well. We haven't had Allison over here yet. Did you? Oh, wait, you did wave at the beginning, didn't you? Allison gets nervous on camera.
Huh?
Sorry. She gets nervous on camera.
You get nervous? You get nervous on camera? We were too close? Oh.
If you guys haven't yet, make sure to hit that like button, subscribe if you're new, and make sure to get those notifications. We will be taking the show on the road to Phoenix. I'll be leaving tomorrow. We'll have shows Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday of this week from the Valley of the Sun, Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport. Looking like a Tuesday morning show, Wednesday late afternoon, and then morning show once again on Thursday before we head back here for more live streaming at LAX. Who do we got here?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Good. You having a good time?
Yeah.
This is Allison N., one of our great mods.
Hi.
Soaking up the sunshine.
Oh, it's nice.
You went to the beach.
We went to the beach for
Did
an
you
hour.
get in the water?
I got my feet wet. My daughter got in the water. She didn't listen to Rudy.
Like
And
all in the water?
She got hit by a rogue wave and she was wet all the way up to her waist.
Oh boy.
And I'm like, okay, we're going. I guess
Going
we're going
back
back
to
to,
the
change. She's walking around barefoot. She's like, she was in her element. She was loving
There
it.
you
She's
go.
a California girl already.
There you go.
Yeah.
You're from the East Coast.
Yep.
And of course we see you when we head to the East Coast primarily.
Yep. Time to come back.
Yes.
Bring
You'll
the
be
crew.
and you'll be back for the 24-hour live broadcasts
Confirmed, yes.
in June.
Yep, confirmed.
Boy, oh boy.
Yep. Got the husband take the time off, so
Yeah.
just got to find a flight. JetBlue, could you please put the Neos back to the West Coast, please?
So speaking of your flight out, you chose United and you flew on the Dreamliner, 787-10
Yes, the 10
Dreamliner.
Yep.
Was that your first time on
That
a
was
Dreamliner?
the first time, yeah.
Ever?
Yeah.
What'd you think?
It was not bad. It was pretty good. My only complaint, United, please do not lock the windows.
Do not lock those windows. No. How dare you?
They kept, it was weird because the light would come on in the cabin and then, the windows would open. We could keep the windows open and then they dim the cabin lights. And
you no control.
No control. I know there's code. There's ways you can punch the button.
Oh, the code. That's right.
Yeah, and I just couldn't do it. And the other thing I have complained about United is that your internet was horrible.
The internet was bad.
I couldn't watch YouTube. I couldn't stream.
Yeah.
I couldn't download anything.
Well, they don't want you downloading and streaming and doing all that kind of stuff.
Well, somebody was texting me pictures and things, and I couldn't read them.
Sorry, that was me.
Yeah, that was you.
Sorry.
Oh, and my son too. He was texting me in videos, and I'm like, can't watch it. You're gonna have to wait till I land.
Oh boy. Mm-hmm. But it was a good flight overall.
It was a really good flight. Good landing. We went to the beach.
Yeah, you went to the beach.
We didn't make it on the camera.
No, unfortunately, we're doing maintenance
I know.
on Saturday morning yesterday on the south side cameras.
That's okay.
You could see it. It was a wide shot.
I
You could
know.
see it in the distance.
Yep.
Oh wow.
I know. Next time. Well, maybe when we leave, we'll
I was
be on
going to
it.
say you're on the Dreamliner heading
We're on the
out.
9 going back.
The 9 going back.
The 9 going back. Yeah. It was my first time flying out of Newark too. I've never been into Newark. I did good. I was proud of myself. I only got lost twice.
There you go.
2 wrong turns. I was proud of myself.
That's
Good
not
job,
bad.
Allison.
Not bad.
Yep. My kid was just like, whatever. And we were when we got into New Jersey, the sun was rising over New York City.
nice.
So we got to see the World Trade
Yeah.
Center. It was a beautiful view.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Very
so I mean, I
nice.
traded out a trip. So long story short, my daughter's first attempt of a birthday trip was not easy. It wasn't airy.
You can announce.
It was not.
I feel responsible for it because I really have talked up this airline. I really, what happened to you? It caught me by surprise. I was a little disappointed.
You're not the only one that was surprised. I mean,
I
it was
know,
like
but
we were literally 5 minutes from leaving for the airport, and I happened to pull up my phone. I'm like, oh snap!
So originally they were going to Florida, flying Breeze.
Correct.
Breeze.
Yep.
And they canceled the flight.
They canceled the flight. They said it was not maintenance, but it was like personnel issues.
Yeah.
Either they didn't have their crew, but there was a snowstorm that was coming in that night, and we were flying through New Haven, which is not here. It's not going up to Windsor Locks.
Yeah.
So the chances are maybe coming back they weren't going to be able to land, or we would be diverted somewhere else. But they didn't give me any options like going to another airport. They didn't give me an option to going up to out of Windsor Locks. So, womp womp.
Well, I was kind of disappointed in that because I kind of convinced you to take Breeze.
Yeah. Lesson learned. And in the hindsight, I think we were meant to come out here.
Yeah.
Because after we got over our many stages of anger, grief, et cetera, I sat with my daughter and I was like, okay, what do you really want to do for a trip? And she looked at me, she's like, well, we haven't seen my friends Kevin and Rudy in a long time, and I haven't been to California in 2 years, so can we go to California?
There you go.
So we discussed it. I discussed it with my husband. I was like, hey, you okay with us going to California? And he's like, go for it. And here we are.
There you are.
Yeah.
And you guys are going to Disneyland.
I would say I invited you, but
No,
you decided you got to go to
dragging me.
Phoenix. You have to go to Phoenix.
I have to go to Phoenix. You're not dragging me to Disneyland on Monday.
No, but Rudy's going to come. He's going to join us after work, and my cousin's actually just texted me a little while ago, and she's going to come
Oh, nice.
and join us after work. So I better have a conversation with her about what she says.
What do you mean?
Well, some questions maybe Rudy might ask, like, tell me about Allison when she was a child. Tell me about this. I've got to prep her.
Oh, boy.
Whatever. No, don't watch what you say.
Now, Rudy really gets into Disneyland. He doesn't think anything other than what ride is next.
Yeah. Well, we're looking forward to Soarin' because they just changed over to the California ride.
Yeah.
And when we were there in October, it was the world one. We were flying over the Eiffel Tower and all that, so I'm excited about that. I haven't done California in a while. But anywho, there's Nige.
British Airways arriving here on the south side. EVA Flight 12, next heavy arrival on the north side, 24 right, 777-300ER.
Listen to me, I'm sniffing. I don't have allergies, and my nose has been running.
Allison, it's this tree and these bushes in front of us.
Where is Rita? I know she's got a chainsaw in that car of hers.
Oh, jeez. Allison, I know
Rita!
you're not listening to this. I'm telling you, you hung out with us pretty much all day yesterday. Did I sniffle once?
No, you didn't.
There's something right here in this location. Mm-hmm. Hopefully it doesn't last another few weeks. Hopefully we're on the downwind of it, so to speak.
I'm glad you got another bottle. Glad you.
That stuff was making me loopy.
Yeah.
So, Allison, now that I got you here, you've been a long-time mod here on the channel.
Oh, is it time for my performance review?
Yes. What is the best thing about being a mod for AVL?
Just being an ambassador for the channel.
Yeah.
For the channel, being, it's just exciting. Having my days filled.
You do an absolute amazing job. I mean, you're
being your eyes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think, we see it all over and over in the chat. People say that we have the best mods
They have a great
in
crew.
aviation channel out there.
We all click. We just click. We know. We all think, there's no questioning anything that's said. We just do it, and things get taken care of, and it's wonderful. We love our team.
Yes.
Yeah. So, I mean.
A lot of them been here for a long time. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Now, what is the worst thing?
Politics.
Politics.
Yeah. When a certain plane comes into town.
Yes.
And that's probably the one day I just don't like being a mod is when we know there's a, when there's a president, when Air Force One comes in town, that's probably the day I just don't look forward to modding because what's going to be said. And
that is true.
And that's the hardest part.
The good news, I don't think it's going to be here very often for the next 4 years. So I don't think I have too much to worry about here, at least in LA.
Right.
Really? That's the worst thing?
I think so.
Okay.
I mean,
do you have any advice for people that want to be a mod on one of these channels? I'm not talking about ours, but
No.
just in general. We get a lot of requests all the
We
time.
do,
I want to
we
be a
do.
mod. Do you have any suggestions for people? And
I mean, just if you want to go and be a mod on a bigger channel, start out with a little channel. You know, don't beg the owners of the channels either. That's the probably the one that drives me nuts. Is you go to another live stream and you see them begging and begging. Don't beg.
Yeah.
Reach out to the channel, the owner of the channel, and send them an email. Get those emails, send them an email, and say, hey, I'm interested in being a mod. I mean, that's how I started out. I started out in a small channel.
oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh,
I started out in a small channel and then moved up here. So I got some experience on my belt. So
it's almost like being an ATC controller. You start in a
Yeah.
smaller city and you work
yeah,
yourself
that's
up to LAX.
exactly. Yeah, start out small and work your way up.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. Hi, Rudy. So,
Mina P with the $7.47 super chat. Thank you so much, Mina. Says happy Sunday, all. Good to see you, Allison.
hi.
Thank
See you
you,
in
Mina.
Boston, hopefully, or somewhere on the
Yeah.
East Coast.
Yeah.
Because I remember the last time we met was in Boston. She and her husband
Yeah.
came up on their motorcycle.
Oh, that's right. Yes. Was it the hot day last year?
You want to wave hi? That's my daughter, V.
Oh.
Where,
V?
Say hi.
All right, look at that camera.
Right there.
Wave. So you got in the ocean, V.
You got wet. She was wet.
Was it cold? Yeah, it was cold. We have cold water here.
Yeah.
It's not like the Atlantic Ocean.
No. I mean, in May and June, she's able to go in the water in the
that is
Atlantic,
true.
up
Good
in
point.
Maine. And here
Yeah.
it was like, she was screaming. I'm like, can you stop screaming? Stop screaming. Do you see anybody else screaming? No, just you.
Was there actually people out there on the beach?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there was.
We went
Okay.
down to Manhattan Beach. We didn't go to, but
you did?
even
Okay.
Dockweiler. There was a lot of people at Dockweiler,
Wow.
but we just drove down to Manhattan Beach and,
All right.
you know, go over that down there. And they had a lot of surfers in the water coming out, so it was good. It's nice.
All right.
All right.
Well, thanks, you guys.
Okay.
Wave to everyone
Bye.
out there.
Good to
This
see
is
everybody. Thank
Allison
you.
and Victoria.
Yes, thank you, mods, for letting me take the day off again. And I'm not going to end Tuesday because I'm flying home. And
Yes.
since United has no internet, no streaming services, I won't be able to, go and jump in
Oh,
there
boy.
either. So,
All right. Well, thanks for everything you do on the channel.
yeah, thank you. You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
You're welcome. All
All
right.
right. Thanks, you guys. Yeah, that China Airlines cargo 777 freighter crossing over at 25 left. We'll head to 25 right for takeoff.
Open Quebec short of 25 right, substation 28. 137 confirm you want intersection.
Lee Howard with the super chat. Thanks so much, Lee. Says, I have a question for Rudy. What is the difference between a Virgin Atlantic and Virgin Australia? Are they the same company or not? Just curious. That is a question for you, Rudy.
For me, it's the same company. They just don't fly same places, right?
Is it the same company?
I thought it was.
I think it's under the same brand. The same name. I think a different owner owns it.
That sounds right.
It was kind of like the same situation here at a Virgin America. They bought into the name, but it was owned by a wholly different company,
yeah.
and not Branson.
That makes sense. So here we get Virgin Atlantic from London.
And of course, we used to get Virgin Australia. Pre-pandemic, they used to fly the 777-300ERs here.
Was that a Sydney flight?
I think it was Brisbane and Melbourne. I don't think there was a Sydney.
Interesting.
And we got that 777 freighter lining up on at 25 right, SAS, heading to the gates. Looks like SAS wasting no time there on the taxiway, heading to the southeast corner of Tom Bradley. Dynasty, China Airlines Cargo 777 freighter should be rocking and rolling down 25 right here shortly.
American 2024, line up and wait, 25 right, full length.
Oh, yeah.
Got 323, traffic 5 mile final, it's on start cross, 25 left, full short, 5 right.
This is China Airlines Cargo 5137 taking off to Taipei on the 777 freighter.
Also just had a 777 freighter China Southern 777 freighter touching down at 25 left. Alpha 8 turn off for this 777. Flight coming in from Mexico City, flight 490. SAS heading into Tom Bradley.
China Southern 490 heavy left turn Alpha 8, turn left Alpha, keep moving. American 2024, wind 250 at 10, RNF to Docker on a 25 right, full length, clear for takeoff. RNF to Docker, clear for takeoff, 25 right, full length, American 2024. China Southern 490, heavy contact ground, 121.75. 121.75. Drive 323, would you like the full length or intersection Foxtrot for departure?
How do we do it over there at Emirates? Looks like everything is closed up. Should be pushing back here shortly.
Hotel to Quebec, hold short, runway 25 right. Hotel, Quebec, hold short, 25 right. Extra 323, wind 250 at 10, RNF Docker on a 25 right at Foxtrot, to takeoff.
Do you have an update on the Emirates takeoff? Departure?
Should be in the next 2 minutes.
2 minutes. You can hear that? 2 minutes. You got 2 minutes.
Let's go.
You going a longer? We'll see on the 24-hour live camera.
Let's go. This day has gone by really fast.
It has gone by fast. And just like that, pop it up on the radar, flight 216 heading back to Dubai. 6-year-old A380 Super wearing the updated livery. You should be seeing that backing out.
Pushback.
Backing up, backing up, backing up, backing up. There she goes. Backing up, backing up, backing up, backing up. You know that's reference to? You watch a lot of TikTok. I would imagine the video probably popped up. It was a woman at a 7-Eleven or a convenience store. She had witnessed a robbery inside the store, and she gave a soundbite to the local news. And remember those people, I don't know if they're around anymore, but they would take like news events and turn it into a song. Remember that? I ain't got time for that. Remember that?
Ain't nobody got time for that.
They made it into a song, if you remember that. Well, they took that woman's interview from the robbery at the 7-Eleven or whatever, and she was talking about, she was backing up as the robbery was going on, and that was the whole theme of the whole song. Backing up. Anyway.
I gotta look that up. No, I haven't seen that video.
Auto-tune the news. Yes, Joe, thank you. Auto-tune the news. I don't know if they're still around. Did a really good job of doing that.
Oh, have you seen there are musicians that will take clips like that and they'll actually harmonize it on a keyboard?
That's some talent right there.
Yeah.
I love when we can interject pulp culture into the airport live streams.
Yeah.
I find any chance I can.
There you go.
There you go, yes. Like, that girl going to Charlie's. Going from Bravo to Charlie. Rudy's like, did you take another allergy pill? Are you getting loopy again?
What's in there? This is United Airlines Flight 1700 taking off to Newark on the 757-200.
Over departure on British 1700.
Yeah, can they create a song? Kevin says he would love to see a song created for AVL. If you remember, there was an app that I was playing around with. Whatever, we never played around with that app again. It played all those songs that we made on the fly here at Imperial Hill. Some were better than others.
Yeah. Whatever happened to that? Everyone enjoying the last bit of their Sunday. What do we have in the chat? Who's here? We got Rick. Hello, Rick. Melanie, Old Lefty. John. Barcelos. Austrian Wolf. Renee Sanchez. Sabrina Adele. Linda. Renee. Oliver Garrett. Hello. David G. Butter Mods. Random Spotter. Soul Searching Emily. Bev A. Forrester Baseline. Super 80. Adrian Christina. Reese B. Seba 26. Mike Stellick. Patrick Brown. Kayla Lopez. Patrick Lloyd. Hello, Rebecca Lynch. Game Boy Lyric Aviation. Ben J. Armand V. Hey, what time is it there?
Renee says, I've been here all day long.
Nice. So you like us just a little bit.
Will I be bringing merchandise to sell when we come to Phoenix? Actually, all merchandise is available at shopavl.com. We actually don't stock anything
We don't do that.
locally. It comes out of a warehouse in other parts of the world or here in the U.S. I think it comes from the East Coast.
Hello, Tom. Hello, David K. Snell, St. Los Angeles, Echo Bravo, Brandon Rabbit. We're just doing roll call here. Gerard, hello. Got Laura Lopez. Tina Marie, hello, hello. Donica. Who else has been here from the very beginning of today?
Me?
Joe Rats, hello. And Cheryl.
By the way, that was British Airways Flight 282 heading back to London Heathrow in the 777-300ER. Emirates should be heading into the north side here shortly. Air France Flight 23 heading back to Paris, the 777-300ER. Next takeoff.
Patrick has been here. Patrick Brown, 100% attendance.
Yes, we still have the goodie bags. We still have the trading cards. So if you want to come out and pay a visit to me in Phoenix, come on out. I'll have plenty of goodie bags as well as trading cards while supplies last. Charlie will also be with me on those 3 days. So you can come out and meet Charlie. So he should be working. He should be...
Isn't that work?
That is work. But I'm just saying he should be working on our new trailer, but that's all right.
Bring the computer out.
Yeah. Right.
Air France Flight 23 taking off to Paris.
All right, we should be seeing the Emirates starting the taxi here shortly, unless it's going to be making a U-turn and head over here to the south side.
Well, we just had a UPS 767 land here.
2490.
Coming in from Louisville.
Louisville, Kentucky.
Thank you. However, good afternoon. From 24 unit from
Have Iberia A330 coming from Madrid at next arrival on the north side.
Wind 240 at 1 tree, running 25 left, clear to land. There from the 24 unit from
Sounds like Air France heading here to the south side.
5900 heavy at taxiway Juliet, running 25 right, Bravo, 25 right at Juliet, Bravo. American 59 LA Tower, traffic crossing down 785 right line of way.
All right, Emirates now starting taxi heading to the north side. I have a question for you, Rudy.
Tower Scout 37043 from GG. 180 assigned to GG. Scout 3704 LA Tower, heavy Boeing 777 mile final caution. Wind turbulence from 240 at 13. 25 left, clear to land.
Well, I can tell you later.
Clear to land, proceeding traffic inside Scout 3704. Join Hotel to Quebec, hold short runway 25 right. Got cut off Hotel, and then what was the rest? On 1561, westbound, Hotel, Quebec, hold short runway 25 right. Westbound Hotel, Quebec.
Missed my train horn.
You know what's funny? The funny thing is, when we stop doing the train horn, someone else stopped doing the train horn.
193, 25 right line of way.
Maybe we should bring it back.
And I had an idea that I
Yeah.
mentioned to you, and I was looking it up.
Yeah.
But I'm afraid that's going to happen.
Oh, you're going to mention it on the... Oh, yeah, don't mention anything.
No, but like... Just wait. Just you wait.
All right, Emirates now making that right-hand turn onto Lima. We'll head to the north side for a north side at takeoff on 24 left.
I'm just going to start wearing suits to the live shows.
Suits?
There's an idea. Just like Jim Halpert. He shows up to the office in a tux.
They wear a suit to the live stream?
Yeah.
You know, you gotta feel comfortable doing this. Stand here in one position in the sun all day long. It's not like you're sitting behind a desk under fluorescent lights.
True. Maybe it'll catch on.
Katie asking Kevin, or Airline Videos, do you plan on coming back to GRR this summer? I think we have said no, but we haven't finalized all the plans for the summer. Like I mentioned on Tuesday, I mean, certainly one location that we've been to in the last couple of years is not going to happen this year unless things change, and I don't see them changing, is Chicago O'Hare. We all know the story there.
I was just joking about the suits. Relax, everybody. It ain't happening. Learn to laugh a little bit, people.
You just bought a new tuxedo. You could wear your new tuxedo here.
No, I'm wearing that on Wednesday. First time breaking it in Wednesday. You know, I almost bought a fake, like, rose, but that's like...
A fake rose?
That's like people wear at prom, right? Like a rose. And fake only because I don't have to deal with keeping it fresh. But no, I have a, what do you call it? Handkerchief?
Okay. Yeah, that's
I
better.
had that. But yeah, Wednesday's the big day for me. I'm gonna wear my brand new, I bought new tails. You know, tuxedo with tails.
Yeah.
Because it was time. That is Air Canada 792 taking off to Toronto on the A321.
Emirates now officially on taxiway Echo. Heading to 2 for left there on the north side.
Go 3704 traffic 1 mile behind you, exit to the right, going hotel westbound. Exit right, hotel westbound, Scout 3704.
Tower, good afternoon, Open 472 over DGILS, now wait 27. That's 225 left.
Open 472 LA Tower, good afternoon, wait 240 at 12, runway 25 left.
Y'all still want us to go to Chicago?
Go 3704, hotel, go back, cross, runway 25 right, traffic will hold. Hotel Quebec cross.
Well, I was talking about that on Tuesday. Apparently they had a meeting and there was some discussion coming out of the meeting that possibly
We're not wanted there?
No. Well, I'm sure that's the case. But no, in the bullet points from the meeting, wasn't there a talk about possibly allowing live streaming to come back, but it'd be selective on who could?
There are a lot of questions in the chat. What's happening with Chicago? I think a lot of viewers missed that show.
Ah.
What? What happened? What's going on?
Well, bullet points.
Yes,
O'Hare
quick
has, they said no more live streaming on their property. And I was talking about that on Tuesday. So technically the property, you know, at the parking garage here at LAX is a great example of property that is owned by LAWA. So if LAWA ever had, if they ever came down and said that, which I don't expect them to, and I think it's a whole different story here. But basically what Chicago O'Hare is saying, that you cannot live stream on our property. So if you think about it, here, this is El Segundo, this is a whole different city. We would still be able to broadcast here, even though LAWA says you can't be in our property, which would be really only the parking garage on the north side, as well as along Lincoln and the park outside of In-N-Out Burger. So if you really start thinking about it, there's no way they're ever going to do that. So that it's keeping in mind, keeping the big picture, that's what's going on in O'Hare, is that they say they can't live stream on their property. Well, there were some really good locations on the southwest corner of the property. There were a lot of live streams were happening, including us, the last couple of years. There's been some discussion, is that technically O'Hare's property where those live streams took place? I don't know. There's some confusion along the way. Everything is still standing the way it is.
Yeah, the airport has even said there in O'Hare that you can't post still photos and post the time that the photo was taken or flight information.
Yeah, that's a little overboard.
Yeah.
A little overreaching there. I don't know how they're going to...
And what happens if you do that? Like, should I start posting pictures that I took?
And I've been busy, and I was going to draft a letter to O'Hare and ask them to outline the rules, the regulations related to that, if what laws dictate that you can actually do that. I was going to have them lay it all out, and I still would like to. I would really appreciate if the local live streamers there in Chicago, and I know there's 3 of them, could kind of take the initiative to drive to kind of, you guys are there already, you're the local people, and I'm sure they are, but I haven't talked to any of them in at least a few weeks, so I don't think there's any new developments there. I think my feeling is I got enough on my plate right now.
So because of that, we've started to think that maybe that will not be a stop for us this summer, but we haven't officially decided that definitively.
I'd love to go there and just prove a point to them. Just do a live stream. Be like, sorry. But I don't think we're going to spend money to go do that, potentially getting into a bigger issue. So
ending up in jail. Get out.
End up in jail.
I don't want to. Yeah, let's not do that. Emirates lined up.
Jado in DCA with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Says, I love having you guys on all day in the background. My pilot husband has you on when he's home. He's on a trip, and you keep me good company. Thank you. Well, our pleasure. We love hearing that. I hear that all the time. We've got you on the TV all day long on Sunday. Certainly the Sunday show. Other family members either join in or they're yelling at their husband or wife or kids and saying, you're watching that show again.
Hey, I like that idea, Mike Perez. Do a ABL summer tour shirts. You don't have to put dates, because I know that's where it gets tricky. But maybe airport codes of where we're going to go.
Ooh. We need to come out with some new merch ideas.
Definitely need I survived 24 hours.
I'm trying to figure out how could we create merch about the 24-hour AI cameras that would be interesting and not confusing to someone just reading a t-shirt.
Always on.
Always on? I'm always on?
Well. I don't always look at airplanes 24/7.
But when
yes,
I do. It's fine. Talk to H Hotel.
Wait, isn't that a commercial?
beer commercial? Yeah, we couldn't do that.
Never mind. Scratch that. I never said that. Should we go to the north side?
Sure. Let's go to the north side.
Well, they already gave the clearance.
All right, Emirates now rolling down to 4 left.
runway 37 Victor, super contact departure.
That is Emirates Flight 216 taking off to Dubai on the A380.
Breakfast 2947, cross runway 24 left at Whiskey, contact ground point 65, traffic in position. Alright, left turn Whiskey, cross runway 24 left, ground point 65, 55.
Great mods, Michelle RS, back gifting another 5 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Michelle.
Nice, thank you. Michelle wants us to go to D.
I know.
W.
Don't worry, Michelle. We actually talked about that last night.
Oh, you did? Oh, we did.
We did.
Oh, yes, we did. No joke. We really did. I know Michelle thinks I don't want to go to
It's
DFW.
on our mind. It's on our mind, but I got to tell you, Michelle, I think it's not going to happen until October. We'll keep you updated. We certainly will. All right.
Yes.
So before we head out here, let's thank our Diamond and Emerald members here on the channel. here in beautiful Los Angeles, California. You have been watching the Big Sunday Show here on Airline Videos Live. March 9th, 2025 was the day. Thanks you guys for tuning in here today. Thank you guys for the awesome support as well. Thanks for great mods, always doing a great job. And thank you, Rudy. Rudy's now hungry. He wants some dinner.
Oh yeah.
Tombot 14 with the last minute super chat. Thanks so much. Tombot 14. Kev, as always, great Super Sunday. I'm a bit behind thanks to you and Rudy and the amazing mods. Well, thank you so much, Tombot 14. Yeah, we're just ending here. Of course, we'll be taking the show on the road. I will jump in the car that you see behind me and head out to Phoenix, Arizona tomorrow, Monday for shows Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday there at Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport. And then I will travel back here to LAX for the show next Sunday.
All right.
Really good luck with everything this week.
Thank you.
Allison. Thank you. Tater's still here. Let's have him come over and just wave.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, you guys. All right, forget it. They don't want to do it.
Yes.
Yes.
That's what he said.
Thanks, you guys. Thank you, Lady Tater. Good to see you. And Allison and Victoria. All right.
B.
Uh-oh. V, you better get over here. Showing off her Nighthawk hoodie. There you go. All right, Rudy, you ready for your little chipmunk?
Yeah, let's do
All
it.
right, let's do it.
All right.
Thanks, you guys.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's time to go home. Thanks for watching us today. We sure had a great time here at Imperial Hill. Thanks so much for watching us. We are AVL. Until we meet again. Thanks for watching our show. We sure had a great time with Later Tater too. Yeehaw! Are you ready?
Oh, we're ready.
Here we go! Thanks so much for watching us today. Boy, what a great day it's been here at Imperial Hill. We saw lots of planes and a retired ATC. Thanks for hanging out with us today when we spring forward today. We can't wait for Phoenix. Here we come again. Thanks for hanging out with us here on Airline Videos Live.
Great job as always. Thank you so much, Mr. Chipmunk.
Thank you.
Thanks, you all. We'll see you in Phoenix on Tuesday. From all of us here at Airline Videos Live, good night, everyone.
Bye.